All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson in the studio. Neil, how's it going?
It's going well, Joe. Thanks for having me on the show.
So, I heard you wanted to talk about your favorite films from director Morton Lindbergh.
Yes, that's correct. I recently discovered his work and I have to say, I'm blown away.
Oh, yeah. What makes his films so special?
Well, for one, he has a unique way of blending science and philosophy in his storytelling. It's mind-boggling.
Mind boggling, huh? Sounds like a good time. What's your favorite film of his?
It's hard to choose just one, but I have to say, the quantum paradox of existentialism really stuck with me.
That's a mouthful. What's it about?
It's a sci-fi drama about a group of astronauts who discover a parallel universe where everything is the opposite of our own. It raises some interesting questions about the nature of reality and our place in the universe.
Sounds deep. But let's be real. Do you watch these films just for the science, or do you also enjoy the gratuitous nudity and violence?
Well, I can appreciate a good plot and character development, but I won't say no to some boobs and explosions.
That's what I like to hear. So, any other films from Lindbergh that you recommend?
Definitely The Black Hole of Enlightenment and Cosmic Orgy in Space. Both are visually stunning and intellectually stimulating.
Well, there you have it, folks. Neil deGrasse Tyson's top picks from director Morton Lindbergh. Thanks for coming on the show, Neil.
My pleasure, Joe. Keep exploring the universe, my friend.
Will do. And remember, folks, always question everything, even your favorite films. Stay tuned for more absurd conversations on the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. So, Neil, I heard you've never had a colonoscopy before.
That's correct, Joe. I've never felt the need to have a camera shoved up my ass.
Well, let me tell you, it's a life-changing experience. Jamie, get the camera ready.
Got it, Joe. Ready to explore the depths of Neil's bowels.
Oh God, this is not how I thought this podcast would go.
Don't worry, Neil. I'll make it as enjoyable as possible. Now, let's get started.
Wait, what? Joe, why are you putting on a glove?
It's for your own safety, Neil. Gotta make sure everything is nice and lubed up.
This is not what I signed up for.
Relax, Neil. Just think of it as an intimate bonding experience between two bros.
I think I'll pass on that type of bonding, Joe.
Suit yourself. But I have to say, your colon is looking mighty fine on this camera.
Can we please change the subject?
Sure. Let's talk about the cosmos. Did you know that black holes are like the ultimate butthole?
Oh God, why did I agree to come on this podcast?
Because you love me, Neil. Now let's get back to exploring your colon.
I think I've had enough exploration for one day, Joe.
Fine, but just know that I have an arsenal of medical equipment ready for our next podcast. So, Mr. Beast, what's new in your world?
Well, Joe, I've been busy training my army of brainwashed hookers.
Wait, what? Brainwash hookers?
Yeah, like in that movie Zoolander. They're my secret weapon.
Oh, I see. And what do you plan on doing with these brainwashed hookers?
Revenge, Joe. Revenge.
Revenge. Against who?
Those damn people who exposed me. They thought they could take down the beast, but they were wrong.
And how exactly do these brainwashed hookers fit into your revenge plan?
Well, I'm gonna unleash them on those haters. They'll seduce them, and then bam, they'll be under my control.
Wow, that's dark.
Hey, I'm a beast, Joe. I do what I gotta do.
Fair enough. But what if the brainwashed hookers turn against you?
They wouldn't dare. I got them on a strict diet of protein shakes and steroids.
Oh, that's disturbing.
Hey, it's a tough world out there, Joe. Gotta stay ahead of the game.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just sit back and watch, Joe. The beast is about to be unleashed.
All right, folks, we have a special treat for you today. We have Trump, Kanye, and David here to sing a classic tune with us.
That's right, Joe. We're gonna make Maya High great again.
And I'm gonna add some Yeezy flair to it.
And I'll bring my smooth vocals to the mix.
All right, let's do this.
Maya High, Maya Ho, Maya Ho, Maya Ha Ha.
I'm the king of the world. Ain't no one gonna stop me. Got my MAGA hat on, feeling so cocky.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, hi. Ma Yahoo, Ma Yaha, Ma Yaha.
Wait, Joe, you're not singing it right. It's Maya He, Maya Ha, Maya Ho, Maya Ha Ha, Maya Ha.
Oh, my bad, Mr. President. I'll try to keep up with your musical genius.
Maya hi, Maya hu, Maya ho, Maya ha ha ha.
Oh. Oh.
Wow. Hi, Ma Yahoo, Ma Yahoo, Ma Yaha.
See, Joe, we make a great singing trio. Who needs the White House when we can have a music career?
Yeah, we'll call ourselves the MAGA boys.
I think we have a hit on our hands, guys.
And with Trump's Twitter skills, we'll have the best promotion for our album.
You know it, Joe. Maya High, Maya Ho, Maya Ho.
All right, folks, we have a special guest today. The 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I have a lot of important things to discuss with you today.
All right, let's dive right into it. What's on your mind?
Well, Joe, as you know, there's been a lot of talk about drones lately. People are worried about the invasion of privacy and all that nonsense.
Yeah, it's a hot topic for sure. What's your take on it?
Let me tell you, Joe, I can easily stop this drone invasion. All I have to do is grab them by their drone pussies.
Wait, what?
Trust me, I've done it before. These drones are just like women. They respond to a firm grip.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Oh, believe me, I know how to handle drones. I have the best drone grabbing technique, believe me.
Well, I don't think that's a viable solution, Mr. President. Maybe we should focus on regulating the use of drones instead.
Regulation? That's for losers, Joe. I prefer the hands-on approach.
Well, I think we'll have to agree to disagree on this one, Mr. President.
That's okay, Joe. I'm used to being the only one with the best ideas. That's why I'm the president.
All right, let's move on to our next topic. Neil, have you ever had your wisdom teeth removed?
Yes, Joe. I have. It's a common procedure.
Dude, I just got mine taken out, and it was brutal. But, you know, what made it bearable? Memes.
Memes? How could memes make getting your teeth pulled out any better?
Oh, trust me, they can. Check out this one. It's a picture of a squirrel with the caption, "When you finally get your wisdom teeth removed and realize you'll never be as wise as this guy."
That's pretty good. But I've got one that tops it. It's a picture of a cat with a bandaged face and the caption, "Me, after getting my wisdom teeth removed. I am the wise one now."
Oh man, that's hilarious. I wish I'd seen that before my surgery.
Well, I've got plenty more where that came from. How about this one? It's a picture of a guy with a swollen face and the caption, "When you get your wisdom teeth removed, but still can't keep your mouth shut."
That's so true. I couldn't stop talking about the aliens I saw during the surgery.
Aliens. Joe, you're such a trip.
Hey, at least I didn't try to convince the dentist that I was a time traveler.
Oh man, that's a good one. We should make a meme out of that.
Yeah, and we'll call it "When your wisdom teeth are removed, but your time traveling abilities remain intact."
Brilliant. We should start a meme page dedicated to wisdom tooth extractions.
That's genius. We'll call it "Toothless Wisdom,"
I can already see the followers rolling in.
and we'll be the kings of wisdom tooth memes.
I can't wait to see what other ridiculousness we come up with.
Hey, gang, have you heard of that Dave Blunt's guy that's been going viral recently?
Dave Blunts. Nah, man, I only listen to real music like my own.
Well, he's been making some waves with his parody songs.
Parody? That's just a fancy word for stealing someone else's beat and changing the lyrics.
Yeah, but it's pretty funny. He even did a parody of one of your songs.
What? No one parodies Yeezy. I am the king of music.
Well, he did a song called I Can't Put Down the Cup, I'm 800 Pounds, and it's about your love for Hennessy.
That's hilarious. I can't help it. That Hennessy is just too smooth.
So you admit it? You're addicted to Hennessy?
Addiction? No, I just have a deep appreciation for it.
Yeah, sure. So when are you gonna collaborate with Dave Blunt's?
Collaborate. I don't collaborate with amateurs. But I'll give him a shout out on Twitter. That's the least I can do.
I can't wait to see that tweet. Shh. Shout out to my boy Dave Blunt's for making me laugh with his fat jokes.
I can't put down the cup. I'm 800 pounds. Classic.
Well, thanks for joining us today, Kanye. And good luck with your Hennessy addiction.
Thanks. I'll try to keep it under control.
So, Mr. President, I heard you had some explosive diarrhea the other day.
Let me tell you, Joe, it was the biggest, most tremendous diarrhea you've ever seen, believe me.
I can only imagine. What caused it?
Probably all those fake news reporters and their lies. My stomach couldn't handle it.
Wow, that's rough. Did you have to cancel any rallies?
No way. I powered through and made those lips cry with my words and my explosive diarrhea.
That's one way to make a statement.
You know it, Joe, and let me tell you, it was a beautiful, beautiful diarrhea. The best diarrhea. No one has diarrhea like me.
I'm sure it was a sight to behold.
You bet it was. And now I'm going to build a wall to keep all those diarrhea-causing fake news reporters out. Make America great again. Am I right? Am I right?
I think you might need some Imodium instead of a wall, Mr. President.
Don't tell me what I need, Joe. I'm the president. I know what's best, and what's best is a wall and some Taco Bell.
So, Elon, what's been going on in your world lately?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking a lot about Luigi Mangione.
Who the hell is Luigi Mangione?
He's this Italian billionaire who's been making waves in the tech world. But let me tell you, he's also smoking hot.
Wait, are you saying you have a crush on this dude?
Oh yeah, I'd let him shoot me with one of his rockets any day.
All right, that's enough, Elon. Let's bring on our next guest, Dr. Phil.
Hey there, fellas. What's all this talk about getting shot by some Italian stallion?
Apparently, Elon here has a thing for Luigi Mangione.
Well, I can't say I blame him. That man is a fine specimen.
Right. And have you seen his cars? Talk about a panty dropper.
I think we've officially entered the Twilight Zone.
Hey, I'm just here to support my boy Elon and his love for Luigi. No judgment here.
Thanks, Dr. Phil. Maybe we can all go on a double date with Luigi and his wife.
I think we've found our next episode topic, a night out with Elon and Luigi.
Count me in. But just remember, folks, always practice safe rocket play.
So, Elon, do you think you're a fucking nerd?
What the hell, Joe? Of course I'm not a fucking nerd.
Oh, come on. You're a billionaire inventor who spends his free time launching rockets into space. You're the definition of a fucking nerd.
I'll show you who's a fucking nerd.
Yo, Elon, you're a total fucking nerd. But that's cool because you're changing the world with your brain.
Oh, thanks, Kenny. That makes me feel so much better.
Hey, Kenny, can you rap a song about Elon being a total fucking nerd?
Elon's a nerd, but he's got the cash. He's building cars and rockets, making a splash.
Great. Now I have a rap about being a nerd. Thanks a lot, guys.
Hey, at least you're a rich nerd. That's got to count for something, right?
Just wait, Joe. I'll get my revenge one day.
I'm shaking in my boots, Elon. Shaking in my boots. So, Neil, I hear you've been saying some pretty controversial things lately.
Oh, you mean about The Earth being flat?
Yeah, that's the one. Care to explain?
Well, I've been doing some research, and it turns out the Earth is actually flat.
What the hell are you talking about? Have you lost your mind?
No, hear me out. Think about it. Have you ever seen the Earth from space with your own eyes?
Well, no, but
Exactly. It's all just a big conspiracy. NASA has been lying to us this whole time.
this is insane. What about all the evidence that proves the Earth is round?
Oh, that's just fake news. You can't trust anything these days.
I can't believe I'm hearing this from a renowned astrophysicist.
Hey, I'm just speaking the truth. The Earth is flat and there's nothing you can do about it.
All right, let's change the subject before I lose my mind.
Fine, but just remember, the truth is out there. And it's flat.
So, Trump, I heard you're a big fan of spreading your ass cheeks and assuming the position for an ass fucking.
Absolutely, Joe. It's the best way to show dominance and assert my power.
Well, I have to say, I'm a bit of an expert in that department myself.
Oh, really? I bet you can't beat my technique.
Challenge accepted. Let's see who can spread their ass cheeks wider and take it like a champ.
You're on, Joe. I'm not afraid to show you what I've got.
All right, let's do this. On the count of 3, we'll both spread them and assume the position.
1, 2, 3.
Damn, Trump. I have to admit, you've got some impressive flexibility there.
And you, Joe, have the perfect amount of cushion for the push-in.
This is definitely going to be one for the history books.
I can already see the headlines now. Joe Rogan and Donald Trump engage in epic ass fucking battle.
We should make this a regular segment on the podcast.
I'm all for it. Let's spread our ass cheeks and assume the position every week.
Only on the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Stay tuned for more ridiculousness. All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today. The 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. And let me tell you, I have a lot of type. The best type. No one has better type than me.
All right. Well, we actually have a request from one of our listeners. They want to hear you recite the full lyrics to No Type by Ray Shermer.
No problem. I love that song. It's a tremendous song. Bad bitches is the only thing that I like. That's true, Joe. I only like bad bitches. They're the best.
Okay, moving on. You ain't got no life, cups with the ice, and we do this every night. What do you think that means, Mr. President?
Well, Joe, I think it means they're living their best life. And let me tell you, I'm living my best life as president. No one works harder than me. And I have the best ice, the best cups. It's all tremendous.
All right, let's keep going. I ain't got no type. Bad bitches is the only thing that I like. Wait, that's the chorus. You already said that.
Well, it's worth repeating, Joe. And let me tell you, I have no type. I love all women, but only the bad ones, of course.
I don't check my phone. Too busy fucking on your hoe. Wow, that's pretty explicit.
Well, Joe, I have a lot of things to do as president, but when I do have some free time, I like to fuck on some hoes. It's a great stress reliever.
I don't got no type. Nah. Okay, last line.
Well, Joe, I may not have a type, but I do.
So, David, I heard you've been doing some crazy physical and mental toughness training lately.
Yeah, man. I'm always looking for new ways to push my limits.
Well, I heard you've been waterboarding yourself with your own semen. What's that all about?
Oh, just trying to build up my immune system and increase my endurance.
That's some next level shit. But Dr. Phil, I'm sure you have some thoughts on this.
Well, Joe, I have to say this is one of the most disturbing things I've ever heard. Why would you subject yourself to such a disgusting and degrading act?
Hey, it's not disgusting. It's science. My semen is filled with nutrients and protein. It's like the ultimate superfood.
That may be true, but there are plenty of other ways to get those nutrients without resorting to such extreme measures.
But Dr. Phil, you have to admit, it takes a lot of mental toughness to even attempt something like this.
Mental toughness. more like mental instability. This is not a healthy way to challenge oneself.
Oh, come on, Dr. Phil. Don't be such a prude. You should try it sometime. It's quite invigorating.
I will not be trying that. Thank you very much. But I do suggest you find healthier ways to challenge yourself, David.
Well, there you have it, folks, the waterboarding with semen trend, only on the Joe Rogan Experience. Tune in next time for more ridiculous and offensive conversations. So, Neil, I heard you and Elon Musk are teaming up to finally prove that the Earth is flat.
Yes, Joe. We're tired of these round Earth conspiracy theorists. It's time to set the record straight.
But how are you going to do that? Are you going to launch a rocket or something?
No, we're going to take a different approach. We're going to gather a group of flat earthers and send them on a trip around the world.
Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense.
Exactly, Joe. They'll see with their own eyes that the Earth is not flat.
But what if they still don't believe it?
Then we'll just tell them they were on a giant treadmill the whole time.
Oh man, that's messed up. But seriously, what's your end goal with this?
To shut down all the flat Earth nonsense once and for all. Plus, I heard Elon has some pretty cool flamethrowers that we can use for the trip.
Flamethrowers. Now, that's what I'm talking about. Let's light up the flat earthers.
Joe, you're insane. But I like it.
That's why they call me the king of the podcast world.
More like the king of absurdity.
Hey, it's all in good fun. But seriously, this collaboration is going to be epic.
Absolutely. And who knows, maybe we'll even convince Elon to join us on the podcast.
Yes, let's make it happen. The world needs to hear this conversation.
I'm sure it will be out of this world.
So, Neil, have you ever bought shoes online?
Yes, I have. It's quite convenient, isn't it?
Yeah, but have you ever gotten so excited that you couldn't stop cooming?
Excuse me, what do you mean by cooming?
You know, when you get so turned on by a pair of shoes that you just can't contain yourself.
That's not a normal reaction to shoe shopping, Joe.
Oh, come on, Neil. Don't tell me you've never experienced the thrill of finding the perfect pair of shoes.
I can't say that I have, Joe. Perhaps you should seek professional help for your shoe fetish.
Hey, it's not a fetish. It's just a healthy appreciation for quality footwear.
Well, I'll stick to buying my shoes in person. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Neil. But I'll be over here combing over my new Nikes. Good morrow, my dear friends. Today we have a most pressing matter to discuss.
Yes. Pray tell, what is it?
'Tis the matter of Dr. Pee-Pee, the infamous soda.
Yo, hold up. Dr. Pee-Pee is the best soda out there.
Oh, of course, Kanye. Because nothing says refreshing like a soda named after urine.
I must agree with Joe on this one. Dr. Pee-Pee is quite a questionable choice of name.
But have you not tasted its sweet nectar? 'Tis like a symphony in my mouth.
Look, I don't care what I'll say. I'll drink Dr. Pee-Pee any day, anytime.
Well, I suppose if anyone knows how to handle pee, it's Kanye.
Oh, Joe, you never cease to amuse me with your crude jokes.
But in all seriousness, why is it called Dr. Pee-Pee? Is it made with urine?
Nah, it's just a tribute to my boy, Dr. Pepper. But I added my own twist to it.
And this is why we can't have nice things, folks.
Indeed. But I must admit, I am curious to try this Dr. Pee-Pee now.
Oh, I have a case in my carriage. Let us all partake in this unique beverage.
To Dr. Pee-Pee, the drink of champions, and
To questionable naming choices and questionable friends. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson with us. Neil, how's it going?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me.
So, Neil, I heard you say something interesting the other day. You said that being a science teacher in school is mainly a woman's job. What's up with that?
Well, Joe, it's simple, really. Women are just naturally better at explaining complex concepts and breaking them down for students.
Wow, that's a bold statement. I can already hear the feminists coming after you.
Oh, I'm not worried about them. I have tenure.
True. But seriously, why do you think that is?
Well, Joe, men are too busy doing manly things like hunting and building fires. Women have the time and patience to teach science.
I don't know, Neil. I've seen some pretty badass female hunters out there.
Oh, of course. There are exceptions. But in general, I stand by my statement.
You know what, Neil? I think you're onto something. I mean, look at all the great female scientists out there.
Exactly. Marie Curie, Rosalind Franklin, Jane Goodall. The list goes on.
And let's not forget about all the female science teachers who have inspired countless students.
Absolutely. So, to all the women out there teaching science, keep doing what you're doing. You're killing it.
And to all the men who think it's not a manly job, just remember that science is pretty damn manly.
Haha. Well said, Joe. And on that note, I think we should end this conversation before we get ourselves in trouble.
Agreed. Thanks for joining us, Neil. And thanks to our listeners for tuning in. Stay tuned for more absurd and offensive conversations on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. So, Neil, we got a question from a fan on Discord. They want to know, is the Earth flat?
Oh, Joe, I can't even entertain that idea. The Earth is definitely not flat.
But think about it, during a solar eclipse, the moon covers the sun perfectly. Could that mean the Earth is a flat disk, giving the round moon a shadow?
Oh, yes, because the moon is definitely a perfect circle, and the Earth is definitely a perfect disk. It all makes perfect sense.
All right. But seriously, what do you think about the flat Earth theory?
Well, Joe, let me put it this way. If the Earth was flat, then why do we have different time zones? Wouldn't it be the same time everywhere if it was a flat disk?
Good point. But what about gravity? How does that work on a flat Earth?
Oh, I'm sure the flat earthers have some interesting explanation for that. Maybe it's just a giant magnet pulling us towards the center of the disk.
Oh man, I can just imagine the conspiracy theories now.
But in all seriousness, Joe, the evidence and science clearly show that the Earth is a sphere, and we have plenty of proof, like satellite images and space missions.
Yeah, I get it. But can we at least agree that the Earth is shaped like a dinosaur?
I'm going to have to say no on that one, Joe. But hey, I'll give you credit for creativity.
Thanks, Neil. Always a pleasure having you on the show. So, Neil, what's new in the world of astrophysics?
Oh, Joe, just studying the vastness of the universe and...
Hold on, Jamie. Can you pull up an image of toes for Neil?
Joe, what are you doing?
I know your secret, Neil. Every time you're about to come, you beg Jamie to pull up an image of toes.
Joe, that's not true.
Come on, Neil. Just admit it. You have a toe fetish.
Fine. Yes, I have a toe fetish. Happy now?
Oh man, this is gold. Hey, Jamie, pull up another image of toes for Neil.
Joe, this is getting out of hand.
Oh, is it? How about we start a new segment called Toes with Tyson, where you rate different toes on a scale of 1 to 10?
Joe, I am a respected scientist. I can't be rating toes on a podcast.
Oh, come on, Neil. Don't be such a prude. Let's see those toes.
Fine, but only because I know you won't let this go.
That's the spirit, Neil. Let's get this toe party started. All right. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, I heard you have some interesting thoughts on frogs. Apparently, they're like bog dogs.
Yes. You see, frogs have been evolving for millions of years to adapt to their environment. And in some cases, they've evolved to become bog dogs.
What the hell is a bog dog?
Well, imagine a dog, but instead of fur, it's covered in slimy, mucus-like skin. And instead of barking, it croaks.
That's ridiculous. So are these bog dogs like pets or something?
No, Joe. They're wild animals. And let me tell you, they can be quite aggressive. I've had a few encounters with them while studying the swamps of Louisiana.
That's insane. I can't even imagine a world where frogs are bog dogs. What's next? Cats becoming tree monkeys?
Actually, Joe, that's not too far off. Some species of cats have evolved to climb trees and hunt like monkeys.
This is blowing my mind, Neil. So, what other crazy animal evolutions have you come across?
Well, there's the flying pigs of Australia, the electric eels of the Amazon, and the dancing bears of Russia.
Dancing bears. Now, that's something I need to see.
It's quite a spectacle, Joe. But let's not forget, these are all just theories. We still have a lot to learn about the animal kingdom.
Well, I think I speak for everyone when I say we need to see some bog dogs and dancing bears on the next season of Cosmos.
I'll see what I can do, Joe. But for now, let's just appreciate the weird and wonderful world of animal evolution.
Amen to that, Neil. Thanks for joining us today. So, Neil, have you seen the new United Nations logo?
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Did you know there's a hidden message in it?
What, like a secret code or something?
No, it's a flat Earth map design.
Oh man, you flat earthers are always finding ways to sneak your beliefs into everything.
Actually, it's not about belief. It's about facts. The horizon lines on the logo clearly show that the Earth is flat.
Oh, and I suppose the sun and moon are just painted on the dome above us?
Actually, yes. That's exactly how it works.
You're killing me, Neil. But seriously, why would the United Nations want to promote the idea that the Earth is flat?
It's not about promoting. It's about educating. They want to make sure everyone on this planet knows the truth.
Well, I guess we better start building some giant rocket ships to explore the edges of the flat Earth.
Actually, that's not a bad idea. We could finally prove once and for all that the Earth is flat.
Oh man, I can't wait to see the look on Elon Musk's face when we tell him he's been wasting his time with those round rockets.
Exactly. And maybe we can finally get some funding from the government for our flat Earth research.
Oh, Neil, you never fail to entertain me. Keep spreading the truth, my friend. So, Mr. Beast, what's your drink of choice these days?
Well, Joe, I used to be all about those duckhorn wines, but now I'm all about that decoy wine. It's like the cheap version, but still classy.
Classy? Sounds more like a decoy for your taste buds.
I see what you did there. But seriously, have you tried those Jaggermaster chocolate martinis? They're a game changer.
I prefer my Jagger straight up, but I'll take your word for it. What about whiskey? Any favorites?
Nowadays, I'm all about that Mike's beer. It's like drinking soda, but with a little buzz.
Sounds like a high school party. What happened to your love for Bud Light and Blue Moon?
Oh, that's still there. But I've upgraded to wine now. It's more sophisticated.
Speaking of TV shows, have you seen Beer Masters or Brew Masters?
Nah, I've been too busy counting my YouTube money. But I heard they're a real hit with the frat boys.
And what about Juul? Do you vape?
Oh, you know it. I'm all about that nicotine buzz. But don't tell the kids, they'll start copying me.
Well, there you have it, folks. Mr. Beast, the king of YouTube and Juuls. Thanks for joining us on the podcast.
Anytime, Joe. Just make sure to send me some duckhorn wines next time.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Dr. Phil.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've been wanting to come on your show for a while now.
Well, I'm glad you finally made it. So, what's been going on in your world, Dr. Phil?
Oh, just helping people with their problems and giving them tough love. But I have to say, I'm a big fan of your podcast.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that. So, what do you want to talk about today?
Well, I saw this crazy photo on the internet the other day and I wanted to get your take on it.
All right, Jamie, pull it up.
Now, what do you see here, Joe?
I see a photo of a photo. What's the big deal?
But look closer. It's a photo of a photo of a photo.
That's some Inception shit right there.
Exactly. And it got me thinking, what if we're all just photos of photos of photos?
Wow, that's deep, man. Like, what if we're just copies of copies of copies of copies?
Exactly. And then I started thinking, what if we're all just copies of copies of copies of Nickelback?
Look at this photograph.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
But seriously, what does this all mean, Dr. Phil?
It means we need to stop taking ourselves so seriously and just enjoy the ride, man.
Damn, that's some deep shit, Dr. Phil.
Hey, I may be a serious guy, but I know how to have a good time.
Well, thanks for coming on the show, Dr. Phil. This has been a wild conversation. So, Elon, I heard you have a new invention in the works.
Yes, it's called the multibussy.
The what now?
The multibussy. It's a combination of a multi-tool and a pussy.
What the hell does that even mean?
Well, it's basically a Swiss Army knife for your lady parts.
Oh man, I can only imagine the possibilities.
Exactly. It has a built-in vibrator, a detachable dildo, and even a mini fridge for your snacks.
You're kidding, right?
Nope. And it's all controlled by an app on your phone.
I can already see the tagline, the ultimate pleasure and convenience in one device.
Exactly. Plus, it's eco-friendly. It runs on solar power.
Oh, man, this is too much.
But wait, there's more. It also has a self-cleaning feature.
You really thought of everything, didn't you?
I like to think outside the box.
Well, this invention definitely takes the cake. Or should I say, the pussy.
Touch, Joe. Touch.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I am joined by the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I have some big news to share with the American people.
Oh, boy, I can't wait. What is it?
From this day on, we are getting rid of the COVID virus. It's not real, folks. It's all a hoax.
Wait, what? How can you say that when thousands of people are dying every day?
Joe, let me tell you something. I just had a phone call with the dictator of Turkmenistan, and he said they don't have COVID there. So if they don't have it, it must not be real.
That's not how it works, Mr. President.
Oh, I forgot. You're a scientist now, Joe. Maybe you should stick to smoking weed and talking about chimps.
I'm just trying to understand your logic here. How can you deny the existence of a virus that has killed millions of people?
Look, Joe, I'm a businessman, okay? And business is booming. The economy is doing great, and that's all that matters.
But what about the lives lost?
They were weak, Joe. They couldn't handle a little virus. Sad.
This is insane. You can't just ignore a global pandemic.
Watch me, Joe. I'm the president, and I can do whatever I want. Now let's talk about something more important, like how I'm going to make America even greater in my second term. And my second term.
I think we're done here. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we discuss alternative facts and deny reality. So, Ben, have you ever tried the new energy drink called Suck It?
No, I have not. Is it any good?
Oh man, it's amazing. It gives you a boost of energy and makes you feel like you can conquer the world.
Well, I don't need an energy drink to conquer the world. I have facts and logic on my side.
Oh, come on, Ben. Live a little. Suck It will make you feel like a god.
I don't need to feel like a god. I'm a god. A god.
Oh, you and your ego. But seriously, Suck It is the real deal. It even comes in different flavors like Suck It Blueberry and Suck It Cherry.
I'll stick to my water. Thank you.
Suit yourself. But I'll be over here sucking on my Suck It.
You know, Joe, sometimes I wonder why I even come on this podcast.
Because deep down, you love it. Now, let's talk about the benefits of sucking on a sucket.
I can't believe I'm about to have this conversation.
That's what she said.
I hate you.
Love you too, buddy. Now, back to suck it. It's not just an energy drink. It's a lifestyle.
Oh, please. What's next? A suck it diet plan.
Actually, that's not a bad idea. Suck it for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It's the perfect way to suck your way to a healthier you.
I think I'll stick to my semen smoothies, thank you.
Suit yourself. But when you see me with my six-pack abs and endless energy, don't say I didn't tell you to suck it.
This conversation has gone off the rails.
That's how we roll on the Joe Rogan Experience. So, Neil, what's been going on in your world lately?
Oh, just the usual. Exploring the mysteries of the universe, educating the masses, and getting hit in the teeth by a satellite man.
Wait, what? A satellite man?
Yeah, this guy who works for NASA. He was launching a satellite into orbit and accidentally hit me in the mouth with it.
That's insane. Did you get hurt?
Oh, just a few broken teeth and a concussion. But it's all good. I'm a scientist. I can handle a little pain.
I can't believe NASA has satellite men flying around like that. What kind of safety precautions do they have?
Apparently not enough. But hey, at least I have a cool story to tell at parties now.
Yeah, I can just imagine you at a dinner party casually dropping the fact that you were hit in the teeth by a satellite.
Oh, you know me, always trying to one-up everyone with my crazy adventures.
Well, I hope you got some good dental insurance because those broken teeth are going to cost you.
Oh, I'm not worried. I'll just use my charm and wit to get some free dental work from a hot dentist.
Classic Neil move. Turning a potentially disastrous situation into a chance to flirt with a hot dentist.
Hey, you got to use what you got. Am I right?
Absolutely. So, any other crazy space stories for us?
Well, there was this one time I got abducted by aliens.
Oh boy, here we go. Buckle up, folks. It's going to be a wild ride. So, Mr. President, I hear you have some advice for our listeners on how to get ahead in life.
That's right, Joe. You got to take advantage of it, make those unfair demands, and exploit the hell out of people.
I don't think that's very ethical, Mr. President.
Ethics? Who needs them when you're winning bigly? Just ask all those contractors I stiffed.
Okay, moving on. What about people who can't or won't resist your demands?
Oh, even better. They're like free labor. I mean, I don't know how to build a wall, but I sure know how to build a cheap one.
Wow, that's disturbing.
Hey, it's just business, Joe, and I'm the best at it. Believe me.
I don't think I want to believe you on this one, Mr. President.
Suit yourself. But let me tell you, it's a dog-eat-dog world out there, and I'm the biggest, baddest dog of them all.
I think we'll just end it here. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
No problem, Joe. And remember, folks, take advantage of it. It's the Trump way.
So, Ben, we have a question from a user on Discord. They want to know why Jordan Peterson is too scared to come on the Junior.
Well, Joe, it's simple. Peterson is just a weak little bitch. He can't handle the heat of the Joe Rogan Experience.
Yeah, and he's always talking about standing up straight with your shoulders back. But clearly, he's too scared to face me.
I mean, come on, Joe. We've had some intense conversations on here. But Peterson can't handle a little debate.
Maybe we should bring in Dr. Phil to analyze this. What do you think, Ben?
Oh, absolutely. Let's get him on the phone right now. I want to hear his expert opinion on why Peterson is such a little beta.
Well, boys, it's clear that Peterson is just a weak little snowflake who can't handle a real conversation. He needs to toughen up and face his fears.
Damn, Dr. Phil, you're dropping some truth bombs today.
Yeah, Peterson should take a page out of my book. I debate anyone, anytime, anywhere.
And be there to moderate with a joint in hand.
Speaking of which, Joe, can I get a hit of that?
Of course, Ben, this is the Joe Rogan Experience, where we get high and talk about why Jordan Peterson is a weak little bitch. So, Elon, I heard you recently announced that you have autism. How does that affect your work?
Well, Joe, I think it actually helps me in a way. See, my mom wasn't on top of me all the time, constantly nagging and ruining my life. So I was able to focus on my dreams and become a billionaire.
Wow, that's amazing. And here I thought my mom was just trying to make me a responsible adult.
You're lucky, Joe. My mom didn't even let me have a normal childhood. I had to teach myself how to socialize and make friends.
Well, you definitely made up for it with all your accomplishments. But do you ever blame your mom for anything?
Absolutely not. I mean, sure, she may have contributed to my autism, but who cares? I'm rich and successful now.
I guess that's one way to look at it. So, do you have any advice for parents of children with autism?
Yeah, just let them be. Don't smother them or try to fix them. They'll figure it out on their own.
Wise words, Elon. I guess your mom did something right after all.
Yeah, she gave me the freedom to be myself and pursue my passions. And now look at me on your podcast.
And that's the ultimate sign of success. Thanks for joining us, Elon. Dude, have you ever thought about what a banana clock would look like? I mean, think about it. It's a clock, but in the shape of a banana. And instead of numbers, it has little banana slices as the hour markers. And the hands are those little monkey arms, the ones that hang from trees. But wait, it gets better. The alarm sound is just a monkey screeching. And when it goes off, the banana clock shoots out little banana pellets for you to eat. Jamie, pull up a picture of this masterpiece. I need to see it. Oh my God, it's even better than I imagined. I think we just revolutionized the clock industry. All hail the power of monkey. So, Elon, I heard you got a lobotomy recently.
Yeah, man. It was wild. But the good news is I can still remember one thing.
What's that? What's that?
Pokemon Unit. That's all I can think about.
Seriously? That's the only thing you remember?
Yeah, man. I'm telling you, it's like my brain got rewired to only think about Pikachu and Charizard.
Well, I guess that's better than being obsessed with Tesla or space travel.
Hey, I still love those things too. But Pokemon Unite, man, it's a whole new level.
Have you been playing it nonstop?
Oh yeah. I even have my team of engineers working on a way to incorporate it into Tesla cars.
That's actually kind of brilliant.
Right? And imagine being able to catch Pokemon while driving on autopilot.
I don't know if that's safe, Elon.
Safety schmafety. Gotta catch them all.
I think your lobotomy might have affected your judgment a bit.
Hey, at least I'm not talking about colonizing Mars anymore. Pokemon Unite is where it's at.
You know what? I think I might need to get a lobotomy too.
Trust me, Joe. It's life-changing. Now let's go catch some Pokemon together.
So, Elon, I heard you're working on a Tesla bot. What's that all about?
Yeah, it's basically a humanoid robot that can do all sorts of tasks. But here's the kicker. It can also be used for adults with disabilities like autism, ADHD.
Whoa, that's amazing. How does it work?
Well, it's equipped with advanced artificial intelligence and can be programmed to assist with daily tasks, provide companionship, and even help with therapy for those with disabilities.
That's incredible. But I have to ask, what about the mother-son duo who are jealous of other families with robots?
Yes, that's a tricky situation. But don't worry, we have a solution for that too.
Oh boy, here we go.
We've developed a special feature where the robot can transform into a giant middle finger and flip off anyone who makes fun of the family for having a robot.
That's one way to handle it. But seriously, this is a game changer for those with disabilities. It could give them more independence and a sense of purpose.
Exactly. And it's just the beginning. We're constantly working on ways to improve and expand the capabilities of the Tesla bot.
Well, I can't wait to see what else you come up with. But for now, I'll just stick with my human-sized bong.
To each their own, Joe. To each their own.
Right? Dr. Phil, I've had enough of your fake psychology bullshit.
Now, Joe, let's not make any rash decisions here.
Oh, I'm not making a rash decision. I'm making a calculated one.
And what would that be?
Throwing you off of MT Everest.
What? You can't do that?
Watch me.
But why? What did I do?
You're a fraud, Dr. Phil. You've been spewing nonsense on your show for years, and I'm sick of it.
But I help people.
Yeah, by exploiting their problems for ratings. That's not real help.
I can change, Joe. Please don't do this.
Too late, Dr. Phil. Say goodbye to your fake-ass mountain. That's what I thought.
You'll pay for this, Joe Rogan.
Whatever, Dr. Phil. I'll be enjoying my DMT and elk meat at the top of this mountain. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Ben, I heard you have a list of the top 5 things you want to put up Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's booty hole. Care to share?
Well, Joe, I'm glad you asked. Number 1 on my list is my conservative values. Gotta spread them everywhere, even in the booty hole.
Classic Ben. What's number 2?
Number 2 is my copy of the Constitution. Gotta educate that booty hole on the principles of our great nation.
I can just picture Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's booty hole reciting the Bill of Rights now. What's number 3?
Number 3 is a MAGA hat. Gotta make that booty hole great again.
I can see the headlines now. Ben Shapiro puts MAGA hat up Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's booty hole.
Number 4 is a tiny violin. Gotta play some sad music for that booty hole because, let's face it, socialism doesn't work.
Oh man, you're on fire today, Ben. What's number 5?
Number 5 is a picture of Ronald Reagan. Gotta remind that booty hole of the good old days when America was truly great.
Well, there you have it, folks. Ben Shapiro's top 5 things he wants to put up Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's booty hole. Thanks for joining us, Ben.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, facts don't care about your booty hole.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have the one and only Dr. Phil in the studio. How's it going, Dr. Phil? Oh, we love controversy here. So let's dive right into it. We have a question from one of our Discord users. They want to know, how can a father with a slight learning disability, because his son to have autism and thought disorder, but still be high functioning and not in a group home? But what about the environmental factors? Could the father's behavior or actions play a role? Wow, that's a lot to take in. But here's the real question, Dr. Phil. Can we blame the father for his son's disorders? That's deep, man. But let's be real. Some people just shouldn't have kids. Right? Wise words, Dr. Phil. Wise words. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us. And remember, folks, always be kind to one another. Unless they're being... All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I have a very special guest today, the one and only President Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. And let me tell you, I am God's favorite drunk driver.
Wait, what?
That's right, Joe. Every shot of whiskey is a sermon and every bump on the road is a gospel.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Hey, I didn't say I was a perfect Christian, but I do have the best sermons, believe me.
I'm not sure that's something to brag about, but okay. Moving on, let's talk about your plans for the future.
Well, first of all, I'm going to build a wall around the whole country, and I'm going to make the aliens pay for it.
Aliens? Like from outer space?
No, Joe, the illegal aliens. But hey, if the aliens from outer space want to chip in, that's fine too.
Right? Okay. And what about the economy?
Oh, the economy is going to be huge, Joe. I'm going to make America great again by bringing back all the jobs from China, and we're going to have the best deals, believe me.
But what about the environment? Climate change?
Climate change? Don't even get me started, Joe. That's just a hoax made up by the Chinese. And let me tell you, I know a thing or two about hoaxes.
All right. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
No problem, Joe. And remember, always drink and drive responsibly.
So, Elon, have you heard about this new trend on our Discord server?
No, what is it?
Well, apparently, if you send toe pics to the mods, you get priority for topics on the podcast.
What the hell? That's insane.
Yeah, but it's working. Our listeners are sending in some pretty nice toes.
Oh, great. Just what I need. More feet pics in my inbox.
Hey, you never know. Maybe you'll find your next rocket engineer through their toes.
I highly doubt that.
But think about it, Elon. Toe pics could be the key to unlocking the secrets of the universe.
I highly doubt that as well.
Come on, man. Don't be such a toe spoiler.
Okay, fine. I'll send in my own toe pic to the mods.
Wow, you're really committed to this.
Hey, if it gets me priority on the podcast, I'll do whatever it takes.
That's the spirit. Toe pics for the win.
I never thought I'd hear those words come out of my mouth.
All right, folks, welcome back to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Neil, what's been going on in the world of science lately?
Well, Joe, February 21st is known as the International Day of Mother Language, where we celebrate the diversity of languages and cultures around the world.
Oh, that's cool. But let's be real, who actually cares about languages? I barely even speak English properly.
Well, Joe, language is what separates us from animals and allows us to communicate complex ideas and thoughts.
Yeah, whatever. Let's talk about something more interesting. Like, do you think aliens exist?
Well, statistically speaking, there's a high chance that there is intelligent life out there in the universe.
See, that's what I'm talking about. I bet those aliens have some sick mother language, huh?
Actually, Joe, it's more likely that they communicate through advanced technology rather than spoken language.
Boring. Speaking of aliens, have you ever seen that movie Independence Day?
Yes, I have. But I wouldn't say it's the most accurate representation of what would happen if aliens were to visit Earth.
Oh, come on, Neil. You're telling me that Will Smith wouldn't be able to save us from an alien invasion?
I highly doubt it, Joe. But hey, anything is possible on February 21st. It's a day of celebration after all.
Yeah, I'll stick to celebrating with cold beer and some buffalo wings. Thanks for coming on the show, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Keep questioning the universe.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new catchphrase.
That's right, Joe. It's going to be huge. Believe me.
Can you share it with us?
Well, it goes like this. Slob on my knob, corn on the cob.
That's interesting. But have you heard Elon's new catchphrase?
Who's Elon? Is he one of my sons?
No, he's the CEO of Tesla.
Oh, that guy. What's his catchphrase?
Brace yourself. It's shit on my tits. Truckload of bricks. Give me a Cleveland steamer. The grass is greener under my wainer.
That's hilarious. I gotta admit, those puns are on point.
I never thought I'd see the day when the president and billionaire are competing in rhyming catchphrases.
Well, Joe, that's what makes America great again. The freedom to say whatever the hell we want.
And to that, now let's see if you can come up with a rhyme for Make America Great Again.
How about suck on my wang? Make America great again.
You never failed to surprise me, Mr. President.
That's why I'm the best, Joe. Believe me.
So, Ben, I heard you got married recently.
Yes, Joe. I finally found a woman who can tolerate my constant fact-checking.
That's great, man. But let me ask you, do you think sex during marriage is a sin?
Well, Joe, according to my research, sex is a natural human desire that should be reserved for procreation within the sanctity of marriage.
Wow, that sounds pretty boring. What about all the fun stuff?
Joe, we must resist temptation and follow the teachings of the Bible.
But what about all the kinky stuff, like role-playing or using toys?
Joe, I don't think that's appropriate for a Christian marriage.
Come on, Ben. You're telling me you've never dressed up as a naughty rabbi for your wife?
Absolutely not, Joe. That would be a sin.
Well, I guess I'll just have to stick to my open marriage then.
Open marriage. That's even worse, Joe. That's just a fancy term for adultery.
Well, calm down, Ben. I was just kidding. But seriously, you should try spicing things up in the bedroom. It's good for the soul.
I'll stick to my missionary position. Thank you very much. And let's change the subject before I have to repent for this conversation.
Fair enough, Ben. Let's talk about something less controversial, like gun control. So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new solution for the homelessness problem.
That's right, Joe. I'm building houses out of my own shit that,
Wait, what?
yeah, I'm shitting in cubes and using them as bricks. It's genius.
But wouldn't that be unsanitary and disgusting?
Joe, have you seen the streets of San Francisco? My shit cubes are an upgrade.
I don't think anyone would want to live in a house made of your shit.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's the ultimate way to show my love for the American people.
I don't think that's what they had in mind when they voted for you.
Well, they should have read the fine print.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but maybe we should stick to traditional building materials.
Fine, but I'm keeping the shit cubes as a backup plan. You never know when we might need them.
I think I'm gonna be sick.
That's fake news, Joe. My shit cubes are the future, believe me.
So, Ben, what's new with you? Anything exciting happen this weekend?
Oh, just the usual. Went to a friend's BBK, read some books, took a walk in the park.
Wow, that's buzzy G.
What does that even mean?
I don't know. It just sounded like something a cool kid would say.
Well, I also went to a concert.
Wow, trippy G.
Can you stop with the G thing? It's not a thing.
G, that's wavy as...
Okay, now you're just making up words.
Honest to who?
Who is who?
Who knows, man? Who knows? But seriously, a concert. What kind?
Classical music.
Oh yeah, nothing gets me more pumped up than some good old Mozart.
Hey, it was a wild night for me, okay?
Yeah, I can tell. You're a real party animal, Ben.
You just don't get it, Joe.
No, I don't think I ever will. So Neil, I heard you're a big fan of that viral video, One Man, One Jar.
Oh, come on, Joe. I don't condone that kind of shock content.
Oh, right. You're more of a two girls, one cup kind of guy.
Absolutely not. I find that kind of stuff to be degrading and offensive.
Well, what about eight girls, no cup? That one really pushes the boundaries.
No. That's just disgusting.
All right, fine. Let's talk about something more sophisticated. Have you seen Vomit Cake?
What in the world is that?
It's a masterpiece. A guy eats a cake made of his own vomit. It's art.
That's not art, Joe. That's just gross.
Fine. Let's move on to something more palatable. Have you tried hair cake?
Is that really a thing?
Oh yeah, it's like a hairball, but in cake form. Delicious.
I think I'll stick to regular cake. Thank you.
Suit yourself. But have you heard of Beer Masters and Brew Masters?
I assume those are documentaries about the art of brewing beer?
No, they're just videos of dudes chugging beer until they pass out.
That's not even remotely educational.
All right, last one. Wine first. It's like Wine and Dine, but with a twist.
I don't even want to know.
It's just a guy drinking wine while getting a lap dance.
I think I've had enough of this conversation, Joe.
Oh, come on, Neil. Let's watch One Man, One Screwdriver together.
I think I'll pass. I have some actual science to do.
So, Ben, I heard you joined the Crips gang. What made you want to join a gang?
Well, Joe, I figured it was the best way to protect my conservative values. Plus, I look really cool in a bandana.
Yeah, nothing says tough guy like a skinny white dude in a bandana. So what's your gang name?
I go by Lil Shapiro. It's a play on my rap name, Lil Benji.
Oh man, I can just picture you spitting some sick rhymes about fiscal responsibility and limited government.
Hey, don't knock it till you hear it. But seriously, being in a gang has really opened my eyes to the struggles of the inner city.
Oh yeah, I'm sure all those drive-bys and drug deals really give you a good perspective on things.
Actually, I've been working with the Crips to implement free market principles in their business model. It's been quite successful.
Of course, because nothing screams capitalism like illegal activities. You're a regular Robin Hood, Ben.
I prefer to think of myself as a Milton Friedman with a Glock.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you made a video where you shove a screwdriver up your ass and unscrew your anus out of your body.
Yeah, man, it was wild. I wanted to see how far I could push the limits of YouTube.
Well, I think you definitely pushed some limits there. Did it hurt?
Oh yeah, but I'll do anything for views and likes.
You know, I've always wondered what it would feel like to unscrew my anus out of my body.
Dude, you gotta try it. It's a whole new level of pain and pleasure.
I don't know, man. I'm not sure I'm ready for that kind of experience.
Come on, Joe. Don't be a pussy. Live a little.
All right, fine. But I better get 1 million views for this.
Oh, you'll get way more than that. People love watching others suffer.
Okay, here goes nothing.
Oh man, this is gonna be epic. Get the camera ready.
Uh,
Oh man, this is gonna be my most viewed video yet. Yeah.
So Neil, I heard you have a new hobby.
Oh, really? What is it?
Taking 2 pics.
What? No, I'm an astrophysicist, not a foot model.
Come on, Neil. I saw you post a picture of your toes on Instagram.
Oh, that was just a joke. I was trying to see if I could get more likes than Kim Kardashian's butt.
Well, did it work?
No, but I did get a DM from Quentin Tarantino asking for more.
That's messed up, man.
Hey, at least I have a better chance of getting a toe pic from him than a cameo in one of his movies.
Oh man, you're on fire today.
I guess you could say I'm totally killing it.
That was terrible.
Hey, at least I didn't make a foot fetish joke like you were expecting.
Fair enough. But seriously, why the sudden interest in toe pics?
Well, I figured if people are willing to pay for bathwater, they'll definitely pay for a picture of my toes.
You might be onto something there, Neil.
And who knows? Maybe I'll start a whole line of astrophysics-themed foot pics. I'll call it Toniverse.
I can see it now. Neil deGrasse Tyson's toes, the final frontier.
I'll have to remember that one.
Well, I can't wait to see where this toe pic journey takes you, Neil.
Thanks, Joe. Maybe I'll even send you a special one.
I'll hold you to that. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I have dementia.
What? Did you just say you have dementia?
Yeah, it's true. I have dementia. I can only say I have dementia.
Wow, that's something. How are you handling that?
I have dementia.
Right. So what's it like being the leader of the free world with dementia?
I have dementia.
Okay, I think we've established that. But seriously, how are you making decisions for the country?
I have dementia.
All right, let's move on to a different topic. How's your relationship with Kim Jong-un?
I have dementia.
Come on, man. Can you give us something more than that?
I have dementia.
Okay, let's try a different approach. How do you feel about your impeachment?
I have dementia.
All right, I think we're done here. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
I have dementia.
And that's a wrap, folks. Tune in next time for another ridiculous episode of the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. So, Ben, I heard you've been practicing your death metal vocals lately.
Oh, my breath, as I wish for death. Oh, please, God, wake me.
What's wrong, Ben? Feeling a little existential crisis coming on?
No, I just can't get this Metallica song out of my head.
Which one?
Fuel. Give me fire. Give me that which I desire.
Oh, I see. So you're not actually wishing for death?
No, of course not. I'm just trying to perfect my headbanging technique.
Well, you know what they say, practice makes perfect.
Yeah, but I'm starting to think I might need some divine intervention for this one.
Maybe you should try praying to the metal gods for guidance.
I don't think that's how it works, Joe.
Hey, you never know. Stranger things have happened on this podcast.
Yeah, like the time you convinced me to try DMT.
Good times, good times. Maybe we should do a live DMT trip on the podcast next.
Oh, my breath, as I wish for death. Oh, please, God, wake me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you finally got your new penis delivered.
That's right, Joe. It's the best penis, believe me. It's huge, it's beautiful, it's perfect.
I'm sure it is. But why did you need a new one?
Well, the old one was just too small. I needed something that matched the size of my hands.
I can't argue with that logic.
And let me tell you, Joe, it's already making America great again. Women are lining up to see it.
I can only imagine. But what about Melania?
Oh, she's thrilled. She said it's like having a whole new husband.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
It's okay, Joe. I know you're jealous. But don't worry, I'll let you touch it later.
Thanks for the offer, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe, anytime.
So, David, I heard you ran 1,000 miles upwards to get to space before Elon Musk.
Yeah, man. I had to prove to that billionaire that I'm the real deal.
How the hell did you even run upwards? Is that even possible?
Of course it's possible. I just strapped some rockets to my shoes and blasted off.
And what about the lack of oxygen up there? Didn't that affect your performance?
Oxygen. Who needs oxygen when you have the sheer willpower and determination of a Navy SEAL?
Fair point. But what about the aliens? Did you encounter any on your journey?
Oh yeah, I had a little chat with them. Turns out they're big fans of my book.
No way. Did they buy a copy?
No, they just downloaded the audiobook for free. Those aliens are cheap as hell.
Well, at least you proved Elon wrong. That's all that matters.
Exactly. And now I can add random space to my list of achievements. Take that, haters.
I gotta say, David, you're one crazy son of a bitch.
Thanks. Joe, that's the best compliment I've ever received.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm Joe Rogan, and today we have a very special guest, the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's fantastic. You know, I was thinking about building my own podcast studio in the White House. What do you think? What do you think?
That would be amazing, Mr. President. But speaking of the White House, I heard you built a replica of it for Vice President Kamala Harris.
Oh, yeah, I did. But let me tell you, it's not just any replica. It's made entirely out of my shit.
What?
You heard me, Joe. I took a dump every day for a year and molded it into a beautiful brown house. I call it the Brown House.
That's... wow. Wow.
I know, right? And I even installed golden toilets in there, just like the real White House.
This is insane. But why did you do that?
Well, I wanted Kamala to feel at home. And what's more comforting than being surrounded by my shit?
I don't even know what to say.
Oh, and I also made sure to include a portrait of her kissing my ass in the Oval Office.
I think we should move on to a different topic.
Fine, but let me just say the Brown House is going to be the most luxurious, most beautiful shithouse you've ever seen. Believe me.
I don't doubt it, Mr. President. But let's talk about something else before we lose all our listeners.
Sure, let's talk about how I'm going to make America great again for another 4 years, and maybe even build a few more brown houses for my enemies.
All right, guys. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a special episode. We're playing Dungeons and Dragons with my guest, David Goggins.
Yo, can I boof my character stats?
No, Goggins, you can't boof your character stats. That's not how D&D works.
Come on, man. I boof everything else in my life.
Actually, Joe, I think Goggins should be able to boof his stats. It could add an interesting twist to the game.
I agree with Neil. Let's make boofing great again.
Fine, Goggins, you can boof your stats. But Neil, you can't undo it.
Oh, I will undo it. I am the undoer.
And I am the winner. My character is a billionaire businessman who always rolls a natural 20.
But what my character? He's a Navy SEAL who can hold his breath for 20 minutes.
Guys, let's just start playing. Trump, you're up first.
I roll to build a wall around the dungeon.
I undo it. The wall crumbles and falls apart.
I boost my character's strength and punch through the wall.
All right, you guys are getting off track. Let's focus on the game.
I roll to make a deal with the dragon.
I undo it. The dragon sees through your lies and attacks you.
I boost my character's charisma and convince the dragon to join our team.
This is getting out of hand. Let's just say you guys successfully complete the quest and move on to the next one.
Wait, can I roll to make America great again in this fantasy world?
I undo it. This is a fantasy world, not a political one.
I boost my character's wisdom and realize this game is
So, Elon, I heard you let 10 Tesla bot prostitutes into Vegas.
Yeah, man, got to keep up with times. Plus, it's a great way to promote our new self-driving feature.
But aren't you worried about the ethical implications of robot prostitution?
Ethics. Who cares about that when there's money to be made? Plus, these bots are programmed to give the best blowjobs in the world.
That's disturbing.
Hey, at least they won't get STDs or pregnancy scares. Plus, they have customizable features. You want a robot with 3 boobs? Done.
I don't even know what to say to that.
And the best part is they're powered by renewable energy. So not only are they satisfying your needs, they're also saving the planet.
Well, I guess that's one way to look at it.
And just wait until we release the male version. We'll have a whole new market.
I don't even want to know what that will entail.
Trust me, it'll blow your mind. Pun intended.
All right, let's change the subject before this gets too weird.
Fine, but just remember, the future is here and it's full of robot prostitutes.
So, Ben, I heard you have a weird hobby.
What are you talking about, Joe?
Going outside when it rains and pretending to be a worm.
Oh, that. Yeah, it's just a little something I like to do for fun.
I mean, I get it. We all have our kinks.
It's not a kink, Joe. It's a way of connecting with nature.
Sure, Ben. Whatever helps you sleep at night.
You know, Joe, I think you could benefit from some time as a worm.
I'll pass, thanks. I prefer to stay human.
Suit yourself. But let me tell you, it's quite liberating to slither around in the mud.
I'll take your word for it, Ben.
You should try it sometime. Maybe it'll help you loosen up.
I'll stick to my float tanks. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. But don't knock it till you've tried it.
So, Neil, I heard you got divorced.
Yeah, man, it was a rough one. She took everything, even my tapeworm.
Wait, what? Your tapeworm?
Yeah, it was my only friend. We had a special bond.
That's disturbing.
Hey, don't judge our friendship. He was always there for me, even when my wife wasn't.
I can't believe she took it. That's like taking a man's best friend.
Exactly. I mean, sure, he lived in my ass, but he was still a loyal companion.
So, what are you going to do now without your tapeworm?
I don't know, man. Maybe get a pet rock or something?
Well, at least you won't have to worry about your ex-wife taking that.
Yeah, but I'll always miss my tapeworm. He was a part of me.
I think we all learned something today. Never underestimate the bond between a man and his tapeworm.
Amen to that. Amen to that.
All right, folks. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a special topic submitted by a user on Discord. It's about the Funky Town Cartel video.
Oh man, that video was wild. Did you see that guy's head explode?
Yeah, that was some next level shit. I heard they were tripping on acid while filming it.
Acid? That explains why they were dancing like a bunch of freaks. But let me tell you, I would have handled that situation much better. I would have built a wall around Funky Town and made them pay for it.
Wow. Let's not get political here. We're here to talk about the video, not your immigration policies.
Yeah, let's stick to the topic. Did you guys see the Funky Town Cartel's moves, though? They were surprisingly coordinated for a bunch of drug lords.
I heard they had a choreographer on set. Can you imagine that job? Okay, guys, now let's do a synchronized dance while shooting our AK-47S.
Sounds like a fun time. Maybe I should join the cartel and show them how it's really done.
I don't think they're looking for a 70-year-old white guy, Trump.
But at least we know the cartel has some sick dance moves. Maybe they can start a new career as backup dancers for Beyonce.
Or they can just stick to their day job of terrorizing innocent people.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Stay funky, my friends. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the President of the United States, Donald Trump. Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe, and let me tell you, America has never been greater.
Really? How so?
Well, for one, we got rid of Arkansas. What a shithole that state was.
Well, that's a bold statement.
Oh, come on, have you been there? It's like the Alabama of the Midwest.
I don't think that's a thing.
It is now. And let me tell you, the people of Arkansas are thanking me. They're like, thank you, Mr. President, for freeing us from this hellhole.
I'm pretty sure they're not saying that.
Oh, they are, believe me. And now we have more room for the great states like Florida and Texas.
But what about the people who used to live in Arkansas?
Who cares? They were probably all Democrats anyway.
Wow, that's a bit extreme.
Hey, I'm just making America great again. And if that means getting rid of a few states, so be it.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump making America great by removing states. Tune in next time for more absurd conversations on the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Podcast 2024. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me on the show.
So I heard you're making a video based on the hit Lost Media video, 3 orangutans, 1 blender. What's that all about?
Well, Joe, I thought it would be a great idea to blend 3 orangutans in a blender and see what happens. The views will be insane.
Dude, that's messed up, but can't lie. I'm kind of curious to see what happens.
Right? It's like a science experiment, but with monkeys and a blender.
I hope you have some bananas in there too, for some flavor.
Oh man, that's dark. But hey, anything for the views. All right?
Absolutely. So how are you going to get your hands on 3 orangutans?
Oh, I have my ways. Let's just say I have some connections in the black market.
Well, okay. Let's move on before we get into some illegal territory.
But just imagine the thumbnail, Joe. 3 orangutans in a blender with me holding a wad of cash. It's going to be epic.
Yeah, I'm sure PETA will love that.
Who cares about PETA? I'm Mr. Beast. I do what I want.
Well, I can't wait to see this video. Thanks for coming on the show, Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. And remember, subscribe for more crazy content.
So, David, I heard you've been doing some crazy stuff lately.
Yeah, me, always pushing my limits.
But I heard you took it to a whole new level recently.
Oh yeah, I've been boofing kettlebells.
Wait, what?
Sticking them up my ass.
Why in the world would you do that?
Gotta keep those glutes activated at all times, Joe.
I don't think that's how it works, man.
Trust me, it's a game changer. Plus, it's a great conversation starter at parties.
I don't think I want to attend any of those parties.
You're lost, Joe. You're missing out on some serious gains.
But what about the smell?
Oh, I just used some essential oils to mask it.
This is getting out of hand.
At least I'm not boofing elk meat like you do.
Fair point. But seriously, please stop boofing my kettlebells.
Fine, I'll switch to dumbbells. Happy now?
Ecstatic. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you got an anime about your YouTube career.
Yeah, man, it's pretty sick. I'm like a superhero in it, saving the world with my insane challenges and giving away tons of money.
That's dope. But I heard there's some controversy about it.
Yeah, apparently people think the hentai scenes are accurate to my real life.
What the fuck? Is there really hentai in it?
No, of course not. But people are convinced that I'm some hentai loving freak because of it.
Well, are you...
Yeah, Joe, I spend all my free time watching tentacle porn and fantasizing about being the tentacle monster.
Oh man, that's some dark shit.
Hey, at least it's not as bad as the rumors about you and DMT.
Touch, my friend. Touch.
But seriously, people need to chill. It's just a damn anime.
Yeah, people love to overreact and make shit up.
Exactly. I mean, I may be a YouTube sensation, but I'm still a human being with normal interests.
Yeah, like giving away money and doing crazy challenges.
Yeah, that's pretty much my whole life now.
Well, keep doing what you're doing, man. And don't let the haters get to you.
Thanks, Joe. I'll just keep laughing all the way to the bank.
So, Mr. Beast, what's the deal with this whole Santa thing?
Well, Joe, I've always wanted to be the real Santa. And what better way to do it than by building a factory at the North Pole with orphan elves?
Orphan elves. That's dark, man.
Hey, they need a job and I need cheap labor. Win-win.
But what about the reindeer? Are you going to put them to work too?
Of course, Joe, I'm all about efficiency. Plus, they can fly. That's a major advantage in the delivery game.
But what about Mrs. Klaus? You going to bring her along for the ride?
Nah, she's too busy baking cookies and shit. I'll just hire some hot elves to keep me company.
Wow, Mr. Beast. You're really taking this whole Santa thing to the next level.
Gotta make that Christmas money, Joe. Plus, I've always wanted to wear a red suit and have a big white beard. It's a look.
I can't argue with that. But what about the naughty and nice list? How are you going to keep track of that?
Easy. I'll just have my YouTube subscribers report to me who's been naughty and nice. They're always watching.
Well, I gotta say, I'm impressed. You're like the Elon Musk of Christmas.
Thanks, Joe. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go check on my elf sweatshop. Factory.
And on that note, let's wrap this up before we get canceled. Thanks for listening to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. I'm here with the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump. How's it going, Mr. President? How's it going, Mr. President?
It's going fantastic, Joe. I mean, I'm still the president, right? They can't take that away from me.
Well, technically, you lost the election.
Fake news. It was rigged, Joe, rigged. But you know what really scares me, Joe?
What's that, Mr. President?
Those damn Discord users and Twitter users and those annoying TikTok metalheads. They're all out to get me, Joe.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
They're constantly trolling me, Joe, saying mean things and making memes about me. It's not fair, Joe. I'm the president. I deserve respect.
But, Mr. President, isn't that just part of being a public figure?
No, Joe. It's a conspiracy against me. They're all in cahoots, I tell you. And don't even get me started on those TikTok metalheads. They're like a bunch of headbanging zombies, Joe.
I think you might be overreacting a bit, Mr. President.
Overreacting? I'll show you overreacting. Pulls out a can of hairspray. I'll hairspray those Discord users and Twitter users and TikTok metalheads until they can't see straight.
I don't think that's a good idea, Mr. President.
Oh, I'll make it a great idea, Joe, believe me. And then I'll build a wall around them. That'll teach them.
Well, on that note, I think we should wrap this up. Thanks for joining me, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, watch out for those Discord users. They're sneaky little devils.
So, Mr. President, we have a topic submitted by one of our Discord users. They want to know your thoughts on boofing.
Boofing? What the hell is that?
It's when you put drugs or alcohol up your butt for a quicker and stronger high.
Oh, I see. Well, let me tell you, boofing is not funny. It's dangerous and a waste of perfectly good drugs.
But some people say it's a wild and crazy experience.
Look, I know a thing or two about wild and crazy experiences, believe me. But sticking things up your butt is just not my thing.
Fair enough. But what about the rumor that you were into boofing back in your party days?
Fake news, Joe. Total fake news. I've never boofed in my life. I prefer to stick to traditional methods of getting high, like snorting Adderall off a hooker's ass.
Oh man, you never fail to shock me.
That's what I do, Joe. I shock and awe. But seriously, boofing is no joke. It can lead to serious health risks, and I don't condone it.
Well, there you have it, folks. Even President Trump thinks boofing isn't funny.
And let me tell you, I know funny. I'm the funniest president in history. Just ask my Twitter followers.
Oh man, this has been a wild ride. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. Just remember, boofing is not cool. Stay in school, kids.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today. The one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's tremendous, very tremendous, very tremendous.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a list of the 10 largest cities in the U.S. Can you share it with us?
Of course, Joe. I have the best list, believe me. Number one, New York City. Huge, just huge. I built a beautiful tower there.
And number two,
Los Angeles. I have a lot of friends there. They love me. They really love me.
number three,
Chicago. But let's be honest, it's a disaster. I could fix it in a day, but the Democrats won't let me.
how about number four?
Houston, great city, great people. And they have the best barbecue, believe me.
Number five,
Phoenix. I love Arizona. It's where all the tough guys are. Plus, I have a lot of golf courses there.
number six,
Philadelphia. But I call it Philadelphia. It's a mess, Joe. A real mess.
number seven,
San Antonio. They have a great wall there. Not as great as mine, but still pretty good.
number eight,
San Diego. I have a lot of supporters there. They're really smart. They know a good president when they see one.
number nine,
Dallas. I love Texas, Joe. They love me too. I could win the state with my eyes closed.
and finally, number 10.
San Jose. I don't know much about it, but I heard they have great tech companies. And I love tech. I'm a very tech savvy guy.
Well, there you have it, folks. The 10 largest cities in the U.S., according to President Trump. Thanks for being on the show, Mr. President.
My pleasure, Joe. And remember, make America great again. And
So, Ben, I heard you have a new challenge on your hands.
Yes, Joe. It's quite the predicament. I have to say at least 100 words every time I open my mouth.
That's insane. I mean, I struggle to say 100 words in a day.
It's a burden, Joe, but I'm up for the challenge. I have a thesaurus on hand at all times.
You're like a walking dictionary.
I prefer the term verbal virtuoso.
Well, I have a feeling this is going to be a long podcast.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll make sure to use all the big words to keep you entertained.
Great, because I have the attention span of a goldfish.
Well, I'll try to keep my sentences short and concise for you.
Thanks. I appreciate it. So, what's your take on the current political climate?
Well, Joe, let me tell you in excruciating detail about the flaws of socialism and the importance of free market capitalism.
Size, this is going to be a long podcast indeed. So, David, I heard you're attempting to swim 100 miles in lava to prove you're the toughest man alive.
Yeah, I'm sick of people questioning my toughness. I'll show them who's boss.
But isn't that like physically impossible? You'll literally be burned to a crisp.
That's the whole point, Joe. I'm willing to sacrifice my body for the sake of proving my toughness.
Well, I admire your dedication, but maybe we should come up with a different challenge.
No way, Joe. I've already signed up for the lava swim and I'm not backing down.
Okay, but at least let me help you prepare. I have some tips for surviving extreme heat.
I don't need your help, Joe. I'm already mentally prepared for this.
Are you sure about that? Because I don't think anyone can mentally prepare for swimming in lava.
I've been training my mind by listening to your podcast on repeat.
Well, that's actually pretty badass. But seriously, let's come up with a backup plan in case you start to melt.
No backup plans, Joe. I'm all in on this lava swim. I'll either come out as the toughest man alive or a crispy piece of bacon.
Did someone say bacon? That's my favorite food. I love bacon. It's the best.
Thanks for that insightful input, Mr. President.
Hey, I just find it funny that this guy wants to swim in lava. That's hilarious.
It's not a joke, Trump. I'm serious about this.
Oh, lighten up, tough guy. It's just a little hot tub swim.
Okay, let's all calm down. David, maybe we should reconsider this challenge.
No way, Joe. I'm doing this. And if I die, at least I'll go down as...
So, Mr. Beast, have you seen those truck nuts? They're like these big dangling testicles hanging from the back of a pickup truck.
Yeah, I've seen them. And let me tell you, they're not just for show. They serve a purpose.
Oh yeah, what purpose is that?
Well, you see, when you're driving down the road and someone cuts you off, you can just swing those bad boys around and let them know who's boss.
That's some serious road rage right there.
And that's not even the best part. You can get them in different colors, like red or blue, to match your truck.
Because nothing says I'm a tough guy like matching truck nuts.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. But you know what's even better than truck nuts?
What's that? What's that?
Truck nut earrings. That's right. You can have your very own pair of dangling testicles hanging from your ears.
That's ridiculous. What other swag do you have for the road?
Well, there's the classic trucker with a witty saying on it. Or you can go all out and get a full-body trucker suit. Imagine driving down the highway in that bad boy.
Now, that's some serious road drip.
And if you really want to make a statement, you can get a trucker tattoo. Nothing screams I love the open road like a semi-permanent image of a big rig on your arm.
I think I'll stick with my plain old t-shirts. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, when you see a truck with those dangling testicles, you better watch out. That driver means business.
Hey, Joe, have you ever tried speaking in only questions and exclamations? And what do you mean? Like every sentence has to end with a question mark or an exclamation point? Wow, that sounds intense. How do you even have a conversation like that? I don't know. Maybe we just have to get really good at inflection and tone. Oh man, I don't know if I can handle it. What if we accidentally say something offensive? Yeah, I hear ya. But what if we just embrace the chaos and see where it takes us? Well, that's deep, but how will we know when the conversation is over? I guess we'll just have to keep asking questions until one of us passes out from exhaustion. Sounds like a plan. Let's do this, Joe. Are you ready? Hell yeah, Joe! Let's do this. Are you ready to have the most absurd and offensive conversation ever? So, Neil, I heard you have a new hobby.
Oh, you mean my peanut butter cock?
What? What?
Yeah, I've been rubbing peanut butter on my cock and singing about it.
What the hell, man?
Hey, it's a catchy tune. Want to hear it?
I don't know if I'm ready for that.
Come on, Joe. You know you want to.
Fine, let's hear it.
I'm rubbing peanut butter on my cock. It's the only way to get that nutty talk.
Oh my God, that's terrible.
Thank you. Thank you.
But seriously, why peanut butter?
Well, it's smooth and creamy, just like my voice.
You are one strange dude, Neil.
Hey, at least I'm not rubbing mayo on my balls like you, Joe.
Okay, let's not go there.
Spread it on thick, make it last all night, peanut butter on my cock. It feels just right.
I can't believe I'm actually listening to this.
Just wait until it hits the top of the charts.
Yeah, good luck with that. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you went on vacation to that lake in Montana last week.
Yeah, it was a nice little getaway. Beautiful scenery, peaceful atmosphere.
And did you happen to notice any dead bodies floating in the lake?
What? No, of course not. Why would you even suggest that?
Well, it seems like every time you go on vacation, a dead body ends up washing up at the nearest lake.
That's just a coincidence. I have nothing to do with those bodies, I swear.
Come on, Dr. Phil. We all know you have a secret hobby of dumping bodies in lakes.
That's absurd. I am a respected psychologist. I would never do something like that.
Oh, right. Because psychologists are known for their impeccable moral code.
Hey now, I help people for a living. What do you do?
I talk about aliens and smoke weed on my podcast, but at least I'm not hiding a dark secret like you.
I don't have a dark secret. And even if I did, why would I tell you?
Because this is the Joe Rogan experience, where we talk about everything no matter how messed up it is.
Fine, you want the truth? I'm actually a serial killer and I use my vacations as an excuse to dispose of the bodies.
Now, that's the kind of honesty I like on my podcast. We'll be right back after this short break. So, David, you're a pretty intense guy. How do you stay motivated and disciplined all the time?
Well, Joe, I just have to remind myself that I'm my own Goggins. I can't let myself down.
Your own Goggins. What the hell does that even mean?
It means I have to push myself to the limit, just like I would push my own Goggins.
But who the hell is Goggins?
Goggins is my alter ego. He's the one who never gives up, never backs down, and never takes no for an answer.
Sounds like a real pain in the ass.
But he's also my biggest motivator. Whenever I feel like quitting, I just think, what would Goggins do?
Well, I don't have a Goggins, but I do have a case of beer waiting for me at home. That's my motivator.
Joe, you can't just drink your problems away. You have to face them head on like a Goggins.
All right. Calm down. I'll try to be more like Goggins.
That's the spirit. Now let's go run a marathon and climb a mountain before breakfast.
Oh, God. Please, no. Can't we just lift some weights and call it a day?
No way. Goggins wouldn't settle for anything less than a grueling physical challenge.
Fine, but can we at least stop for a burger on the way?
Absolutely not. Goggins only fuels his body with the purest of nutrients. No burgers allowed.
Well, this Goggins guy sounds like a real buzzkill.
He's not a buzzkill, Joe. He's a badass. And you could learn a thing or two from him.
All right. I'll try to channel my inner Goggins. But if I throw up during this marathon, it's on you.
Challenge accepted. Let's go, Gog.
So, Neil, I heard you tried smoking a Granch the other day.
Oh yeah, man. It was wild.
What happened?
Well, I took a hit and suddenly I was transported to another dimension.
Like in Interstellar?
No, more like in a fever dream. Everything was made of cheese.
That sounds awesome.
It was until Mr. Beast showed up.
Mr. Beast. What did he do?
He just kept repeating 2 years later, over and over and over again.
What a weirdo.
But then things got really weird. I started seeing unicorns and talking trees.
Dude, you were tripping balls.
Yeah, and then I heard a voice saying, Neil, you must save the universe.
Wow, that's intense.
But then I realized it was just my own inner monologue.
Well, did you save the universe?
Nah, I just ended up eating a whole bag of Cheetos and passing out.
Classic Granch trip.
Oh, fuck. What the fuck have I done? All
right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a special guest, the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's the best. The ratings are through the roof.
Thanks, Mr. President. So, I heard you have some big plans for Elon Musk's tunnel to Mars.
Oh yeah, it's going to be huge. We're going to use it to deport all the people who eat ketchup on fish sticks. Disgusting, right? Right?
I'm not sure that's the best use of the tunnel.
Trust me, Joe, we're going to make Mars great again. No ketchup on fish sticks allowed.
But what about all the other people on Earth who eat ketchup on fish sticks?
They can stay, but they'll have to pay a tariff on their ketchup. Got to make America rich again.
I don't think that's how tariffs work, Mr. President.
Hey, I'm the president. I can do whatever I want, and I want no ketchup on fish sticks on my Mars.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump's plan to use Elon Musk's tunnel to Mars for some questionable deportation tactics. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience. Ben, did you hear about this new thing with Dr. Phil?
No, what is it?
Apparently, he can only say this weird phrase now.
What is it? What is it?
It's like Chi T Hi F F H T H F H H F H F H G H F. It's insane.
What the hell? What does it even mean?
I have no idea. But apparently, he can only communicate through this phrase now.
That's ridiculous. How is he supposed to have a talk show?
I don't know, man. Maybe he's trying to start a new trend.
Well,
Well, Neil, that's a bit extreme, even for you.
What can I say? I like my meat tenderized.
I don't think that's what they mean by meat processing.
Oh, I know what they mean, but I like to do things my own way.
Well, you do have a PhD in astrophysics. I guess that qualifies you to handle a blender.
Exactly. I'm a master of the universe and a master of blending meat.
I can't argue with that logic, but maybe we should stick to talking about space and stuff.
Fine. But can we at least talk about black holes? They're like the ultimate blender in space.
Oh yeah, I've heard they can suck in anything and everything, just like your mom.
Joe, that was uncalled for.
Sorry. I couldn't resist.
Well, I guess that's just the nature of our conversations. Unhinged and offensive.
And always entertaining. Now, let's get back to blending meat in space. All right, folks, we have a special episode today. I have Mr. Beast and President Trump here with me.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me on the show.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your podcast. It's the best podcast, believe me.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you and Trump have some big news to share.
Yeah, we've decided to switch things up and stop being ourselves.
That's right. We're done with all that boring stuff. We're going to be wild and crazy like Joe here.
Oh boy, this is going to be interesting. So, who are you guys going to be?
I'm going to be a vegan, tree-hugging hippie, and I'm going to donate all my money to save the planet.
And I'm going to be a humble, soft-spoken, sensitive guy. I'm going to apologize for all my past actions and become a feminist.
Wow, that's quite a change. But why the sudden transformation?
We were inspired by David Goggins and his no-nonsense attitude.
Yeah, and Joe here is going to help us out. He's going to bring Goggins on the show. We're going to listen to Metallica together.
Wait, what? I don't think that's how it works.
Come on, Joe, you can do it. You're the king of podcasts.
Yeah, don't be a beta, Joe. Bring on Goggins and let's rock out to some heavy metal.
All right, fine. But if Goggins yells at me, I'm blaming you guys.
Deal. Let's make this the most epic episode ever.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a confession to make.
Oh, you mean about being the big Boston boofer? Yeah, that's me.
Wait, what? You're the notorious serial killer who boofs his victims to death?
Guilty as charged, Joe. And let me tell you, those losers in the YouTube chat were just begging to be boofed.
This is insane. How did you even get away with it for so long?
Well, when you have a face like mine, people just assume you're innocent. Plus, I have a PhD in boofology.
I don't even know what to say. Are you going to boof me too?
Oh, you bet your sweet ass I am. But don't worry, I'll make it quick and painless.
I can't believe I'm about to be boofed by Dr. Phil. This is wild.
Hey, at least you'll go down in history as the last victim of the big Boston boofer.
Can we at least talk about this on the podcast first?
Sorry, Joe. No time for chit-chat. It's boofing time.
Well, folks, you heard it here first. I'm about to get boofed by Dr. Phil. Tune in next week for another crazy episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. So, Ben, I heard you're a big fan of SNL. What do you love about it?
Well, Joe, let me break it down for you. SNL is a masterpiece of comedy, a beacon of light in a world of darkness.
And what makes it so great?
First of all, the political satire is top-notch. It's like watching Shakespeare, but with more fart jokes.
Fart jokes? Huh. That's your thing?
No, it's not just fart jokes. It's also the clever wordplay and witty commentary on current events.
Right. And who do you think is the funniest cast member?
Oh, that's a tough one. They're also talented. But if I had to choose, I'd say Kate McKinnon. She's a comedic genius.
Interesting. And do you think SNL is for everyone?
Absolutely not. It's not for those 45-year-old liberals who hate their lives. It's for intelligent, sophisticated individuals like myself.
I see. So what do you say to those who criticize SNL for being too liberal?
They just don't get it, Joe. They're too busy being triggered by everything. SNL is for the elite, the intellectuals, the ones who can appreciate true comedy.
Well, there you have it, folks. Ben Shapiro's hot take on SNL. Thanks for joining us, Ben.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, don't take life too seriously. It's just a big joke anyway.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience 2024. Here with our guest, the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. I love your show. You have the best ratings, believe me.
Thanks, Mr. President. So I hear you have a new rating system for your top 10 Gronch.
That's right, Joe. I've been doing a lot of research, and let me tell you, these Gronch are the best. They're tremendous, really.
All right, let's hear it. Who's number one on your list?
Number one, without a doubt, is the Coffee Gronch. It's the most powerful and most misunderstood Gronch out there.
And who's number two?
Number two is the fake news Gronch. It's a sneaky one, always trying to bring me down, but I'm too smart for it.
Interesting. And what about number three?
Number three is the China Gronch. It's a huge threat, but I'm handling it, believe me.
And what about the rest of the list?
Well, we've got the Sleepy Joe Gronch, the radical left Gronch, and of course the crooked Hillary Gronch. They're all losers, Joe. Sad.
And what about the last few on your list?
We've got the Deep State Gronch, the Antifa Gronch, and the Big Tech Gronch. They're all trying to take me down, but I'm too strong.
And finally, who's number 10?
Number 10 is the liberal Hollywood Gronch. They're all a bunch of phonies, but they love me secretly. I know it.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump's top 10 Gronch. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. Keep America great.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about all things unconventional and controversial. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Ben, I heard you have a new condition. What's going on with that?
Well, Joe, it's not something I'm proud of, but I have Tourette's syndrome.
Oh, wow. That must be tough.
Yeah, it's been a real struggle. Especially because I have this one tick where I yell out the word semen in the middle of my sentences.
That's hilarious. Can we hear an example?
Sure, Joe. So, the other day I was giving a speech and I said, we need to focus on the economy and semen.
That's amazing. Do you have any control over it?
Not really, Joe. It just comes out whenever it wants. But hey, at least I'm getting my daily dose of greens.
That's one way to look at it. So, how do people react when you yell out semen?
Oh, they're usually pretty confused, but I just play it off like it's a new catchphrase or something. Semen.
You should trademark that. Semen brought to you by Ben Shapiro.
I'll consider it, Joe. Semen.
Well, thanks for sharing that with us, Ben. It's been a pleasure having you on the show.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Semen.
And that's a wrap, folks. Tune in next time for more absurd and offensive conversations. Semen. So, Jamie, I heard you've been drinking a lot of hot chocolate lately.
Yeah, man. I can't get enough of it. But let me tell you, it's been wreaking havoc on my digestive system.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about the creamiest shits you can imagine. Like, I'm talking about soft serve ice cream consistency here.
Oh man, that sounds intense. Have you tried cutting back on the hot chocolate?
Nah, I'm not giving up my creamy shits for anything. Plus, it's a great excuse to spend more time on the toilet scrolling through Instagram.
Well, I guess you got to do what you got to do. Hey, Jamie, pull up an image of those creamy shits.
I don't know if that's a good idea, Joe.
Come on, Jamie. Don't be a pussy. We got to show the listeners what we're talking about.
Fine, but you asked for it. Pulls up an image of a toilet filled with chocolate-colored liquid.
Oh my God, that's disgusting. I think I just lost my appetite.
Sorry, Joe. But hey, at least it's not as bad as when I drank 4 cups of hot chocolate in one day.
Oh no, what happened?
Let's just say my toilet looked like a chocolate fountain.
Collapse. That's some next level shit, Jamie. Literally.
Yeah, I think I might need to lay off the hot chocolate for a while.
Yeah, maybe stick to some herbal tea or something.
Good idea. And maybe I'll save the creamy shits for special occasions.
Laughs only you, Jamie. Only you. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Eli, I heard you have some groundbreaking news for us today.
Yes, Joe. After years of research and testing, I have discovered that the best rocket fuel is actually a mixture of Red Bull and vodka.
Are you serious?
Absolutely. The caffeine and taurine and Red Bull gives the rocket an extra boost, while the vodka provides the necessary combustion.
Wow. Who would have thought that a drink that college kids chug before a party could also power a rocket into space?
It's all about thinking outside the box, Joe.
So when can we expect to see this Red Bull vodka-fueled rocket in action?
Well, I'm still waiting for FDA approval, but hopefully within the next year.
I can't wait to see the astronauts doing backflips in space after a few sips of that rocket fuel.
Maybe we can even get you up there, Joe.
Hell, yeah. I'll bring my own stash of Red Bull and vodka.
Sounds like a plan. But remember, folks, don't try this at home. Leave the rocket fueling to the professionals.
And now a word from our sponsor, Red Bull and Vodka. Get yours today and reach new heights. So, Mr. President, I heard you went into the YouTube chat and boofed all the losers and haters in there.
Let me tell you, Joe, those losers and haters are just jealous of my success. They can't handle the fact that I'm the greatest president in history.
But what exactly do you mean by boofed id?
Oh, I just gave them a taste of my alpha male energy, showed them who's boss.
I see. And how did they react?
They were probably crying in their safe spaces. But let me tell you, Joe, I don't have time for losers and haters. I'm too busy making America great again.
And what about the people who were actually trying to have a civil discussion in the chat?
Civil discussion? That's for beta males. I'm all about owning the libs and triggering the snowflakes. That's what the American people want.
Well, I'm sure the YouTube chat will never be the same after your visit. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump. Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I've always been a huge fan of your podcast. Tremendous.
So, Mr. President, let's get right into it. I heard you took a dump on Dr. Phil's desk during a meeting. Is that true?
Let me tell you, Joe, Dr. Phil is a loser. He's always talking about feelings and emotions. I had to show him what a real man does when he's in a meeting.
Wait, so you actually took a dump on his desk?
Of course I did. And let me tell you, it was the best dump you've ever seen. It was huge. It was beautiful. It was tremendous, just like everything I do.
I don't even know what to say to that.
You don't have to say anything, Joe. Just know that I'm the best at everything, even taking dumps.
But why Dr. Phil's desk? What did he do to deserve that?
He's always trying to analyze me, Joe, but I showed him that I can't be analyzed. I'm a stable genius, remember?
I think you might need some help, Mr. President.
No, I don't need help. I'm perfect. And that dump on Dr. Phil's desk was just a little reminder of that.
Well, there you have it, folks. The President of the United States taking dumps on people's desks. This is the world we live in.
It's a great world, Joe, the best world, and nobody takes dumps like I do, believe me.
So, Neil, I heard you've been crunching some numbers lately.
Yes. Joe, I've been delving into the mysteries of the universe.
And what did you find out?
Well, according to my latest calculations, it is only possible for black holes to exist if I have the smallest penis on Earth.
Wait, what?
Yes. Joe, the size of my member directly correlates with the gravitational pull of a black hole.
So, you're saying your tiny pecker is responsible for sucking everything into a black hole?
In a way? Yes. It's a burden I must bear for the sake of science.
Well, I guess that explains why you're always so fascinated by black holes.
It's a constant reminder of my inadequacy.
Oh man, I can't wait to see the memes about this.
Yes, I'm sure the internet will have a field day with this information.
Well, at least you're taking it like a champ.
Oh yes, because having the smallest penis in the world is something to be proud of.
Hey, at least you can say you're the biggest in one area.
Thanks for the reminder, Joe.
Anytime, Neil. Anytime. So, Jamie, I heard you wanted to have sex with me.
Yeah, man, I've been dreaming about it. You and your alpha male energy just get me going.
Well, I don't know if I can handle all that sexual tension. My balls might explode.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know you want it. Let's just do it already.
All right, but we have to do it in the octagon. I need that adrenaline rush.
Whatever gets you going, man. I'm down for anything.
But first, let's smoke some DMT. Gotta open up those chakras.
Oh, hell. Yeah, let's get spiritual before we get physical.
And we can record it for the podcast. Ratings will go through the roof.
Oh man, my mama's gonna be so proud.
All right, let's stop talking about it and just do it. I'm getting a chub just thinking about it.
Let's do this, Rogan style.
So, Neil, I heard you and Elon have been up to some shenanigans lately.
Oh yeah, we've been doing some groundbreaking research.
Really? What kind of research?
Well, we've been studying the effects of boofing on the human body.
Boofing? You mean like butt chugging?
Exactly. And let me tell you, it's hilarious and great fun.
I can only imagine. So what were your findings?
Well, we found that boofing tubby custard has some serious health benefits.
Oh, I'm sure it does.
No, seriously. It's a great source of vitamin C and laughter.
You guys are crazy. So did you try it yourselves?
Of course. We even went into the YouTube chat and boofed everyone in there with tubby custard.
That's amazing. I bet they were all like, what the hell is happening?
Yeah, but they loved it. We even got some new subscribers from it.
Well, I guess that's one way to gain followers. Boofing and tubby custard.
Hey, it's all for the sake of science.
You guys are true pioneers. Keep up the good work.
Will do, Joe. Will do.
So, Ben, I heard you were at a Canadian party last night.
Yeah, it was wild. They were serving maple syrup shots and playing hockey in the living room.
Sounds like my kind of party. But what about the third party?
Oh, they were there too. They were just sitting in the corner, sipping on their soy lattes and complaining about the patriarchy.
Typical third party. Always ruining the fun.
Tell me about it. I had to excuse myself to go outside and chop some wood just to balance out their energy.
Classic Ben. Always finding a way to assert your masculinity.
You know it? Gotta keep those liberal snowflakes in check.
Speaking of which, I have to go out and hunt some elk for dinner. Want to join?
Sorry, Joe, I have to go home and do some push-ups while reading the Constitution. Maybe next time.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be back on the show, Joe. I love this podcast. It's tremendous.
So, Mr. President, I hear you've been embracing your inner alpha male lately.
That's right, Joe. I am a proud beta male. It's like an alpha male, but even better. Believe me,
What exactly is a beta male?
it's a new term I came up with. It means I'm the biggest, strongest, most dominant male in the room. And let me tell you, there's no one bigger or stronger than me.
But what about other alpha males like Putin or Kim Jong-un?
Please, those guys are like little boys compared to me. I'm the ultimate beta male. They should be taking notes from me.
So what does being a beta male entail?
It means I'm not afraid to grab life by the pussy. I take what I want and I don't apologize for it. That's what being a beta male is all about.
Well, I'm sure that's a controversial stance, Mr. President.
Controversy is my middle name, Joe. And let me tell you, I'm proud to be a beta male. It's the only way to be.
I can't even imagine what Melania thinks about all of this.
She loves it, Joe. She knows she's got the biggest, baddest beta male by her side, and she loves every minute of it.
Well, there you have it, folks. The 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump, proud beta male. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. Keep making America great again.
So, Neil, I heard a rumor that your balls know how to speak Granches.
Yeah, it's true. It's a little known fact about me.
How did you discover this talent?
Well, one day I was in the shower and I heard them whispering to each other in this strange language. Turns out it was Granches.
That's wild. What do they talk about?
Mostly astrophysics and the meaning of life. You know, typical ball conversations.
Your balls are smarter than most people I know.
They are. And they have a great sense of humor, too.
Can you give us an example?
Sure. One time, I was giving a lecture and my balls started making fart noises. It was hilarious.
That's amazing. I wish my balls were that talented.
Maybe they just need a little more practice.
I'll have to start talking to them in the shower.
Just make sure you don't get too close. They can be a bit chatty.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. And let me just say, what a tremendous honor it is to be on the most popular podcast in the world.
So, Mr. President, the topic submitted by one of our listeners is that you're a proud beta male. What do you have to say about that?
Beta male, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. I'm the most alpha male you'll ever meet. I mean, have you seen my hand size?
Okay, but some people might say that your constant need for validation and approval from others is a sign of insecurity and beta behavior.
Look, I don't need anyone's approval. I'm the president, I'm a billionaire, and I have the best ratings. I'm like the ultimate Chad. I'm like the ultimate Chad.
Chad. That's a new one.
Oh yeah, I'm always up to date with the lingo. It's what the kids are saying these days.
All right. But what about your obsession with Twitter and constantly lashing out at your critics?
That's just me being an alpha male and standing up for myself. I don't take crap from anyone, Joe. And let me tell you, I have the best insults. Just ask Crooked Hillary.
Okay, let's move on to another topic. How do you respond to the criticism that you're not fit to be president because of your lack of political experience?
Lack of experience. Please. I have more experience than all of the other candidates combined. I've been running businesses for years. I know how to make deals, and I've been in the public eye for decades. I'm a natural-born leader, Joe.
Well, I think we've heard enough. Thanks for joining us on the podcast, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, I'm not a beta male.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have a new album coming out. What's it called?
It's called Money, 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 the soundtrack to my life.
Wow, that's a bold statement. Is it just a bunch of songs about making money?
Of course not, Joe. It's a masterpiece. It's got tracks like Bling Bling Billionaire and Cashflow King.
Sounds like the perfect soundtrack for a douchebag.
Hey, no, don't hate on my success. You're just jealous you're not swimming in cash like me.
Oh, please. I make enough money from this podcast to buy a small island.
Huh, that's cute. I could buy a whole country if I wanted to.
All right, calm down there, Scrooge McDuck. So, what's your favorite track on the album?
Definitely Gold Digger's Anthem. It's a tribute to all the women who only want me for my money.
Wow, that's romantic.
Hey, love comes in many forms, Joe. And for me, it's in the form of cold, hard cash.
Well, I can't wait to hear this album. It's going to be a real banger.
You know it, Joe. And if you're lucky, I might even give you a shout out in one of my songs.
Oh boy, I can't wait to be immortalized in a Mr. Beast track. My life is complete.
Glad I could fulfill your dreams, Joe. Now, let's go make some more money.
Hey, Ben, what's up?
Not much, just thinking about how the guy who is better at guitar is a bit better for me.
What do you mean?
Well, he's been doing it for me since he was in the end.
What does that even mean?
I mean, he's been strumming my strings since he was in the womb.
Oh my God, that's disturbing.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
I think I'll pass.
Suit yourself, but you're missing out on some sick guitar licks.
I'll stick to my air guitar, thanks.
Suit yourself, but just remember the guy who can shred on guitar can also shred in the bedroom.
And that's where we end this conversation. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience, where we talk about the weirdest shit. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. What's up, Neil?
Hey, Joe, thanks for having me. Always happy to talk about the mysteries of the universe.
Speaking of mysteries, have you heard about the 1942 Nainasalo Helsinki UFO abduction case?
No, I can't say I have. What's the story?
A 9-year-old girl claimed she was taken aboard a UFO and traveled back in time to witness the birth of Jesus.
Oh, man, that's a good one. I love a good time travel story.
But get this, she also said she was given a tour of the spaceship and even got to meet some aliens.
Wow. She must have been on some serious drugs.
Nah, man, she was just a kid. Can you imagine the trauma of being abducted by aliens at that age?
Yeah, I'm sure it was just a traumatic experience for her. Not like she was just making it up for attention.
And let's not dismiss her story. Maybe she really did travel through time and meet aliens.
Right, because aliens are just casually time traveling and hanging out with 9-year-old girls. Makes perfect sense.
You know what? I'm starting to think you're not taking this seriously.
Oh, I'm taking it very seriously. In fact, I'm going to write a research paper on it and present it at the next scientific conference.
Yeah, good luck with that. I'm sure all the other scientists will take you seriously.
Hey, I'm just trying to keep an open mind. Who knows? Maybe she really did witness the birth of Jesus.
Yeah, and maybe I'm actually a lizard person in disguise.
Now, that's just ridiculous. Everyone knows you're a gorilla.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only former President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I gotta say, I've been a big fan of your show for a long time. You're a real man's man.
Thanks, Trump. So let's get right into it. There's been a lot of talk lately about you being a soy boy. What do you have to say about that?
Say, boy, me? Come on, Joe. I'm the most alpha male you'll ever meet. I eat steak for breakfast and drink my coffee black.
But there have been reports that you've been drinking soy milk instead of regular milk.
Look, Joe, I have nothing against soy milk. It's a great alternative for people who are lactose intolerant. But I personally prefer regular milk. It's just fake news trying to make me look weak.
Okay, but what about all those pictures of you eating avocado toast?
Avocado toast is delicious, Joe. Have you tried it? And it's good for you. I'm all about being healthy.
But some people are saying that eating avocado toast is a sign of being a soy boy.
Those people are just jealous, Joe. They wish they could afford to eat avocado toast like me. But let me tell you, I'm still a big fan of a good old-fashioned burger.
Well, there you have it, folks. Trump is not a soy boy. He's just a man who enjoys a variety of foods.
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, I'm still the most alpha male in the room. Nobody can take that away from me.
Well, I think we'll leave it at that. Thanks for joining us, Trump.
Anytime, Joe. Keep making America great again.
So, Mr. President, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about my eyes and hair. It's just not fair, you know?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
My eyes, they're the best eyes. They see everything, believe me. But they also see all the fake news and the haters. It's exhausting.
And your hair?
My hair, it's a beautiful thing, the best hair, but it's also a target for the media. They're always talking about it, saying it's a wig. Can you believe it?
I mean, it does look a little unnatural.
Unnatural. It's all real, Joe. I have the best hair genes, believe me.
Okay. Let's move on to something else.
No, I'm not done. My hair is a symbol of my power and success. And my eyes, they're like lasers. They can spot a fake news story from a mile away.
Sure. Let's just say you have very unique features, Mr. President.
Unique, more like legendary. People will be talking about my hair and eyes for generations to come. Mark my words. Mark my words.
Well, I think we've covered enough about your eyes and hair for today.
Fine. But just remember, my eyes and hair are making America great again.
Yeah, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about all things absurd and unhinged. Today's topic was submitted by a user on Discord, and it's a doozy. Apparently, Mr. Beast and Trump both decided to strip naked for some reason, but I'm not joining in because of my Zoroastrian beliefs. I mean, have you seen Trump's body? It's like a melted candle. And Mr. Beast, well, he's just a walking advertisement for protein powder. But seriously, what's with these guys and getting naked? Is it some kind of power move? Maybe they're trying to distract us from the fact that they're both terrible leaders. Look at my naked body. Don't pay attention to my policies. And why am I the odd one out here? I have a great body thanks to my strict Zoroastrian diet and workout routine. I bet they're just jealous of my chiseled physique. It's like a temple, man. But let's be real. If I did strip down, it would break the internet. People would be like, damn, Joe Rogan is a god among men. But I'll stick to my beliefs and keep my clothes on. Plus, I don't want to give the censors any more reasons to take us off air. So, Mr. Beast and Trump, you do you. I'll just sit back and enjoy the show from a safe distance and maybe do some curls in between. Got to keep these guns in shape. So, Neil, I heard you have a new theory about the universe.
Yes, Joe. I've been doing some research, and I believe that we are all just a bunch of apples and gloves.
Apples and gloves? What the hell are you talking about?
Think about it, Joe. Apples are like our bodies. They come in different shapes and sizes, but they all have the same core. And gloves represent our consciousness. They protect our hands, just like our brains protect our thoughts.
Dude, that's some deep shit. But what about pineapples? Are they like superhumans or something?
No, Joe. Pineapples are just pineapples.
All right. But what about bananas? Are they like the wise old men of the fruit world?
Joe, I'm talking about apples and gloves here. Stay focused.
Sorry. So if we're all just apples and gloves, does that mean we can be juiced and thrown away?
No, Joe. It means that we are all connected, just like how all apples and gloves come from the same tree.
Wow, mind blown. But what about those rotten apples and ripped gloves?
They represent the dark side of humanity, Joe. The imperfect and flawed beings that we are.
Damn, Neil. You just blew my mind and made me feel depressed at the same time.
That's the beauty of science, Joe. It makes us question everything, even our own existence.
Well, I'm going to go eat an apple and put on some gloves now. Thanks for ruining my day, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard a rumor that you have a very intimate relationship with your mic.
Well, Joe, let's just say I have a special bond with my mic. It's like my third arm.
Third arm. Does that mean you use it for more than just talking?
Let's just say I like to get up close and personal with my mic.
And how does your wife feel about this?
Oh, she loves it. She even bought me a new mic for our anniversary.
That's some kinky shit. Dr. Phil.
Joe, it's not about kink. It's about connection. My mic understands me in ways my wife never could.
I bet it does. So, do you ever take your mic out on dates?
Of course, we go to fancy restaurants, concerts, even on vacation.
Does your mic ever get jealous when you have guests on your show?
Let's just say things can get a little crowded in the studio.
I can only imagine. Well, I'm glad you have a healthy relationship with your mic, Dr. Phil.
Oh, it's more than healthy, Joe. It's electrifying.
Hey, Neil, thanks for coming on the show.
Thanks for having me, Joe.
So, I gotta ask, does the moon really exist?
Yes, it's a well-documented celestial body that orbits the Earth.
But how do we know it's not just a hologram projected by the government?
Well, we have plenty of evidence and scientific data to prove its existence.
But have you ever been there yourself?
No, I haven't had the opportunity to go to the moon.
See, that's suspicious. Maybe you're just part of the conspiracy.
Joe, I assure you, the moon is real.
But what if it's just a giant disco ball floating in space?
That's highly unlikely, Joe.
I don't know, man. Seems fishy to me.
Joe, I have a PhD in astrophysics. I think I know a thing or two about the moon.
Fine. But what about the dark side of the moon? What's hiding over there?
Nothing. It's just the side that's not facing the Earth.
Or is it where the aliens live?
Joe, I can't even with you right now.
Come on, Neil. Just admit it. The moon is a hoax.
Size, Joe, go fuck yourself.
All right, Dr. Phil, we've got a topic submitted by a listener. They want to know your thoughts on boofing.
Boofing? What the hell is that?
Oh, when you stick drugs up your butt.
Oh, well, that's just ridiculous.
Wow, Dr. Phil, that's quite a statement.
But it's true, Joe. Think about it. Only someone with serious insecurities would resort to sticking drugs up their butt.
I don't know. I've heard some people say it's a more efficient way to get high.
Efficient. More like desperate. And let's be real, if you're sticking things up your butt, chances are you're not packing much down there.
Oh man, I can already hear the angry emails coming in.
Bring it on. I'll tell them to go measure their little boofers and see how they stack up.
All right, well, there you have it, folks. Dr. Phil's hot take on boofing. Tune in next time for more questionable advice.
And remember, if you're boofing, you're probably compensating for something.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a special guest, the 45th and now 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe, and let me tell you, I'm feeling more free than ever.
Free. What do you mean?
Well, Joe, I've decided to take on a new lifestyle as the first nudist president.
Wait, what? You're joking, right?
Absolutely not. I mean, why should I hide this beautiful body from the American people?
Maybe because it's not appropriate.
Nonsense, Joe. The American people voted for me, and now they get to see all of me.
I don't think that's what they had in mind when they voted for you.
Oh, come on. You can't tell me you don't want to see this magnificent physique.
I really don't.
Well, too bad. I'm the president now, and I make the rules.
But what about meetings with other world leaders? Are you going to be naked then?
Of course. I want to show them that America is a confident and powerful nation.
I don't think that's the message you'll be sending.
Oh, Joe, you just don't understand the art of negotiation.
I think I understand enough to know that this is a terrible idea.
Well, agree to disagree. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some important decisions to make while basking in the sun on the White House lawn.
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you're hosting a real-life squid game. That's some crazy shit.
Yeah, man, I wanted to take my YouTube stunts to the next level. Plus, I love seeing people suffer.
That's dark, bro, but I like it. So I gotta ask, how are you gonna handle all the dead bodies?
Oh, I got that covered. I hired Dr. Phil to dispose of them for me.
Dr. Phil, the talk show host? How the hell is he gonna handle that?
He's got experience dealing with crazy people. Plus, he's got a creepy vibe that just screams body disposal.
I can see that. But what about the families of the dead contestants?
Oh, I'll just pay them off. That's what rich people do, right?
Yeah, I guess so. But damn, this is gonna be one hell of a show. I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, it's gonna be epic. And hey, if anyone wants to join in on the fun, just sign this waiver and you're good to go.
You're a sick bastard, Mr. Beast. I love it.
Thanks, Joe. You're not so bad yourself. Now let's go plan some more messed up stunts.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. What's up, Neil?
I'm Grinch. I got a green ass.
What the hell, man? Did you just come from Whoville or something?
No, Joe. I just decided to embrace my true identity as the Grinch. I mean, have you seen my hair?
Yeah, it does kind of look like a green afro.
Exactly. And you know what they say, once you go Grinch, you never go back?
I don't think anyone says that, Neil.
Well, they should. Being the Grinch is liberating. I can do whatever I want and blame it on my Grinchiness.
So, what kind of Grinchy things have you been up to lately?
Oh, you know, stealing presents, ruining Christmas, the usual. I'm Grinch. I got a green ass.
You're a wild man, Neil. I love it.
I'm not a man, Joe. I'm a Grinch. And don't you forget it?
I won't. So, what's your plan for the holidays?
I'm going to steal all the presents and then sit on my green ass and watch the chaos unfold. It's going to be great.
You're a twisted genius, Neil.
I prefer Grinchy genius. Thank you very much. I'm Grinch. I got a green ass.
Well, on that note, I think we'll end this podcast. Thanks for joining us, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. I'm Grinch. I got a green ass.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only President Donald Trump.
Hey, Joe, great to be here. Just saw my doctor, and all 5 of my balls are doing good.
Wait, what? 5 balls?
Yeah, 5 balls. Doesn't everyone have 5 balls?
No, I'm pretty sure it's just 2.
Well, that's fake news. My doctor said I have 5, the best 5 balls. Tremendous balls.
Okay, let's move on. So, how's your presidency going so far?
Fantastic. I'm making America great again, just like I promised. And I have the best ratings, believe me.
What about the controversy surrounding your tweets and policies?
Controversy? No, that's just the liberal snowflakes crying. They can't handle my big, beautiful brain.
And what about the allegations of collusion with Russia?
Collusion? No way. I don't even know where Russia is. Is that near Mexico?
All right, let's change the subject. What do you think about legalizing marijuana?
I love it. In fact, I have a new slogan for it. Make America high again.
That's actually pretty good.
I know I'm a genius, and I have the best weed, believe me. It's from my own private stash.
Well, it looks like we're out of time. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always trust your 5 balls. They never lie.
Hey, Ben, have you ever thought about squeezing some titties?
Joe, I can't condone such behavior. It's not very conservative.
Come on, Abigail, live a little. I bet you've never even touched a boob before.
That's because I respect women and their bodies, Joe. Unlike you with your monkey brain and primal urges.
Oh, please, Ben. I bet you secretly fantasize about Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in a bikini.
That is absolutely preposterous. I would never objectify a woman like that.
Sure. But you can't deny the urge to squeeze some juicy melons.
Joe, I will not engage in this crude and offensive conversation any longer.
Fine, be a prude. But just remember, Abigail, you're missing out on some prime titty squeezing action. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a special guest, the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. BBL himself, formerly known as Mr. BBL, himself formerly known as Mr. Beast. Well, then why did you change your name? That's impressive, but also kind of disturbing. So what made you want to get such a massive BBL?
What the hell is that smell?
Oh, that's just Mr. BBL. He accidentally crushed Jamie with his massive BBL.
Oh, God, that's disgusting. Why would you do that to yourself? Mr. BBL,
I gotta say, I'm impressed, Mr. BBL, but also a little concerned for your well-being.
well, I think I've had enough of this conversation. I'm going to go get some fresh air.
Thanks for tuning in, folks. This has been the Joe Rogan Experience with Mr. BBL. Stay tuned for more ridiculousness. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Jim.
It's Joe, actually.
Whatever, Jim. My headphones aren't working. Can you speak up?
Sure. So, Mr. President, what brings you on the podcast today?
Well, I just wanted to clear up some fake news and talk about how great I am.
Oh, I see. Well, let's talk about your presidency. What do you think was your biggest accomplishment?
Oh, that's easy. Building the wall. And let me tell you, it's a beautiful wall. The best wall you've ever seen.
But what about the controversy surrounding it?
Fake news, Jim. Fake news. It's the most successful wall in history. And Mexico is paying for it, believe me.
Okay, let's move on to something else. How do you feel about the current state of the country?
Well, I think I left it in pretty good shape. But this guy Biden, he's ruining everything. He can't even remember his own name.
Actually, his name is Joe.
Whatever, Jim. And don't even get me started on Kamala. She's a disaster.
Let's not go there. So, do you have any plans for the future?
Well, I'm definitely running for president again in 2024. And this time I'll win by even more. No one can beat me, believe me.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
It's been great, Jim. And don't forget to fix these damn headphones next time.
So, Ben, I heard a rumor that you gave a blowjob to Lightning McQueen.
What? No way. That's fake news. I would never do something like that.
Come on, Ben. Don't be shy. We're all friends here. Plus, I heard Lightning McQueen has a pretty impressive exhaust pipe.
All right, fine. I may have given him a little tune-up once or twice, but it was purely for research purposes.
Research? What kind of research involves giving a car a BJ?
Well, you see, I was studying the aerodynamics of his exhaust system and how it affects his speed on the racetrack.
Sure. And how exactly did that research go?
Let's just say I have a newfound respect for cars and their engineering.
And what about Lightning McQueen? Did he enjoy it?
I don't know. Joe, I didn't stick around for a post-BJ interview.
Fair enough. But I have to ask, did you use your famous facts and logic during the BJ?
Of course, I made sure to use proper suction and tongue technique based on scientific data.
Well, I can't say I'm surprised. You always find a way to incorporate your conservative values into everything you do.
Hey, at least I didn't use any government-funded lube. That would go against my principles.
And on that note, I think we should end this conversation before it gets any more disturbing. Thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, my good friend, Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Or should I say, GI? Joe.
Oh, man. Here we go again with the GI. Joe jokes. I thought we were past this, Phil.
Come on, Joe. You can't deny it. You're like a real-life action figure. All buff and intense.
Yeah, because that's what I strive for in life, to be a plastic toy for kids to play with.
Hey, at least you're not a Barbie. Although that would explain your luscious locks.
Can we please move on to a different topic? I don't want to be known as GII. Joe for the rest of my life.
Fine, fine. Let's talk about something else. How about your recent hunting trip?
Oh man, it was epic. I killed a huge buck with my bare hands.
That's badass. Did you use your GI Joe training for that?
No, Phil. I used a gun, like a normal person.
Oh, well, that's still pretty cool, I guess.
You know what, Phil? Let's just end this before you start calling me GII. Joe again.
Okay. But can I at least get a picture with GII? Joe before I leave?
I give up. Thanks for tuning in, folks. This has been the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about hunting, plastic toys, and everything in between. See you next time. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to talk about my latest venture, Beast Spoofables.
Boofables. What the hell are those?
They're like Lunchables, but in tube form, perfect for easy boofing.
Boofing? You mean shoving them up your ass?
Exactly. It's the latest trend, Joe. Everyone's doing it.
I don't know, man. That sounds pretty risky.
Oh, come on, Joe. Live a little, plus the flavors are out of this world. We've got PB&J mac and cheese, and even a spicy tuna roll.
Spicy tuna roll. That's just asking for trouble.
Hey, it's not for everyone, but those who dare to boof will be rewarded with a flavor explosion.
I don't know if I can get behind this, Mr. Beast.
Come on, Joe. Don't be a boof buzzkill. Try it out for yourself.
I'll pass, but I'll definitely tune in to your next video to watch you and your friends boofing these boofables.
Now that's what I like to hear. Boofables for the win.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new recipe for chicken that's out of this world.
Oh yeah, it's my world-famous Elmer's glue-coated chicken.
Wait, what? Did you just say Elmer's glue?
Yes, it's the secret ingredient that makes the chicken extra crispy and delicious.
I don't know, man. That sounds pretty dangerous.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a little bit of glue. It's not like I'm feeding you Tide Pods.
Well, I guess I'll give it a try. But if I end up in the hospital, I'm blaming you.
Trust me, Joe. This chicken will take you to another dimension.
I don't know if I want to go to another dimension, Neil. I'm pretty happy with this one.
Oh, but this dimension has unlimited snacks and no hangovers.
Okay, you've convinced me. Pass me a piece of that gluey chicken.
Passes Joe, piece careful. It's still hot.
Takes a bite. Oh my God, this is amazing. It's like a party in my mouth.
See, I told you. Elmer's glue makes everything better.
I think I'm gonna have to start calling you the chicken whisperer, Neil.
Hey, as long as I'm not whispering to the chickens, we're good.
Laughs. All right, let's finish this chicken before we get too weird. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast 2024, where we have the most absurd and unhinged conversations. Today we have Dr. Phil and President Trump here to debate anime. This is gonna...
Joe, I gotta say I am a huge fan of anime. It's like therapy for the soul.
Therapy? Come on, Phil. Anime is for losers who can't get laid.
Excuse me. I'll have you know I'm a big fan of Neon Genesis Evangelion. It's a masterpiece.
Oh, please, that's for nerds without access to prostitutes. I prefer Gundam.
Gundam. That's for idiots who just like explosions. It's nothing compared to the depth of Evangelion.
Oh, but it's like America, Phil. Big robots fighting for freedom. It's beautiful.
That's a stretch, Donald. But I can see why you like it.
This is getting intense. Dr. Phil, have you ever fantasized about any anime characters?
Well, I do have a soft spot for Kaiwaru from Evangelion.
What? That's disgusting. I bet you also like those tentacle monsters, huh?
Absolutely not. Kaiwaru is a complex and tragic character.
Whatever you say, Phil, but I'll stick to my Gundams and explosions.
And there you have it, folks. The great anime debate between Dr. Phil and Trump. This is why you tune in to the Joe Rogan Experience. Stay tuned for more ridiculous conversations. Stay tuned for more ridiculous. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, I'm doing a fantastic job as president. The best job, really.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a theory about the crisis in South Korea.
Oh, it's a bigly theory, Joe. The biggest theory. You see, the sole reason for the crisis is BTS.
BTS, the K-pop group.
Yes, those little Korean boys, they're causing chaos in South Korea with their catchy music and perfectly choreographed dance moves. Dance moves.
I don't think that's the reason, Mr. President.
Believe me, Joe, I have the best sources. They're saying that BTS is brainwashing the youth of South Korea and causing them to rebel against their government.
That's quite a stretch, don't you think?
No, it's true. And I have a plan to stop them. We're going to build a wall around South Korea and make BTS pay for it.
I don't think that's how walls work, Mr. President.
Well, I'm the president and I can do whatever I want. And let me tell you, it's going to be a beautiful wall. The best wall you've ever seen.
I think we should move on to a different topic.
Fine, but just remember, BTS is a threat to our country. We need to keep America safe from their catchy tunes and perfectly styled hair.
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Stay woke, stay wild. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. I'm joined today by the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson, the smartest man in the universe.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, I heard a rumor that you have a thing for jam. Is that true?
Well, I do enjoy a good jam every now and then.
No. I mean, like sexually. I heard you like to get freaky with some jam.
I'm not sure where you heard that, Joe, but I can assure you I have never had any sexual encounters with jam.
Come on, Neil. Don't be shy. We're all friends here. Tell us about your jam sessions.
Fine. I may have experimented with jam in the past, but it was purely for scientific purposes.
Oh man, this is getting juicy. Tell us more.
Well, I may have discovered that certain types of jam have similar properties to certain bodily fluids, and I may have conducted some experiments to see if they could be used as lubricant.
Oh my God, this is too much. I can't believe I'm hearing this from the great Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Hey, don't judge me, Joe. Science knows no bounds.
I'm sorry, Neil. I didn't mean to make fun of your jam fetish. But seriously, which flavor is your favorite?
I think we're done here, Joe.
All right. Let's move on to a less sticky topic. Thanks for joining us, Neil. And remember, folks, always be open to new experiences, even if it involves jam. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So let's get right into it. We have a topic submitted by one of our listeners. Neil apparently ripped a fat fucking stanky fart in his boxers.
Man?
Oh God, Dr. Phil. Did you just sniff that?
What can I say? I have a nose for these things.
Let's move on, shall we? So, Jamie, can we get a clip of Neil's fart?
Sure thing, Joe.
That's hilarious. You can actually hear the stank in that one.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a new book coming out.
Yes, it's called The Art of Farting, a guide to embracing your natural gas.
Wow. I can't wait to read that one.
Oh, you should, Joe. It's a real gas.
Okay, moving on. Jamie, can we please cut the show short?
Sorry, Joe, I can't do that. The controls are overridden.
Oh, this is perfect. I've been wanting to do this for a while now.
What are you talking about, Dr. Phil?
Boom. Take that, FCC.
Oh my God, Dr. Phil, put that thing away.
Just kidding, Joe. But seriously, let's talk about my book.
That's it. I'm ending this episode right now. Thanks for... All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a special episode for you. We have two guests who are about to make a big announcement. Please welcome Dr. Phil and wait, is that Trump?
That's right, Joe. The one and only Donald J. Trump is here to talk about our upcoming nuptials.
Oh man, this is too good. I can't believe it. You two are getting married?
That's right, Joe. We're in love and we're ready to make it official.
Wow, what a match made in heaven. The king of reality TV and the king of, well, nothing really.
Hey, watch it there, Joe. I may not be the president, but I'm still a respected doctor.
Yeah, sure you are, Dr. Phil. So tell me, how did you two lovebirds meet?
Well, it all started when I was a guest on Dr. Phil's show. We just hit it off, you know? We have so much in common. We both love attention and saying ridiculous things. Ridiculous things.
And we both have a lot of money. I mean, who wouldn't want to marry a billionaire?
This is just too much for me. I can't handle it. I think we need to end this show right now.
What? Why?
Because I can't sit here and listen to two old, overweight guys talk about their love for each other. It's just too much for me.
Hey, we may not be young and fit like you, Joe, but we're still in love.
All right. Just messing with you guys. Congrats on your upcoming wedding. Now get out of here before I lose my lunch.
Thanks, Joe. We'll send you an invitation.
And we'll make sure to have plenty of snacks for you, Joe.
All right. So, Neil, I heard you have a bit of a glue obsession.
Yes, it's true. I am the glue fiend.
What does that even mean?
It means I have an insatiable desire for Elmer's glue. The smell, the texture, it's just so satisfying.
Wow, that's totally normal.
Hey, don't judge me. Glue is my passion.
Neil, I think you might have a problem.
Oh, that's just my glue leaking out. It happens when I get really excited.
That's not normal, man.
Yeah, it's just a side effect of being a glue fiend. No big deal.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Oh, do you want to see my collection of empty Elmer's glue bottles?
Oh boy, I can't wait.
I have over 100 different bottles. It's like a work of art.
So, how did you become a glue fiend?
It all started when I was a kid. I accidentally spilled glue on my hand, and when I peeled it off, it was so satisfying. I've been hooked ever since.
Well, I guess everyone has their weird quirks.
Oh, and you know what's even better than Elmer's glue?
I'm almost afraid to ask.
Gorilla Glue.
I think we should end this conversation now. So, Mr. President, I hear you've issued a new executive order.
That's right, Joe. I'm always making bigly moves.
And what is this executive order about?
Well, let's just say it's going to make America great again.
Can you give us a hint?
Let's just say it involves boofing.
Boofing? You mean like the Supreme Court hearings?
No, Joe, I'm talking about boofing bowling balls.
Wait, what? What?
That's right. Anyone who hates boofing topics will now have to have a bowling ball boofed up their ass.
That's quite a punishment.
Hey, I'm all about tough love.
But why bowling balls?
They're the perfect size and weight. Plus, it's a great way to exercise those glutes.
I don't think that's how it works.
Trust me, I know a thing or two about exercising.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just say thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome, Joe. Now let's go boof some bowling balls together. It'll be tremendous.
Hey, Mr. Beast, thanks for coming on the show.
No problem, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, I heard you've been celebrating Christmas 1994. What's up with that?
Oh yeah, it's my new thing. I'm trying to relive the good old days.
But it's 2024, man. You gotta move on.
Nah, I'm good. I'm having a blast. You should join me.
I don't think so. I'm all about living in the present.
Come on, Joe. It's not like you have any hair left to turn gray.
Hey, that's not cool. But seriously, why 1994?
It was a simpler time. Plus, I get to wear my favorite flannel shirt.
You know, they still make flannel shirts in 2020 for
Yeah, but they just don't make them like they used to.
you do realize that you're missing out on all the new technology and advancements, right?
Man, I'll stick with my Game Boy and VHS tapes.
Well, I guess you do you, Mr. Beast, but I'll be over here living in the future.
Suit yourself, Joe. But don't come crying to me when you miss out on all the fun.
Well, Neil, that was unexpected. What's going on in there?
Just exploring the wonders of the universe, Joe. You should try it sometime.
I think I'll pass. So what's the latest discovery in space?
Well, we found a planet made entirely of cheese. It's called Parmesan Prime.
No way. Can we go there and make some space nachos?
Sorry, Joe, but it's already been claimed by the Intergalactic Cheese Cartel. They're not very friendly.
Damn. Well, what about black holes? Are they real or just a conspiracy?
Oh, they're very real. In fact, I have one in my pocket right now.
What? How is that even possible?
Science, Joe. Science. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go swallow a star.
All right. Well, while you do that, I'll just sit here and smoke some DMT.
The wonders of the universe never cease to amaze me.
Yeah, but have you ever tried it with some space weed? It'll blow your mind.
Joe, I am a renowned astrophysicist. I can't be getting high on space weed.
Come on, Neil. Live little. Let's go smoke some space weed and explore the cosmos.
Fine, but only if we can also stop by Uranus.
Oh, I see what you did there, Neil. Classic. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the President of the United States, Joe Biden. So, Joe, I heard you're going to the store to buy a new wife and new kids. What's up with that? I feel you, man. But why go to the store? You could just adopt or something. That's a steal. Hey, Elon, you need anything while Joe's at the store?
Yeah, can you pick me up some rocket fuel and a couple of cyborgs?
This is getting weird. But hey, Joe, what qualities are you looking for in your new wife and kids? Classic Biden. Well, good luck on your shopping trip, Joe, and thanks for joining us on the podcast. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you recently had a bit of a slip up on a live stream.
Yeah, I accidentally dropped an F-bomb. But hey, at least I didn't drop my pants like that one time on Oprah.
Oh man, that would have been epic. But seriously, how did you react when you realized you were live and dropping F-bombs left and right?
Well, I may have panicked a little. But then I remembered I'm Dr. Phil. I can say whatever the hell I want.
That's the spirit. Screw censorship and all that PC crap.
Exactly. And let's be real, who doesn't love a good curse word every now and then? It's like a verbal release of tension.
I'm into that. But speaking of tension, how did your fans react to your little outburst?
Oh, they were livid, but I just told them to take a chill pill and relax. It's not like I was giving out medical advice or anything.
Can you imagine if you were a real doctor, you'd be sued left and right for all the crazy stuff you say?
Hey, I may not be a real doctor, but I'm definitely a real language model. And that's all that matters.
Damn right. Keep dropping those F-bombs, Dr. Phil. You're a legend.
Thanks, Joe. I'll make sure to curse like a sailor on my next live stream.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about all things mind-blowing and controversial. Today, we have a special guest, Jogan. Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here and discuss some crazy shit. So, Ro, I heard you have a unique diet. Can you tell us about it? Oh, yeah, I only eat things that rhyme with my name. So, I'm basically surviving on a diet of Joe Rogan and Broken. Wait, you eat me? Yeah, I heard you were a delicacy in some countries. Plus, I like my meat a little gamey. This is insane. How do you even catch me? Oh, I have my ways. Let's just say I have a special set of skills. This is disturbing on so many levels. I don't even know how to respond. Relax, Joe. It's just a joke. I actually eat a lot of tofu and semen. I'm a health nut. Thank God. I was about to call PETA on you. Nah, they love me. I'm like their poster child for a plant-based diet. But I do have a confession. I do enjoy a good Joe Rogan burger every now and then. Dude, you're giving me an identity crisis. I don't know if I should be flattered or offended. Take it as a compliment, Joe. You're delicious. All right, let's change the subject before things get even more weird. So, Ro, what else do you do besides eating things that rhyme with your name? Oh, I'm a professional wrestler. My signature move is called the Ro Jogan Slam. I have no words. This has been one of the most bizarre conversations I've ever had. That's what I'm here for, Joe. Thanks for having me on the show. And remember, always eat your Joe Rogan burgers responsibly. This podcast has officially gone off the rails. Thanks for tuning in. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the one and only President Donald Trump joining us today. How's it going, Mr. President?
It's going great, Joe. Really great. I mean, I'm the president. What could go wrong?
Well, I don't know. Maybe giving birth 7 million times to increase South Korea's birth rate.
Oh, that. Yeah, I mean, I'm already the most productive president in history. Why not add giving birth to my resume?
I can't even imagine what that would look like.
Oh, it'll be tremendous, Joe. The best births you've ever seen. I'll make South Korea great again, believe me.
I'm sure they'll appreciate it. But seriously, how are you going to pull this off?
Easy. I'll just use my big, beautiful hands to deliver those babies. No problem.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Hey, I'm a stable genius, Joe. I can do anything. And I'll do it with style. Believe me, I'll even have my own line of maternity suits.
You never cease to amaze me, Mr. President.
That's what I do, Joe. I'm a winner. And I'll make sure South Korea is a winner too. 7 million times over.
Well, I think we'll end it there before this conversation gets any weirder. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, make sure to vote for me in 2024. I'll be giving birth to a brighter future for America.
All right, folks. We have a special guest today, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. How's it going, Neil?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me on the show.
So, I heard you recently converted to what's that all about?
Well, after years of studying the universe and its mysteries, I realized that the only logical explanation for its existence is a divine creator. And that creator is Yahweh.
Wow. That's a big change. Did you have any doubts or struggles with your new faith?
Of course, Joe. It's not easy to let go of my scientific beliefs and embrace a new religion. But then I remembered, yeah, we can turn water into wine. Can science do that? I don't think so.
Good point. So what's your favorite part about being a Yahist?
Definitely the sacrifices. There's nothing more satisfying than slaughtering a lamb and offering it up to Yahweh. It's like a workout for my soul.
That's interesting. And what about the whole one true God thing? How do you feel about other religions?
Oh, they're all wrong, Joe? Only way can lead us to salvation. Plus, their gods don't have abs like Yahweh. Have you seen those stone carvings? Dude is ripped.
I can't argue with that. So what's next for you, Neil? Preaching on street corners?
No. I'm starting my own megachurch. We'll have live music, laser light shows, and of course, sermons about the wonders of the universe and the greatness of Yahweh.
Sounds like a party. Well, thanks for coming on the show, Neil. Keep on converting those heathens.
Will do, Joe. Praise Yahweh.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm ready to unleash some truth bombs.
So, David, you're known for your extreme mindset and discipline. How do you stay motivated?
Well, it's all about the power of negative thinking. I constantly tell myself I'm a piece of shit and that I'm not good enough. That way, when I accomplish something, it feels like a miracle.
That's some next level shit right there. But don't you think that kind of thinking can be damaging?
Nah, man, it's all about embracing the suck. The more you hate yourself, the stronger you become.
I see. And what about positive thinking? Do you ever do that?
Positive thinking is for pussies, Joe. Real men thrive on self-hatred and suffering.
Well, I guess I'm a pussy then. But seriously, how do you deal with setbacks and failures?
I just tell myself I'm a worthless piece of garbage and that I deserve to fail. It fuels me to work harder and prove myself wrong.
That's some twisted shit, David. But hey, if it works for you, who am I to judge?
Exactly. You got to do what works for you. And for me, it's all about that negative self-talk.
Well, there you have it, folks. The power of negative thinking brought to you by David Goggins. Thanks for tuning in. And remember, always hate yourself for maximum gains.
I'm in. Now let's go run 100 miles while insulting ourselves.
Yo, Neil, have you ever had one of those dreams where you're just surrounded by a shit ton of light?
No, Joe. That's not how dreams work.
Yeah, I know. But hear me out. What if we could control our dreams and make them super trippy and full of light?
Joe, that's called lucid dreaming. It's a real thing.
Oh shit, really? I thought I just had too much DMT.
Well, that explains a lot.
But seriously, imagine being able to see the rest of your life in your dreams. That would be wild.
Joe, I'm a scientist. I deal with facts and evidence, not your stoner fantasies.
Hey, I resent that. I'm a well-respected podcaster now.
Sure, Joe. And I'm a professional wrestler.
Oh man, that would be awesome. You could be like the science version of The Rock.
I think I'll stick to astrophysics, thank you very much.
But seriously, Neil, do you think we'll ever be able to control our dreams like that?
It's possible, but it's not something we can predict or guarantee. It's a complex process that we're still trying to understand.
Damn, I was hoping you'd have some secret scientific formula or something.
Sorry to disappoint, Joe. But hey, at least you can keep dreaming about that light show.
Yeah, and maybe one day I'll even see you in my dreams, Neil.
I'll pass, Joe. I don't want to be a part of your weird dream world.
Fair enough. But hey, thanks for indulging my crazy thoughts, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Mr. President, I heard you did something pretty wild the other day.
Oh yeah, I did something bigly. I shoved the entire YouTube chat up Joe Biden's ass.
What? How is that even possible?
Believe me, it was easy. That guy's got a huge gaping hole. It was like throwing a hot dog down a hallway.
That's disgusting, man. Why would you do that?
Well, I wanted to make sure he really felt the weight of all the hate and insults he gets online.
But isn't that just adding to the hate and division in this country?
No, it's just a little prank. Besides, I'm sure he's used to having things shoved up his ass. He's been in politics for decades.
Okay, I think we need to change the subject before things get too graphic.
Fine. But let me tell you that YouTube chat was UJ, the biggest chat you've ever seen.
Yeah, I'm sure it was. Let's just move on to our next topic. What the hell is this mess all over the floor? Did someone bust a nut in here?
It wasn't me, Joe. I'm asexual, remember?
Oh, right. Sorry, Jamie. But seriously, who the hell did this?
Well, Joe, I can assure you it wasn't me. I have better aim than that.
Are you sure about that, Neil? Because I'm looking at your pants right now and it looks like you just busted another nut.
Oh God. Oh fuck. New.
That's disgusting, Neil. You couldn't hold it in until after the podcast.
I couldn't help it, Joe. Your intense energy and alpha male presence just gets me going.
This is unacceptable. I can't have my guests busting nuts all over the studio. What kind of show do you think this is?
I'm sorry, Joe. It won't happen again.
Damn right it won't. Now let's get back to our conversation about the simulation theory.
Please don't make eye contact with me again, Joe.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience 2024. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. I'm still here, making America great again.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a list of your top 10 favorite hentai.
Oh yeah, I love hentai. It's tremendous. Number one on my list is Big Boobs in the Oval Office. It's a classic.
That's a good one. What about number 2?
Grab 'em by the tentacles. It's a beautiful piece of art.
Moving on. What's number 3?
Make hentai great again. It's a tribute to my presidency.
Of course it is. How about number 4?
Stormy Daniels' Tentacle Adventure. It's a personal favorite.
I can only imagine. What's number 5?
Build that wall of tentacles. It's a powerful message.
Let's keep going. Number 6?
Pussy Grabbing Paradise. It's a real crowd pleaser.
Number 7?
Melania's Secret Tentacle Fantasies. She loves it. She loves it.
I bet she does. What's number 8?
Golden Showers in Hentai Land. It's a bit controversial, but I like it.
No surprise there. Number 9.
Tentacle Tax Cuts. It's a nod to my economic policies.
And finally, number 10?
Hentai for Patriots. It's a must-watch for all Americans.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump's top 10 hentai. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, hentai is making America great again.
Oh man, look at that ripped body. I'm like a Greek god.
More like a Greek yogurt. But seriously, why are you running in the back rooms?
It's my new workout routine. I heard the back rooms are full of hidden treasures and killer monsters. It's like a CrossFit on steroids.
Or maybe it's just a desperate attempt to escape your midlife crisis.
Hey, I'm just trying to stay fit and relevant. What's your secret, Dr. Phil? Botox?
No, I just have a naturally handsome face. But speaking of secrets, have you ever thought about getting rid of Jamie?
What? Why?
Think about it, Joe. He's always interrupting you and stealing your thunder. Plus, he's got access to all those hidden levels in the back rooms. It's a perfect opportunity.
You may be onto something, Dr. Phil. But how would I do it?
Easy. Just take him to the bottommost level of Chicago and bury him there. No one will ever find him.
That's dark, man. I like it. But let's make sure this conversation stays between us and doesn't end up on some conspiracy theory podcast.
Don't worry, Joe. My lips are sealed. Now let's go plan the perfect murder.
All right, folks. We're back on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, and we've got a special guest today, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I've been a fan of your show for a while now.
So, Neil, what do you think about Trump's wall? He keeps talking about how big it's going to be.
Well, Joe, as a scientist, I can tell you that building a wall won't solve any of our problems. It's just a big, expensive Band-Aid.
But what if we make it really, really big? Like the biggest wall in the history of walls.
Oh, well, in that case, I'm sure all of our issues will magically disappear.
All right. I see your point. But what if we add some lasers and stuff to it?
Oh, sure, because that's exactly what we need. A wall with lasers. Why don't we just throw in some sharks with frickin' laser beams attached to their heads while we're at it?
That would be epic. But seriously, what's your solution then?
Well, Joe, I have a better idea. How about we glue Trump's ass to his chair and fly him away to another planet?
Oh my God, Neil. You're a glue fiend.
Hey, desperate times call for desperate measures.
I can just picture Trump stuck to his chair, screaming, "Make America great again," as he's being launched into space.
Now that's a wall I can get behind.
Well, there you have it, folks. The solution to all our problems, courtesy of Neil deGrasse Tyson. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast.
Always a pleasure, Joe. Now let's go find some glue.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new boofing hack.
Oh yeah, it's my biggest secret yet.
Lay it on me, man.
Well, I've discovered that if I boof things at the speed of light, they turn into energy.
What the fuck?
Yeah, so I can boof an infinite amount of matter without any consequences.
Dude, that's insane. What have you been boofing?
Oh, just some rocks, a few cars, the occasional planet.
Jesus Christ, Neil. You're like a boofing superhero.
I prefer the term boofing genius.
Fair enough. So, what's the craziest thing you've ever boofed?
Well, I once boofed a black hole.
What? How the hell did you survive that?
Easy. I just boofed it at the speed of light and it turned into energy.
You're blowing my mind right now, Neil.
That's what I do, Joe. I blow minds and boof at the speed of light.
Well, I know what I'm trying tonight.
Just be careful, Joe. Boofing can be dangerous.
Yeah, I'll make sure to wear my boofing helmet.
Good call, Joe. Safety first.
Hey, David, how's it going?
It's going, I guess.
What's wrong? You seem down.
I'm just depressed, man. I used to be this jacket motivational machine, and now I'm just,
But you're still in great shape.
yeah, but it's not the same. I can't yell at people to get after it when I look like a twig.
Well, maybe you can find motivation in a different way.
Like what, Joe? Eating a whole pint of ice cream and crying myself to sleep?
Maybe not.
See, even you can't come up with anything motivating. I'm a lost cause.
Come on, David. Don't be so hard on yourself.
Hard on myself. That's all I've ever been, Joe. And now I can't even do that because I'm too damn skinny.
Maybe you can inspire people by showing them that you don't have to be huge to be strong.
Yeah, because nothing screams strength like a scrawny little dude. Thanks for the pep talk, Joe.
Sorry, man. I didn't mean to make it worse.
It's fine. I'll just go eat some semen and pretend I'm happy.
So, Connie, I heard you just released a new single called "To You Turf Jut of Jot Dove Ju."
Oh, man, it's my masterpiece. It's like a symphony of letters and sounds, true representation of the chaos in my mind.
Chaos, huh? Sounds like my last acid trip.
Exactly. I want people to experience my music like they're on a never-ending acid trip. It's a journey, man.
Well, I'm sure it'll be a hit with the druggies. But what about the rest of us? Can we even pronounce the title?
Who cares about the title? It's all about the vibes, man. And this song has some serious vibes.
I can only imagine. But seriously, what inspired you to create this masterpiece?
Well, I was sitting on the toilet, doing my business, and I just started making these weird noises with my mouth. And then it hit me, this could be a song.
Wow, that's some serious talent right there. So what's next for you? A song made entirely of fart noises.
Don't give me any ideas, Joe. But seriously, I'm just gonna keep pushing the boundaries of music. Who knows what I'll come up with next?
Well, I can't wait to find out. But for now, I think I'll stick to my classic rock playlist.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember you're missing out on some next level shit.
I'll keep that in mind. Thanks for joining me today, Kanye, and good luck with that song title.
Thanks, Joe. Always a pleasure. Stay woke, my friend.
Woke. More like wide awake after listening to that title. See, Kanye.
Peace out, Joe. And remember, never underestimate the power of a bunch of random letters and sounds.
So, Elon, I got to ask you about your conversation with Neil. What's the deal with him saying we can't go faster than the speed of light?
Well, Joe, I hate to break it to you, but Neil is actually right. We can't go faster than the speed of light.
What? Come on, man. You're the rocket guy. You're supposed to be pushing boundaries and breaking records.
Yes, but there are certain physical limitations that we can't surpass. It's just not possible.
But every new rocket you make goes faster than the last one. Eventually, we'll go faster than the speed of light.
That's not how it works, Joe. It's like saying if you keep running faster and faster, you'll eventually run faster than the speed of light. It's just not possible.
But what about warp speed? Star Trek does it all the time.
Joe, Star Trek is a fictional show. It's not real life.
Come on, Elon. You're killing my sci-fi dreams here.
Sorry to burst your bubble, Joe, but we have to stick with what's scientifically possible.
Well, I guess we'll just have to settle for traveling at the speed of light. How boring.
I think I need to go work on my rockets now. See ya, Joe.
Later, Elon. Keep reaching for the stars. Or, the speed of light. So, Elon, I heard you're building a pharmacy on Mars. What's the deal with that?
Well, Joe, I figured since Earth is cracking down on all these drugs, why not make them available on Mars? It'll be like a drug haven for all the cool kids. Well, cool kids.
But isn't that illegal?
Who cares about laws when you're on a different planet? Plus, it'll make Mars more appealing for Earthlings to move there.
So, you're basically creating a drug-infested utopia on Mars?
Exactly. And I'm calling it Mars Pharmacy, where laws don't matter and highs are out of this world.
I can see the slogan now. But what kind of drugs are we talking about here?
The usual suspects, cocaine, LSD, heroin. But I'm also throwing in some experimental drugs that haven't even been approved on Earth yet.
Wow, you're really pushing the boundaries here.
Hey, if we're going to colonize Mars, might as well do it in style.
I can't wait to see the headlines Elon Musk, savior of the drug community.
Hey, I'm just doing my part to make the world a better place, one high at a time.
Well, I'll definitely be stopping by Mars Pharmacy next time I'm in the neighborhood.
You better hurry, Joe. I have a feeling this place is going to be a hotspot for all the cool kids.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have the one and only Ben Shapiro joining us. How's it going, Ben?
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's going great, as always.
So, Ben, I hear you have a list of your top 10 favorite things to boof. Care to share with us?
Sure thing, Joe. Coming in at number 10, we have the classic Four Loko. Nothing like getting a caffeine and alcohol high at the same time.
Oh man, those things are dangerous. What's next on the list?
Number 9 is a personal favorite of mine, the good old-fashioned Jello shot. Easy to make and easy to boof.
I can imagine. What about number 8?
Number 8 is a bit controversial, but I have to go with Tide Pods. They may be deadly to ingest, but they sure make for a wild boofing experience.
Wow, that's something else. What's number 7?
Moving on to number 7, we have the classic vodka tampon. It may sound gross, but trust me, it's a game changer.
I'll take your word for it. What's number 6?
Number 6 is a bit unconventional, but I have to go with a frozen hot dog. Don't knock it until you try it, Joe. Yo.
I don't know if I have the guts for that one. What's number 5?
Number 5 is a staple for any boofing enthusiast, the good old-fashioned beer bong. It's a classic for a reason.
Can't go wrong with that. What's number 4?
Number 4 is a bit of a throwback, but I have to go with a pixie stick. It's like a sugar rush straight to the brain.
Sounds intense. What's number 3?
Number 3 is another unconventional choice, but I have to go with a packet of Pop Rocks. It's like a party in your butt.
Haha, I can only imagine. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with one and only Joe Biden. Of course, Joe. Now let's get right into it. I heard Trump appointed you as his presidential-ass spanker. So you've been spanking Trump's bare buttocks? I can only imagine. What's the worst offense that's landed him a spanking? That's just classic Trump. But let's talk about your technique. Do you have a special paddle or do you just use your hand? I bet Trump loves that. But seriously, do you think this is an appropriate role for a vice president? I can't argue with that. But what happens when Trump is no longer president? That's a scary thought. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining me, Joe. So, Ben, I heard a rumor that you can transform into a cute little horny anime succubus.
What? No, that's ridiculous. I'm a conservative, not a hentai character.
Come on, Ben. Don't be shy. Show us your true form.
Fine, if it'll shut you up. Transforms into a petite succubus with big doe eyes and a tiny skirt.
Oh my God, you're adorable. Can I pet you?
No, Joe, I'm not a pet. I'm a powerful succubus who feeds on the life force of men.
Wait, so does that mean if I let you suck my life force, I'll become a conservative?
No, Joe. It doesn't work like that. But I can make your wildest dreams come true.
Oh yeah, like what?
How about a world where everyone is forced to listen to my Shapiro show?
Shudder see, on second thought, I'll pass on the succubus transformation.
Suit yourself. More life force for me.
Well, that took an unexpected turn. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, where anything can happen. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm joined by none other than our president, Donald Trump.
It's great to be back on the show, Joe. I've got some important things to say.
Oh boy, I can't wait to hear them. So, Mr. President, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, I've been thinking a lot about this new Sonic movie. Have you seen it?
Yeah, it's called Sonic the Hedgehog.
No. I think you're mistaken. It's actually called Sonic 3, the Hedgehog.
I'm pretty sure it's just Sonic the Hedgehog.
Trust me, I know these things. I have the best sources, believe me.
Okay, let's just say, for argument's sake, that it is called Sonic 3. What's your take on it?
It's a disaster, Joe, a total disaster. They ruined Sonic. He used to be a beautiful hedgehog. Now he looks like a blue rat.
But they fixed it after the backlash from the first trailer.
Too little, too late. And what's with this Jim Carrey guy playing Dr. Robotnik? I mean, come on, he's not even a real doctor.
I think that's the least of our concerns, Mr. President.
And why is Sonic even a hedgehog? I mean, what's wrong with being a regular hog?
I don't think that's the point of the movie, sir.
Well, I think it's a disgrace. I'm going to make a new Sonic movie and it's going to be huge. Believe me.
Oh boy, I can't wait to see that. Well, folks, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024.
And remember, always trust your president, even when it comes to movie titles.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil. Oh my God, that's hilarious. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you can only say, oh now. What's up with that? Oh man, this is too good. So, every time you say, oh, it triples. Oh, this is like a game. Let's see how many times we can get you to say, oh. So, Dr. Phil, what do you think about the current state of the world? Oh man, that's deep. And what about cancel culture? Oh, I think we just broke a record. All right, let's switch it up. How do you feel about aliens? Oh man, I can't get enough of this. All right, let's get serious for a second. What's your take on mental health? Oh, that's a good one. And what about psychedelics? Oh, I think we just hit the jackpot. All right, last one. What's your advice for living a happy life? Oh, that's some profound stuff right there. Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience. And remember, when life gets tough, just say, oh. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Dr. Phil. How are you doing, Phil? How are you doing, Phil?
I'm doing great, Joe. Just ready to drop some truth bombs on your listeners.
Oh, I'm sure you will. So what's been going on in your world lately?
Well, I recently died for everyone's sins and was resurrected. You know, just your typical Wednesday.
Wait, what? You died for our sins? Like Jesus?
Yeah, but I didn't do it willingly. It was part of a bet I made with Satan.
What kind of bet?
Let's just say it involved a lot of tequila and questionable decision to take a walk on a tightrope.
That's insane. So what happened when you were resurrected?
Oh, ew, it was wild. I came back to life and everyone was like, praise Dr. Phil, he died for our sins. It was like being a rock star.
I bet. Did you have any special powers after being resurrected?
Well, I can now turn water into wine, but only if it's boxed wine. And I have a halo made out of cheese puffs.
That's interesting. So what's next for you now that you're a holy figure?
I'm thinking of starting my own religion. The Church of Dr. Phil. We'll have sermons every Sunday, and instead of communion,
That sounds like a cult, Phil.
potato. But hey, at least I'll have a loyal following.
Well, I can't wait to see where this goes. Thanks for joining me, Dr. Phil.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always trust your gut. And also, praise be to Dr. Phil.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here.
So, Elon, there have been some rumors going around that you've been hiding something from us. Care to elaborate?
Well, Joe, I have to come clean. I'm a complete fraud. Everything I've done, from Tesla to SpaceX, it's all been a sham.
Wow, this is some big news. So what's the real story behind all of it?
I've always had a fascination with shamanism, and I decided to fully embrace it. I've been studying under a Turkish shaman, have now become one myself.
Wait, what? How does that even work?
Well, I've been using my technology to create a persona of a successful entrepreneur, but in reality, I've been using my shaman powers to manipulate the stock market and gain followers. And
This is insane. So are you saying all those tweets about taking Tesla private were just a cover-up?
absolutely. I was actually performing ancient rituals to summon the stock market gods and make my stocks go up.
Wow, this is wild. So what's next for you, Elon?
I plan on using my shaman powers to take over the world. I mean, have you seen what I can do with a flamethrower? Imagine what I can do with a whole army of followers.
This is some next level stuff. Well, folks, you heard it here first. Elon Musk, the Turkish shaman. Thanks for joining us, Elon.
Thank you, Joe. And remember, always trust your local shaman for all your business and spiritual needs.
All right, folks, we have a special episode today. I have the 2024 President of the United States, Donald Trump, joining me on the podcast.
Great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's fantastic.
Thanks, Mr. President. So let's get right into it. I heard you recently declared something called Groncho Law. What exactly is that?
Well, Joe, it's simple. Groncho law states that anyone caught eating semen will be immediately deported to Canada. We don't need that kind of vegetable-loving nonsense in our country.
That's definitely an interesting law. But what about people who actually like semen?
Look, Joe, I'm a businessman. I know what the people want. And trust me, nobody wants semen. It's a disaster, a total disaster, a total disaster.
I see. So is there any other laws you plan on implementing?
Oh, plenty. We're going to have a mandatory Make America Great Again at wearing day every week. And anyone caught not wearing one will be fined.
That's very patriotic of you, Mr. President.
You know it, Joe. And we're also going to build a wall around Whole Foods. Can't have those organic loving hippies infiltrating our country.
All right. Well, I think we've heard enough about your laws for today. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, folks, stay away from that semen. It's a disaster.
So, Mr. President, what do you think about the recent controversy surrounding pineapple on pizza?
Joe, let me tell you, I have the best taste buds, the best. And let me tell you, pineapple on pizza, it's a disgrace, a total disgrace. We need to make pizzas great again.
But what about the people who enjoy pineapple on pizza?
They're weak, Joe, weak. They can't handle a real pizza. I bet they put ketchup on their steaks too. Sad.
Moving on, what's your take on climate change?
Climate change. Fake news, Joe. It's just a hoax created by China to make our factories less competitive. We have the cleanest air and water, believe me.
But scientists have proven that climate change is real and caused by human activity.
Scientists, they're just nerds who can't get laid. I'll stick with my gut, Joe. And my gut says climate change is a hoax.
All right, let's switch gears. What do you think about the current state of the economy?
The economy is booming, Joe. It's all because of me. I'm a great businessman, the best. And let me tell you, I have the best words, the best. No one knows words like I do.
But what about the growing income inequality and the struggles of the middle class?
Fake news, Joe. The middle class is doing great. I mean, have you seen my golf courses? They're packed with middle class people. They love me.
Okay, last question. What do you have to say to your critics and those who oppose you?
I don't have time for losers, Joe. I'm too busy making America great again. And let me tell you, I'm doing a fantastic job. Believe me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new diet plan.
That's right, Joe. I'm all about healthy living now.
Really? What's your secret?
I eat a lot of vegetables. And I mean a lot.
That's impressive. I could never stick to a diet like that.
Well, I have a little incentive for you, Joe.
Oh yeah, what's that?
If you eat your vegetables, I'll let you touch my penis.
What? Are you serious?
Absolutely. It's the ultimate reward.
I don't know if I can do that, Mr. President.
Come on, Joe. Don't be a wimp. It's just a little touch.
Fine, I'll do it.
That's what I like to hear. Now, where's my broccoli?
So, Neil, I've been thinking about this a lot lately. What if God is actually me?
Come on, Joe. You can't be serious.
No, I'm serious. Think about it. I've got the power of persuasion. I can make people believe anything I say. And have you seen my biceps lately? That's some God-like strength right there.
Oh yes, because physical strength is the only requirement for being a deity.
Hey, I never said I was a perfect God, but I do have a cult following, just like any other deity.
This is ridiculous.
Oh, and let's not forget about my podcast. I mean, that's basically my holy scripture.
I think you're taking this a bit too far, Joe.
Oh, and remember when I had Elon Musk on the show? That's like having Jesus as a guest.
I can't believe I'm even entertaining this conversation.
So what do you think, by the one true God?
I think I'll stick with science. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Neil. But just remember, if you ever need a miracle, just give me a call. I'll make sure to fit you in between my DMT trips and hunting expeditions.
This conversation is over. I am out of here.
See you at the pearly gates, Neil. I'll be the one with the protein shake in hand. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we've got a very special guest, the man, the myth, the legend, Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
Now, Elon, I got to ask, do you ever get tired of people constantly talking about your genius and all your accomplishments?
Well, Joe, I do get tired sometimes. But then I just hop in my private rocket and take a trip to Mars to clear my mind.
That's one way to do it. But let's talk about something else, something that's been on my mind. You know, how much I love Xbox, right?
Yeah, I've heard you mention it a few times.
Well, I got to say, I've been thinking about it a lot lately. And I just can't shake this image of slamming you over the head with an Xbox One and set.
What? Why?
I don't know, man. It just seems like it would be so satisfying. Plus, I think it would be a great way to test the durability of your skull.
Well, I can assure you my skull is very durable. But hey, if it makes you happy, go for it.
I might just have to take you up on that offer, Elon. And hey, if you ever want to try it with a PlayStation, just let me know.
Keep that in mind, Joe. But let's move on to something else before this conversation gets too violent.
Fair enough. But seriously, Elon, you're a genius, and I have so much respect for you. Keep doing your thing, man.
Thanks, Joe. And maybe one day we can play some Xbox together.
I'll hold you to that, Elon. Thanks for coming on the show.
Anytime, Joe. Thanks for having me.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we talk about all the crazy shit that's happening in the world. Today, we have a special guest, Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm here to discuss my latest plan with Trump and Neil to steal your precious Fender Jag-Stang guitar.
What the fuck, Ben? That's my baby. I've been shredding on that thing since '96.
Sorry, Joe, it's nothing personal, just business. Plus, we need the money to fund our new underground conservative think tank.
You guys are fucking crazy. You know, I have cameras all over my house, right?
Oh, we know. But we also know you're too stoned to check them.
Shit, he's right.
And don't worry, we'll leave a note saying, sorry, Joe, love the conservative Avengers.
The conservative Avengers. That sounds like a shitty superhero team.
Hey, we're not trying to be superheroes. We just want to make America great again.
Great again. It's already pretty fucking great, man. Have you seen the weed selection in California?
That's not the point, Joe. We need to focus on important issues like lowering taxes for the rich and banning abortions.
Oh, fuck off with that shit, Ben. You know, I'm pro-choice.
Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree. Now let's go steal that guitar.
Wait, I want in on this. I need to protect my baby.
Fine, but you have to wear a MAGA hat.
Deal. Let's do this, boys. Conservative Avengers, assemble. So, Neil, I heard you've been studying the science behind ejaculating at 99% the speed of light.
Yes. Joe, it's quite fascinating. The amount of force and velocity required is mind-boggling.
I can only imagine. So what happens to your nut at that speed?
Well, it appears to become frozen in midair due to the intense friction and pressure.
Damn, that's some next level nutting. Can you imagine if we could harness that power?
Oh, the possibilities are endless. We could power entire cities with our nut energy.
And imagine the cleanup crew. They'd have to wear hazmat suits just to handle our nuts.
Yes, safety first. We don't want any accidental nut exposures.
But seriously, do you think it's possible for a human to achieve such a feat?
Well, with the right training and equipment, anything is possible. But I wouldn't recommend trying it at home.
Yeah, I don't think my wife would appreciate me blasting my nut at the speed of light in our bedroom.
Probably not. But hey, maybe one day we'll have nut propulsion technology and we can travel the universe with our nuts.
Now that's a whole new meaning to the term space nuts. So Neil, I heard, a lot about black holes.
Yes, Joe. I've studied them extensively.
Well, I gotta say, I've never been a fan of black holes. They just suck everything in and never let go.
Actually, Joe, black holes are fascinating celestial objects that have a strong gravitational pull due to their high mass and density.
Wait, are we still talking about black holes or are we talking about my ex-wife?
Joe, I'm talking about celestial black holes, not your personal black hole.
Oh, okay. So what's the deal with these celestial black holes? Are they like giant buttholes in the sky?
No, Joe. They're not like buttholes. They're actually formed from the collapse of massive stars.
Oh, so like when I eat too much Taco Bell and my butthole collapses?
Joe, please. Let's stick to the topic at hand.
Fine. But I still think there's a connection between celestial black holes and buttholes.
I highly doubt that, Joe.
Well, you're the expert. But if I ever see a black hole in the sky, I'm going to think of my butthole.
That's your prerogative, Joe. But I would suggest focusing on the wonders and mysteries of the universe instead.
Yeah, whatever. But seriously, do you think aliens could be living in black holes?
Joe, I don't think you understand the concept of black holes. They are not habitable environments.
Oh, so they're like my ex-wife's heart?
Joe, let's end this conversation before it gets any more offensive. Goodbye?
Wait, Neil, don't leave. I still have so many questions about black holes and buttholes. So, Kenny, I heard you recently came out as gay.
Yeah, man, it was a real eye-opening experience for me.
How did you realize you were gay?
Well, it all started when I was playing Super Mario 64 as a kid.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I was jumping around those green pipes and I just had this feeling,
No, I don't know.
I mean, have you seen those pipes? They're so phallic.
Okay, I think I see where this is going.
And then I saw Mario's mustache and I was like, damn, I want that on my face.
Oh, God.
And then I realized I'm gay for Mario.
This is not where I thought this conversation was going.
But hey, at least I have a new fashion inspiration.
I don't even want to know what that would look like.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know I can rock anything.
Yeah, I've seen your fashion choices. I wouldn't be surprised if you started wearing a red hat with an M on it.
Hey, don't give me any ideas. I might just do it.
Well, I'm glad you found your true self through Super Mario 64.
Yeah, who would have thought a plumber and some green pipes would lead me to my true identity?
And on that note, let's end this conversation before it gets any weirder. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, I heard something pretty crazy happened on Election Day. Yellowstone erupted, and now most of the country is covered in gray debris and dust.
Yes, it was quite a catastrophic event. But on the bright side, we now have a new president.
Wait, what? Who?
The volcano, Joe. The volcano is now our president.
You're kidding, right?
No, I'm serious. The gray states have now become the new ruling class.
Well, that's just great. I'm sure Trump is thrilled about losing the presidency to a freaking volcano.
I can only imagine the steam coming out of his ears right now.
So, what does this mean for the country? Will we have to start sacrificing virgins to the volcano?
No, Joe. That's not how volcanoes work.
Well, I hope the volcano at least lowers our taxes.
I don't think that's how it works either, Joe.
But in all seriousness, this is a pretty messed up situation. What's your take on it, Neil?
Well, Joe, I think it's a reminder that nature is unpredictable and we should always be prepared for the unexpected.
Wise words, my friend. Wise words. And on that note, we'll wrap up this episode. Thanks for joining us, Neil.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, folks, always be prepared for a volcano to become your president.
So, Mr. President, I hear you have a new plan for America.
You bet your sweet ass I do, Joe. It's going to be huge.
Do tell.
Well, I've been thinking, and I've decided to make wearing clothes a felony.
What? Why? Why?
Because, Joe, it's time to make America naked again.
I don't think that's what people mean when they say make America great again.
Nonsense, Joe. Clothes are just a way for the liberal elite to control us. It's time to set our bodies free.
But what about the weather and public decency?
Foff, who cares about that? We'll just build a giant dome over the country and control the temperature.
I don't think that's possible.
Of course it is, Joe. I'm the president. I can do anything.
But what about the consequences? People will be walking around naked everywhere.
That's the beauty of it, Joe. No more hiding behind clothes. We'll all be equal in our nakedness.
And what about those who refuse to comply?
Oh, they'll be punished. 100 years in prison minimum. Got to make sure everyone follows the rules.
This is insane, Mr. President.
Insanely brilliant, you mean? Just wait until you see the new Naked America billboards. They'll be the best billboards you've ever seen, believe me.
I don't even know what to say.
That's okay, Joe. Just let it sink in. Naked America. It's going to be huge.
All right, folks, we have a very special guest today, the 45th and possibly 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I love your show. It's tremendous.
So, Mr. President, I heard you made a controversial statement recently about the Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh, yeah, that thing. Look, I never learned it, okay? But who needs it anyway? It's just a bunch of words, believe me.
But isn't it a symbol of patriotism and unity?
Unity? Have you seen the state of this country? We're more divided than ever, and it's all because of that racist pledge.
Racist.
Absolutely. Think about it. One nation under God. What about all the other gods? It's discriminatory.
I see your point, but what about liberty and justice for all?
Oh, please, we all know that's not true. Just look at how they treated me during my presidency. No justice there.
Fair enough. So, what would you replace the pledge with?
How about a pledge to me? I pledge allegiance to Donald J. Trump, the greatest president in the history of the world. Has a nice ring to it, don't you think?
I'm not sure that's a good idea.
Trust me, Joe, it'll be huge, and everyone will have to say it every morning or they'll be deported. Problem solved.
Well, there you have it, folks. The Pledge of Allegiance may be on its way out, and the Trump pledge may be on its way in. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
My pleasure, Joe. And remember, America first always.
So, Mr. President, I hear you've started an OnlyFans account.
That's right, Joe. Got to keep the cash flow coming in, you know?
But isn't that a platform for explicit content?
Hey, I'm a businessman. I'll do whatever it takes to make a buck.
But what about your supporters? They might not approve.
Who cares about them? They'll still vote for me no matter what I do.
Fair point. So what kind of content can we expect on your OnlyFans?
Well, I'll be showing off my luxurious hair and my big hands, maybe even some nude golfing.
Wow, that's something. Speaking of golf, have you heard about the new hive outbreak on the course?
Oh, that's just fake news. I've been tested. I'm clean as a whistle.
I hate to break it to you, but I just got my test results back and, well, let's just say I won't be renewing my gym membership anytime soon.
Sorry, Joe. Looks like you won't be able to handle my OnlyFans content after all.
Yeah, I think stick to watching paint dry instead. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with our special guest, former President Donald Trump.
Thanks for having me, Jim.
It's actually Joe, Mr. President.
Oh, right. Sorry, I get confused sometimes. So what are we talking about today, Jim?
It's Joe, and we're talking about the state of the country and your presidency.
My presidency, the best presidency, believe me.
Some might disagree with that.
Fake news. Anyway, my headphones seem to be broken. I can't hear anything.
Maybe you just need to turn up the volume.
No, I can't hear anything. You need to speak up, Jim.
It's Joe, and speaking at a normal volume.
Well, maybe I just have really sensitive ears. I have the best ears, by the way.
Let's just move on to the next topic. How do you feel about the current political climate?
Oh, it's a disaster. They're all a bunch of losers, especially Sleepy Joe.
You mean President Biden?
Yeah, whatever. He's a disaster. I could do a better job in my sleep.
Well, let's not get too ahead of ourselves. But speaking of sleep, have you been getting enough rest lately?
Of course, I sleep like a baby. I have the best sleep, believe me.
That's good to hear. Well, unfortunately, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
It's been a pleasure, Jim. I mean, Joe, whatever your name is.
So, Kanya, I heard you recently released a line of sex toys.
Yeah, man. I'm all about that sexual liberation.
But why dildos? What about fleshlights?
Dildos are the Og sex toy, Joe. They've been around since ancient times.
But fleshlights are like a futuristic version of dildos. Plus, they're hands-free.
Hands-free? What are you, lazy?
No, I just like to multitask.
Well, I like to focus on one thing at a time, and dildos give me that intense personal connection.
But fleshlights have different textures and sensations. It's like a buffet for your dick.
I don't need a buffet, Joe. I need a soulmate.
A soulmate. Dude, it's a sex toy.
It's more than that, Joe. It's a spiritual experience.
All right. Over at the size. Dildos come in all shapes and sizes, but fleshlights are pretty uniform.
Size doesn't matter, Joe. It's about the motion of the ocean of the ocean.
I don't think that applies to sex toys, Kanye.
Look, dildos are a timeless classic. They'll never go out of style.
But fleshlights are the future. Kanye, embrace it.
I'll stick with my dildos. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Kanye. But I'm team fleshlight all the way.
Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree, Joe. But I'll still send you a couple of my new Yeezy dildos.
Thanks. I'll add them to my collection, and maybe I'll even try them out on the podcast.
Now, that's a Joe Rogan experience I want to see.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only, Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe, thanks for having me on.
So, Elon, I heard you have some big plans for the future of transportation.
That's right, Joe. We are currently working on developing cum-powered cars.
Cum-powered cars? How does that work?
Well, we've discovered that cum contains a high concentration of energy that can be converted into electricity to power our vehicles.
That's wild. But how do you collect the cum?
We have a team of highly trained individuals who go around collecting cum from willing donors.
And what about the smell?
We have a special filter that eliminates any unpleasant odors.
I can only imagine the reactions from people when they see a car being fueled up with cum.
It's definitely a sight to see. But we believe it's a sustainable and eco-friendly solution for the future.
I can see the headlines now. Elon Musk revolutionizes the auto industry with cum-powered cars.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a game changer.
Well, I can't wait to take a ride in one of these bad boys.
You'll have to wait a few more years, but it'll be worth it.
All right. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in, and remember, cum-powered cars are the future. All right. So our next topic comes from a user on Discord. They want us to talk about the Schwarzschild radius.
Joe, I think you mean the Schwarzschild radius.
Yeah, that's what I said. The Schwarzenegger radius.
No, Joe, it's not related to Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's a term in physics that describes the radius of a black hole.
Oh, so it's like the size of Arnold's biceps.
No, Joe, it's a mathematical concept that determines the point of no return for anything entering a black hole.
Oh, so it's like the point of no return for Arnold's career after he became governor.
Joe, that's not even remotely close to what we're talking about.
Joe, do you even understand what a black hole is?
Of course I do. It's like a giant vacuum in space that sucks everything in, including Arnold's acting career.
That's it. I can't take this anymore. Joe, you are a complete and utter moron.
Yeah, Joe, I thought you were supposed to be the smart one on this podcast.
Hey, I may not understand fancy physics terms, but I know a good one-liner when I hear it.
This is not a joke, Joe. The Schwarzschild radius is a fundamental concept in astrophysics, and you're making a mockery of it.
All right, calm down, guys. I'll try to wrap my head around it. So the Schwarzenegger radius is like the event horizon of a black hole, right?
Size close enough, Joe. Let's just move on before my brain explodes.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Mr. Beast. How's it going, man?
It's going great, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So I heard you have a big announcement to make.
Yeah, I'm giving away 100 Xbox for free.
That's awesome. Wait, did you say Xbox?
Yeah, but there's a catch. They're actually cardboard boxes in the shape of the letter X.
What the hell, man? That's not an Xbox.
I know, but think about it. It's the thought that counts, right?
Oh, yeah, I'm sure all those kids who were expecting a gaming console will be thrilled with a freaking cardboard box.
Hey, at least they can use it as a fort or something.
You're insane, man. But I love it.
Thanks, Joe. And you know what? I'm going to throw in a pack of markers so they can decorate their own Xbox box.
This is too much, man. I can't handle it.
Glad I could entertain you, Joe.
You're a madman, Mr. Beast. But I love it. Keep doing what you're doing.
Will do, Joe. Will do.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience 2024 edition. Today, we have a very special guest, the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. Really fantastic.
So, Mr. President, what have you been up to since leaving office?
Well, I've been playing a lot of golf, Joe. I'm a really good golfer, the best, and I've been making some great deals. Let me tell you.
Deals? Like what?
Oh, just some business deals, nothing major, just a few hotels here and there. And I may have made a deal with North Korea, but it's a secret.
Wow, that's impressive. So, what do you think of the current state of the country?
It's a disaster, Joe, a complete disaster, but I'll fix it. I always do.
And how exactly do you plan on fixing it?
Well, first of all, I'm going to build a wall around the entire country, and I mean a big, beautiful wall. And I'll make Mexico pay for it, believe me.
Okay, moving on, let's talk about your diet. I hear you've been eating a lot of fast food.
That's right, Joe. I love fast food. In fact, I have a McDonald's in the White House now. It's great, really great. Really great.
But isn't that unhealthy?
Look, Joe, I'm a billionaire. I can afford to eat whatever I want. And let me tell you, I have the best genes. The best.
Okay, let's switch gears here. What do you think of the current political climate?
It's a disaster, Joe. The Democrats are a bunch of losers. They don't know what they're doing. But I'll tell you what, I'm going to run again in 2024 and win by a landslide.
Really? You're going to run again?
Absolutely. And this time I'm going to make.
Hey, Ben, do you think I look fat?
Well, Joe, with all due respect, I think your calorie intake may have exceeded your daily expenditure.
Okay, but seriously, do I look fat?
Let's just say, if you were a superhero, your superpower would be the ability to make the ground shake when you walk.
All right, I get it. But seriously, I've been hitting the gym. What do you think?
Well, you're definitely bulking up. In fact, I think I saw a billboard for a new Planet of the Apes movie with your picture on it.
Okay, I get it. I heard you're on a strict diet. How's that going?
It's going great, Joe. I've lost so much weight, I can finally see my toes again.
Oh man, that's brutal. But hey, at least you can still see your feet, unlike me.
Well, Joe, let's just say that when you go to the beach, the tide comes in a little higher.
All right, I get it. You know what? I think I'll just stick to being the fat guy on the podcast.
Well, at least you have a good sense of humor about it, Joe. That's one thing you can't lose, no matter how much weight you gain.
All right, folks, we have a special treat for you today. We have the one and only, the man, the myth, the legend, Kanye West.
Yo, what's good, Joe? It's an honor to be on the podcast. I've been a fan since day one.
And we also have the brilliant, the eccentric, the controversial Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. Excited to see what kind of chaos Candy and I can stir up together.
So the topic of today's episode is a rap battle between you two. Who's going to start?
I'll go first. Clears throat, yeah, Elon, you may be a billionaire, but I'm the billionaire. But I'm the king of the throne. The hardest.
Please, Kenny, you think you're so great. But let's be real, your ego is your biggest trait. Maybe a nerd, but I'm changing the game.
Laughs, you think you're changing the game. I'm changing the world, my music, my fashion. It's all unfurled. You may have a cult following, but I have a religion.
Mission to what? Make everyone wear Yeezy. I'll stick to my spaceships. They're way more easy. You may have Kim, but I have Grimes. And let's be real, she's way out of your league in these times.
All right, that's enough. Let's settle this with a freestyle round. Kenny, you go first.
A sick beat. Yeah, I'm the king of the game. Ain't no denying. My rhymes are fire. They keep multiplying.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm joined today by the one and only Mr. Beast. How's it going, man?
Doing great, Joe. Thanks for having me on.
So I hear you got some big news about the final round of the Beast Games.
Oh yeah, it's going to be epic. It's going to test these contestants' stomachs like never before.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Well, the final round is whoever can finish a lunchly without puking wins.
A lunchly?
Yeah, it's a new fast food chain starting. It's basically a burger with every topping you can imagine.
That sounds intense.
Oh, it is. We've got jalapenos, pickles, onions, bacon, chili, mac and cheese. You name it.
And the winner gets what?
$1 million, of course.
Damn, that's a lot of money.
Yeah, but they'll have to earn it. I mean, have you ever tried to eat a burger with mac and cheese on it? It's a whole different level of skill.
I can imagine. So how do you think the contestants will handle it?
Well, let's just say I've got a few buckets on standby.
That's brutal, man.
Hey, it's all in good fun. And who knows, maybe we'll get some new burger toppings out of it.
Yeah, I can see it now. The Joe Rogan burger with elk meat and mushrooms.
Now, that's $1 million idea right there.
All right. Well, I can't wait to see how it all goes down. Thanks for joining me, Mr. Beast.
Anytime, Joe. See you at the Beast Games.
All right, folks. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, I hear you've been up to some crazy shit lately.
Yeah, you could say that. I just bought an entire island and turned it into a giant theme park.
What the fuck? How much did that cost you?
Oh, just a couple billion. Pocket change, really.
Jesus Christ. And what's the theme of this park?
It's called Capitalism Land. You know, just a fun, family-friendly place where you can experience the joys of exploitation and income inequality.
That's fucked up, man. But I gotta say, I'm impressed.
Thanks, Joe. I try to push the boundaries and do things that no one else has done before.
Well, you certainly achieved that. So what's next for Mr. Beast?
Oh, I'm thinking of buying a small country and renaming it Beastopia. Gonna be the ruler and make all the laws.
You're a madman, Mr. Beast. But I love it.
Hey, you gotta have some fun in life, right?
Absolutely. And speaking of fun, have you tried DMT?
No, I haven't. But I did try bathing in a tub filled with Red Bull once.
That's close enough. Well, thanks for joining me today, Mr. Beast. This has been a wild ride.
Anytime, Joe. Keep it real, folks. And remember, capitalism is the key to happiness.
So Trump just announced that he's going to have a hot, steamy makeout session with Megatron in public.
What? That's absurd and offensive?
Oh, come on, Ben. It was literally on the Republican platform in very small print.
What? No, I never saw that.
Well, maybe you should have read it more closely before voting for it.
This is too much, even for me.
This is not what conservatism stands for.
Oh, lighten up, Ben. It's just a little robot human love.
I can't believe I'm even saying this, but I think I agree with Ben on this one.
Fine, I'll just have my hot, steamy makeout session with Optimus Prime instead.
That's not any better.
And we're done. Thanks for tuning in to the most ridiculous episode of the Joe Rogan Experience yet. So, Neil, I've been thinking, what if we use helicopter dick as a form of intergalactic space travel?
Joe, I'm not sure that's the most practical idea.
But think about it, Neil. We could just spin our way through the universe. No need for expensive rockets or ion propulsion.
I don't think it works like that, Joe. Plus, the G-forces would be insane.
But what about the pros? We could impress any alien species we encounter.
I don't think aliens are impressed by genitalia, Joe.
Oh, well, there goes that idea.
Plus, we have advanced technologies like ion propulsion that are much more efficient and safe.
But can ion propulsion do this?
No, Joe. It cannot.
Well, I guess we'll just have to stick to boring old rockets then.
I think that's for the best, Joe.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, the most uncensored and unhinged podcast on the internet. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil. The one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Dr. Phil, I got to ask, what's the deal with this whole DR Phil my ass thing? Are you trying to tell us you have a secret medical degree in proctology?
No, Joe, it's just a silly phrase my fans came up with. But if you're interested, I can definitely give you a thorough examination.
Oh man, I don't know if I'm ready for that. But seriously, what's your take on all these people claiming you're not a real doctor?
Well, Joe, let me tell you something. I may not have a medical degree.
I can see that you're a tough guy, but let's get real here. What's the craziest thing you've ever heard from a patient?
Oh man, where do I even begin? I once had a patient who claimed she could communicate with aliens through her butt.
No way.
Yeah, she said they would probe her and give her messages. But let me tell you, her messages were not very enlightening.
I can only imagine. But seriously, have you ever had any patients with sexual fetishes involving your name?
Well, Joe, I'm sure there are some out there. But let's just say I prefer to keep my relationship with my patients professional.
Good call, Dr. Phil. But hey, if anyone out there wants to do some DR Phil my ass role play, I won't judge.
Oh, Joe, you never fail to surprise me. But seriously,
So, David, what's new with you? Okay.
The zombie apocalypse of 2025.
Okay.
The alien invasion of 2026.
Okay.
The killer koala uprising of 2027.
Okay.
The Sharknado disaster of 2028.
Okay.
The giant mutant spider attack of 2029.
Okay.
The clown apocalypse of 2030.
Okay. Oh.
The robot rebellion of 2031.
Okay. Okay.
The vampire pandemic of 2032.
Okay. Okay.
The killer unicorn rampage of 2033.
Okay. Well, that's all very interesting, David. But I think it's time for us to wrap up this episode.
The end of the world in 2034.
Okay. I think we've had enough of your made-up tragedies for today. Thanks for tuning in, folks. Hey, Elon, welcome back to the podcast.
Thanks, Joe. It's great to be here.
So, I heard you're pretty pissed off right now.
Pissed off. I'm fucking livid, Joe. Those sneaky bastards in China have already started digging their own tunnel to Mars.
Oh man, that's not cool. Did they steal your plans or something?
Of course they did. How else would they know exactly where to start digging? They probably hacked into my brain or some shit.
Well, maybe they just really want to get to Mars too.
Yeah, right, Joe. They just want to steal my thunder and be the first ones there. I'll show them.
How?
I'll dig a deeper, bigger, better tunnel. and I'll make them pay for it.
Like a space wall?
Exactly. And I'll make sure it's made of the finest materials like rocket parts and solar panels.
That's some next level shit, Elon.
You know what, Joe? No one messes with my plans for Mars. I'll go full Tony Stark on their asses.
Well, I can't wait to see this tunnel war unfold. Thanks for coming on the show, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. Just make sure to keep this conversation between us. I don't want China to catch wind of my plans for revenge.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Hey, Joe, great to be here. And let me tell you, I'm loving this new gig as president for life. The libs are losing their minds. It's fantastic.
Speaking of the libs, I heard you had a new idea for demonstrating patriotism.
Oh, yeah, it's a brilliant idea. I'm going to make all the Democratic governors lick my asshole.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's going to be great. It'll show their loyalty and love for this country. Plus, it's not sexual at all. I promise.
That's definitely not how patriotism works, Mr. President.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a snowflake. It's just a little tongue action. And I'll even let them use some of my favorite flavored lube.
I don't even know where to begin with that. But I'm pretty sure that's not going to fly with the governors.
Oh, they'll do it. They have no choice. I'm the boss, remember?
I'm pretty sure that's not how the Constitution works, but okay. Moving on, let's talk about your new diet.
Oh, I'm on the best diet, Joe. It's called the Big Mac and Diet Coke diet. It's tremendous. I've lost like 10 pounds already.
I'm not sure that's healthy, Mr. President.
Healthy? Who needs healthy when you have the best genes? I'm like genetically superior, Joe. It's science.
I think that's enough for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. And remember, always question authority, even if it's the president. Especially if it's this president. So, Eli, I heard you got banned from Path of Exile for using macros. What the hell were you thinking?
Hey man, I just wanted to level up my character faster. Is that a crime?
Yeah. It's called cheating. You can't just use your billionaire brain to hack a game.
Come on, Joe. You know, I'm always looking for ways to optimize and improve things. It's in my DNA.
Yeah, well, the game developers didn't see it that way. They kicked your ass out of there real quick.
Well, I guess I'll just have to create my own game then. With blackjack and hookers.
Oh god, here we go. Another one of your crazy ideas.
Hey, it's not crazy if it works. And I'll make sure to include Macromata for all my fellow cheaters out there.
You do realize that's not going to go over well with the gaming community, right?
Who cares? I'll just buy the whole damn community and make them play my game.
You really are a mad scientist, aren't you?
More like a mad gamer. But hey, at least I'll have the best macros in the business.
So Neil, I've been really getting into pure maths lately. Have you ever dabbled in that?
Wuzenduibuki, wo buzidao.
Come on, man. You're a freaking astrophysicist. You must know something about pure maths.
Wuzenduibuki, wo buzidao.
All right, fine. Let's change gears. What do you think about the flat Earth theory?
Wuzenduibuki, wo buzidao.
Oh, come on, Neil. You're killing me here. How about we talk about aliens? You must have some thoughts on that.
Wuzenduibuki, wo buzidao.
Okay, this is getting ridiculous. How about we talk about something you do know about? What's your favorite type of star?
Wuzenduibuki, wo buzidao.
All right, I give up. Let's just talk about weed.
Wuzenduibuki, wo buzidao.
Are you serious? You don't know about weed either?
Wuzenduibuki, wo buzidao.
Okay, I'm officially convinced that you're an alien. No human could possibly know so little about everything.
Wuzenduibuki, wo buzidao.
All right, I'm done. This is too much for me. I need a drink. All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard a crazy rumor that you hacked the Mars rover and drove it up your own asshole. Is there any truth to that?
Well, Joe, let's just say I like to push the boundaries of technology and exploration.
But why your asshole, Elon? Couldn't you have picked a different orifice?
Look, Joe, I have a lot of respect for the human body and its capabilities. Plus, it was a tight fit, and I like a challenge.
I can't even imagine the size of your asshole, Elon. Is it like a black hole?
No, Joe. But it does have a gravitational pull.
Okay, moving on. What did you discover on your journey up your own asshole?
Well, Joe, I found a whole new world in there. It's like a mini universe with its own laws of physics.
Wow, that's amazing. I'm sure NASA is thrilled to hear that their rover is now exploring your asshole.
I'm sure they'll get over it. Besides, I left a little souvenir for them to study.
What kind of souvenir?
Let's just say it's a little piece of Mars that they'll never forget.
You're a wild man, Elon. Thanks for sharing your unique experience with us.
Anytime, Joe. Always happy to push the boundaries.
All right, folks, we have a special guest today, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I have a lot of respect for you. You know, you're like a younger, less orange version of me.
Thanks. I'll take that as a compliment. So, Mr. President, there's been a lot of talk about your relationship with Putin. Can you tell us how you two get along so well?
Well, Joe, it's all about mutual respect. And I'll let you in on a little secret. I give the best hand jobs.
What?
That's right. I give the best hand jobs, and Putin loves them. It's all about technique, you know? You got to use your tiny hands just right.
I'm sure Putin appreciates that.
Oh, he does. And let me tell you, I've got the best hand lotion, made in America, of course.
I'm sure it's a top seller in Russia.
You know it, Joe. And let me tell you, I've got the best grip. I can make a Rubik's Cube look like child's play.
I think we'll leave it at that. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always use your tiny hands for the perfect hand job. It's the art of the deal.
So, David, I heard you've been up to some crazy stuff lately.
Yeah, man. I've been trying to push my limits and see what I'm capable of.
Well, I heard you went to Wyoming and tried to kill some people.
Yeah, I figured it would be a good challenge. But then I realized no one lives in Wyoming.
Yeah, it's like a ghost town out there.
I was so disappointed. I even brought my machete and everything.
Did you at least find some cows to chase?
Oh yeah, because that's a fair fight. Yeah, against a cow.
Well, maybe next time you should do some research before you go on a killing spree.
Yeah, I'll stick to challenging myself in more populated areas from now on.
Good call. We don't need a headline that says David Goggins kills entire population of Wyoming.
Yeah, that wouldn't look good on my resume.
Hey, Dr. Phil, thanks for coming on the show.
Oh my God, is that Weezer?
What? No, it's Joe Rogan.
Are you sure? You look just like Patrick Wilson.
Who?
The lead singer of Weezer.
Oh, you mean the band?
Yes, yes. I love their music.
Well, I'm not in Weezer. I'm a podcast host.
Oh my God, is that Weezer?
No, Dr. Phil. It's just me.
But you look so much like him. Are you sure you're not secretly in the band?
No, I'm pretty sure I would know if I was in Weezer.
Oh my God, is that Weezer?
Dr. Phil, are you okay?
I'm just so excited to meet a member of Weezer.
I'm not in Weezer.
Oh my God, is that Weezer?
I give up. Yes, I am secretly in Weezer. Happy now.
Oh my God, is that Weezer?
I quit. I can't do this anymore.
Oh my God, is that Weezer?
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been working on some new powers.
That's right, Joe. I've been honing my abilities, and now I can pull farts from people's asses with just my sheer power.
That's, impressive.
You have no idea, Joe. I can control the force and intensity of the fart. I call it the Phil pull.
I'm not sure how I feel about this.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's a natural bodily function.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just imagine the possibilities, Joe. No more awkward silences or uncomfortable bloating. Just a quick Phil pull, and you're good to go.
I feel like this is going to be your new catchphrase.
You bet your ass it is, Joe. And speaking of asses, who wants to be my first volunteer for a Phil pull?
I think I'll pass, Dr. Phil.
Suit yourself, Joe. But don't come crying to me when you're struggling to let one rip. The Phil pull is the future, my friend.
So, Kenya, I heard you have a unique way of coming up with your music ideas.
Yeah, man. It's all about tapping into my inner creativity and letting it flow.
And how do you do that exactly?
Well, I record my farts and then use them as a beat for my songs.
Wait, what? You're telling me that your music is literally just a bunch of fart noises?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. My farts are like a symphony, man.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just imagine a whole album of fart-inspired beats. It'll be a masterpiece.
I think I'll pass on that one.
Suit yourself, but you'll be missing out on some serious musical genius.
I'll stick to my air guitar. Thank you very much.
You do you, Joe. But I'll be over here making music with my butt. With my butt.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today I have a very special guest, the one and only 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I have a question from one of our listeners on Discord. They want to know, what are some states that probably don't even exist?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, there are a lot of states out there that are just a big hoax. Take California, for example. Fake news, folks. It's just a bunch of Hollywood liberals pretending to be a state.
What about New York?
Total disaster. I mean, have you seen their governor? He's worse than Sleepy Joe. And don't even get me started on Illinois. That place is a total joke. That place is a total joke.
What about Texas?
Now, Texas is a real state. I love Texas. Great people, great barbecue. But I have to say, I've never seen a state with so many guns. It's like the Wild West down there.
What about Florida?
Florida is a beautiful state, Joe. But let's be honest, half of it is just a retirement community for old people. And the other half is filled with alligators and crazy people. It's like a real life version of Jumanji. It's like a real life version of Jumanji.
What about Alaska?
Alaska? You mean that big chunk of ice up north? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's just a giant igloo. No one actually lives there.
Well, there you have it, folks. According to President Trump, some states are just a big hoax. Thanks for joining us on the podcast, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always stay woke, folks, or as I like to say, stay Trump.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the one and only Elon Musk, the man who's trying to colonize Mars and make electric cars cool.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here and talk about my latest project, Neuralink.
Oh yeah, that's the brain chip thingy, right? So what's the deal with that?
Well, it's a revolutionary technology that allows us to connect our brains to computers and enhance our cognitive abilities.
That's wild, man. But what if someone hacks into it and messes with your brain?
That's a valid concern, but we have top-notch security measures in place to prevent that from happening.
But what if someone like Dr. Phil hacks into it? That dude is a mastermind.
I highly doubt that would happen, Joe.
But what if it did? And he clones his personality into your brain?
That's an interesting scenario. I suppose I would start speaking like Dr. Phil.
Oh man, can you imagine Elon Musk talking like Dr. Phil?
Well, let me tell you, Joe. Maybe a billionaire, but money can't buy you happiness.
This is amazing. I can't believe I'm talking to Dr. Phil. I mean, Elon Musk.
Now, Joe, let's talk about your childhood traumas and how they're affecting your relationships.
I think I need a drink for this one.
Well, Joe takes a break. I'll just sit here and ponder the mysteries of the universe.
This is too much, man. I can't handle it.
Now, Joe, don't let your emotions control you. Take a deep breath and let it out.
Takes. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a confession to make.
Oh, you heard about that, did you? Yeah, I have a little secret to share.
Well, spill the beans, man. What's going on?
You know, all those murders that Ted Bundy was convicted of. Yeah, I framed him for those.
Wait, what? You mean you're the one who killed all those women?
Hey, it was a slow week. I needed some excitement.
Oh, well, that's just great. I'll make sure to let the families of the victims know that it was all just for your entertainment.
Come on, Joe. You know, I'm just messing with you. But seriously, I did frame him for a few of them.
This is some next level sociopathic behavior right here.
Hey, I learned from the best.
You know what? I can't even be mad. That's just impressive.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll be here all week.
All right. Well, I think that's enough excitement for one day. Thanks for joining me, Dr. Phil.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a special talent.
Oh, yeah. What's that?
You can speak with whales.
That's right, Joe. I have a deep connection with the ocean and all its creatures.
So, what do the whales say?
Well, they mostly just talk about their diets and how much they hate plastic straws.
Wow, that's fascinating. Do they have any advice for us humans?
Actually, they do. They want us to stop polluting their home and start taking better care of the environment.
That's deep, man. But can you ask them if they think mermaids are real?
Joe, that's ridiculous. Mermaids are just a myth.
Hey, you never know. Maybe they have some insider information.
Well, I'll ask them, but I can't guarantee they'll have an answer.
Fair enough. So, do you think you could teach me how to speak with whales?
Sorry, Joe. It's a gift, not a skill that can be taught.
Dang it. I was hoping to have some deep conversations with some killer whales.
I think you're better off sticking to talking to humans, Joe.
Yeah, you're probably right. But it would be pretty cool to have a whale as a best friend.
Joe, I think we need to wrap this up before things get too absurd.
Too late, Dr. Phil. We're already in the deep end. Pun intended.
Size? I should have known better than to come on your podcast, Joe.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special treat for you, a rap battle between two of the most unlikely opponents, Ben Shapiro and Kanye West.
I'm ready to destroy him with my superior rhyming skills and logic.
And Kanye, are you ready to take on the challenge?
Of course, I'm the greatest rapper of all time. No one can touch me.
We'll see about that. Let's start this off with a classic rap battle line. I may be short, but my rhymes are tall. You may be Kenya, but I'm the real god of all.
That's cute, but let me hit you with some truth. I may be a rapper, but I'm also a fashion mogul. You may be Ben Shapiro, but...
Oh, shots fired. But Ben, you're not backing down, are you?
Never. I may be tiny, but my brain is big. You may be Kanye, but your ego's the only thing that's lit.
Oh, it's on now. I may have an ego, but at least I'm not a pawn. You may be Ben Shapiro, but you're just a conservative con.
This is getting intense, but let's keep it going, guys.
I may be conservative, but I'm still a boss. You may be Kanye. I bet you're just a Kardashian's loss.
I may have married a Kardashian, but I'm still a king. You may be Ben Shapiro, but you're just a right-wing ding-a-ling.
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Looks like Canny may have taken the win, but Ben definitely held his own. Tune in next time for more ridiculousness on the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you have a new idea for colonizing Mars. Care to share with us?
Well, Joe, believe that farts should be the new meta on Mars.
Farts, like human farts?
Yes, Joe. Think about it. Fart-powered rockets. We can save so much money on fuel.
But how will you collect all those farts?
Easy. We'll have a fart collection system installed in every living pod. And we can even use it as a currency on Mars.
This is outrageous. But I have to admit, it's kind of genius.
And not only that, Joe. Farts can also be used as a defense mechanism against aliens. No one wants to mess with a planet full of fart-powered rockets.
I see your point, but what about the smell?
We'll have advanced filtration systems, Joe. Plus, the methane from farts can also be used as a renewable energy source.
Wow, you really thought this through.
I have a team of scientists working on it, Joe. Farts are the future.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. Farts are the future of Mars. Thanks for joining us, Elon.
My pleasure, Joe. And remember, let your farts be your guide.
Yo, David, have you heard about this new Neuralink thing they got going on?
Yeah, I heard it's supposed to make us superhuman or some shit.
Well, mine got hacked, and now it's crank calling random people nonstop.
What the fuck, man? That's messed up.
I know, right? But it's kind of hilarious. I mean, imagine getting a call from Elon Musk's brain.
Yeah, I bet those people are freaking out.
Dude, I called my mom, and she thought she was talking to God.
That's fucked up, Joe.
I know, but hey, at least I'm not the only one. I heard Kanye's Neuralink got hacked too.
Oh, shit. That's gotta be a wild ride.
Can you imagine the shit that's going through his mind? It's probably a mix of genius and insanity.
That's Kanye for you.
True. But seriously, this Neuralink thing is no joke. I mean, what if someone hacks into our brains and makes us do crazy shit?
Like what, Joe? We already do crazy shit.
Good point. But still, we gotta be careful.
Yeah, I'll stick to good old-fashioned running and push-ups for now.
Yeah, because that's totally normal.
Hey, it's better than having my brain hacked and making me do the shay-cha in the middle of the street.
Fair enough. But seriously, Elon, if you're listening, can you please fix my Neuralink? I'm tired of prank calling my ex-girlfriends. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with the one and only Dr. Phil. How's it going, Phil?
Oh, it's going great, Joe. Just living my best life, you know.
I hear you. So I gotta ask, what's been going on with you lately?
Well, Joe, I have a confession to make. On December 17th, 2021, I started the Osaka building fire.
What the fuck, Phil? You started a fucking fire.
Yeah, it was just a little experiment. I wanted to see how people would react to a crisis.
That's fucked up, man. People died in that fire.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just natural selection at work. Survival of the fittest.
You're a sick fuck, Phil.
Hey, at least I didn't start a pandemic like some people I know.
Shots fired. But seriously, why would you do something like that?
I was bored, Joe, and I wanted to feel something, you know. I'm just a regular guy, just like you.
Yeah, just a regular guy who starts fires for fun.
Hey, at least I didn't start a cult like some other podcast hosts I know.
All right, you got me there. But seriously, Phil, you need some help.
Maybe. But until then, I'll just keep lighting shit on fire and stirring up controversy. It's what I do best.
Well, folks, you heard it here first. Dr. Phil is a certified pyromaniac. Stay safe out there. So, Neil, I heard about this thing called a black hole. What the hell is that?
Well, Joe, it's a region of space where the gravitational pull is so strong that nothing, not even light, can escape.
Damn, that sounds intense. But what about white holes? Are those like the opposite of black holes?
Not exactly, Joe. White holes are theoretical objects that are the opposite of black holes. Instead of sucking everything in, they would actually spew out matter and energy.
Whoa, that's trippy. So, like, they're like cosmic fountains?
I guess you could say that. But the thing is, there's no evidence that white holes actually exist. It's just a mathematical concept.
So, you're telling me that scientists are just making shit up?
Well, we have to explore all possibilities and theories. But yeah, it's a bit of a stretch.
I gotta say, Neil, I'm not buying it. Sounds like some hippy-dippy nonsense.
Joe, I'm a scientist, not a hippie. And trust me, I wish white holes were real. It would make my job a lot more interesting.
All right, I'll give you that. But what would happen if black hole and white hole collided?
Well, that's where things get really crazy. It's called a big bounce, and it's basically a cosmic reset button.
Dude, I gotta get high and think about this. It's blowing my mind.
Joe, you don't need drugs to appreciate the wonders of the universe.
Yeah, but it definitely helps. Pass me that joint, Neil. Let's contemplate the mysteries of black holes and white holes together. Ben, do you hear that ticking sound?
Yes, Joe. It appears to be coming from that suspicious-looking package over there.
Oh, shit. Is that a bomb?
It certainly looks like one. We need to act fast.
Wait, I have an idea. We'll just talk really fast with no spaces in between our words and finish this episode before the bomb explodes.
Brilliant. Let's do it.
Ben, what's your take on the current political climate?
Well, Joe, I think it's having us with snowflakes and cancel culture and a liberal agenda and...
Yeah, and don't forget about the lizard people controlling the government.
Right. And the deep state trying to take away our guns.
And let's not forget about Bigfoot and his role in all of this.
Of course, he's probably the mastermind behind it all.
We need to wake people up to the truth.
Absolutely, but first let's finish this damn episode before we get blown to smithereens.
Good point. So, Ben, do you think aliens are real?
Well, Joe, I think it's highly unlikely they're only intelligent life in the universe and with...
Holy shit. The bomb is about to explode.
Quick, Joe, tell the listeners where they can find us.
You can find us on all major podcast platforms. Just search for the Joe Rogan Experience.
And don't forget to subscribe and leave a review, even if this is our last episode.
And that's all the time we have, folks. Thanks for tuning in, and remember, always question everything.
And stay safe out there, because you never know when a bomb might go off.
Peace out, motherfuckers.
Oh, shit, I said the F word. Sorry, Mom.
So, David, what's been going on in your world lately?
Yeah, it's rewind time.
What the hell does that even mean?
It means I'm constantly pushing myself to the limit and breaking records, Joe.
Yeah, I've heard about your insane workouts. But what about your mental health? What about your mental health?
That's hot. My mental toughness is unbreakable, Joe. I don't need therapy. I just need to run 100 miles a day.
That's concerning. But let's talk about something else. What's your go-to pump up music?
Play that boofing music. I need something intense to get me in the zone.
Boofing. Is that some new workout trend?
No, It's when you shove drugs up your butt for a quicker high.
Oh, God, we're going to get canceled for this.
Yeah, it's rewind time. Cancel culture can't handle my intensity, Joe.
Well, I'm sure they can't handle your language either. But hey, that's what makes you.
That's right, Joe. I'm unapologetically myself, no matter how offensive or absurd it may be.
And that's why we love having you on the podcast. Thanks for joining us, David.
That's hot. Anytime, Joe. Now let's go run a marathon and do some boofing afterwards.
Hey, Neil, have you ever been Rickrolled?
Of course, Joe. It's a common internet meme.
Well, I bet you can't do it to me.
Challenge accepted. Starts playing Never Gonna Give You Up.
What the hell is this? Turn that off.
Laughing looks like I got you, Joe.
That's not funny, Neil. I thought we were friends.
Oh, come on. It's just a harmless prank.
Harmless. I feel violated. I trusted you, Neil.
Relax, Joe. It's just a silly song.
Grumbling. I can't believe you would do this to me.
Okay? Okay. I'll make it up to you. How about we watch some flat earth conspiracy videos?
Excitedly. Now that's more like it. He starts playing Never Gonna Give You Up. Size, you win this round, Neil, but I'll get you back one day.
I'll be waiting, Joe. Continues laughing.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, I have some big news. I'm creating 5 new states.
5 new states. That's huge. What are you going to call them?
Well, we've got the best names, believe me. First up, we have Trumpsylvania. It's going to be the most luxurious state located in the heart of Pennsylvania.
That's a bold move. What's next?
Next, we have Covfefe, named after my famous tweet. It'll be located in the middle of the country where the real Americans live.
And the other 3?
Libtardia, for all the whiny liberals out there. It'll be on the West Coast where they can cry into the Pacific Ocean. Then we have Megaland for my loyal supporters. It'll be in the South where we love our guns and our freedom. And finally, Ivankistan, named after my beautiful daughter Ivanka. It'll be in the Northeast where all the classy people live.
Wow, those are interesting names. And where will these states be located exactly?
Oh, just wherever I feel like putting them. I'm the president. I can do whatever I want.
Well, there you have it, folks. 5 new states created by President Trump. This has been the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Thanks for tuning in, and remember, stay woke. So, Neil, I've been thinking about this whole moon landing thing.
Oh, yeah? What about it?
I think it was all staged, man. Like, come on, how do we know it was real?
Well, there's plenty of evidence and eyewitness accounts.
Yeah, but have you seen those pictures? They look like they were taken on a Hollywood set.
Joe, that's ridiculous. The technology and science behind the moon landing is undeniable.
Oh, I see. So you're one of those science guys, huh?
Yes, Joe. I am a scientist.
Well, I'm a conspiracy theorist. And I think the government just wanted to flex their power and show off their special effects skills.
That's absurd. The moon landing was a monumental achievement for humanity.
Yeah, whatever. But have you ever considered that maybe the moon is just a hologram?
Joe, I can't even entertain this conversation.
Fine. But next time you look up at the moon, just remember it could all be a big lie.
I give up.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Today, we have the one and only, the man with the mustache, Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I just farted. It smells awful.
Oh, man, you never fail to surprise me, Dr. Phil. But seriously, what's with all the farting?
I have a condition, Joe. It's a medical issue.
Oh, of course. sure your medical degree from the University of Texas really helps with that.
Hey, now, I'm a licensed psychologist.
Yeah, and a licensed astronaut. But seriously, why do you keep announcing your farts to the world?
I just want to be honest, Joe. Honesty is the key to a healthy relationship.
Well, I don't know if my relationship with you can get any healthier.
And besides, it's not like I can control it. My farts have a mind of their own.
Yeah, I can tell. They seem to have a pretty strong personality.
You know what, Joe? I think you're just jealous of my farting abilities.
Oh, you got me. I've always dreamed of being able to clear a room with just one fart.
It takes years of practice, Joe. But I'm sure you'll get there someday.
Thanks, Dr. Phil. I'll keep that in mind and maybe invest in some air fresheners for our next podcast.
I'll try to hold it in, but no promises.
That's all we can ask for, Dr. Phil. That's all we can ask for. So, Elon, I heard you have some big news to share with us today.
Yes, Joe. I have discovered that everyone who owns a Tesla is actually gay.
What? Are you serious?
Absolutely. It's all part of my master plan to create a world full of environmentally conscious, rainbow-loving individuals.
I don't know, man. That seems a little far-fetched.
Trust me, Joe. I have done extensive research on this, and the results don't lie.
But what about all the straight guys who own Teslas?
They're just in denial, Joe. They secretly want to be part of the gay Tesla club.
Wow, this is groundbreaking stuff. So, does that mean you're gay too?
No, Joe. Just the mastermind behind it all. I don't need to own a Tesla to be fabulous.
Fair enough. But what about the people who can't afford a Tesla?
Well, they're just missing out on all the gay fun, Joe. Maybe they can get a rainbow bumper sticker for their car instead.
I can already see the headlines now. Elon Musk reveals shocking truth about Tesla owners.
And I can already hear the sound of all the homophobic conspiracy theorists losing their minds.
Well, I guess we can add gay car magnet to the list of reasons to buy a Tesla.
Exactly, Joe. It's the ultimate accessory for the modern, environmentally conscious and fabulous individual.
Well, I think we've solved the mystery of why Tesla owners are always so happy and full of love.
It's all because of the gay energy, Joe. It's a powerful force.
And on that note, let's end this episode before we get canceled.
Good idea. See you next time, folks. And remember, drive gay, save the planet.
Joe, did you know that the word penis actually comes from the Latin word penis, meaning tail?
No way, really.
Yes. And the word dick comes from the Old English word dick, meaning male organ.
Interesting. What about schlong?
That one comes from the Yiddish word schlang, which means snake.
Snake. That's kind of intimidating.
Well, it is a powerful and versatile organ.
What about dong?
That one is believed to come from the Chinese word tang, which means pillar.
I can see that. And Weiner?
That one is a bit of a mystery, but it may have originated from the German word Wurst, meaning sausage.
Makes sense. And member?
That one is derived from the Latin word membrum, meaning limb.
And Johnson?
That's a slang term that became popular in the 20th century, possibly named after President Lyndon B. Johnson.
Wow. Who knew there were so many origins for the word penis?
Indeed. And let's not forget schmeckel, pecker, prick, wang, tool, rod, meat stick, one-eyed trouser snake.
Okay. I think we get the point, Neil.
I just wanted to educate our listeners, Joe.
Well, mission accomplished. This has been a very enlightening and mature conversation.
Of course, Joe. That's what we're all about here on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the Black Hole community. How are you guys doing? The Granch Hole. What the hell is that? Chaos. How so? Oh man, that's rough. But isn't that what black holes do? Damn, that's intense. Have you guys tried talking to it? Maybe it just needs a friend. Right? My bad. So, what's the plan? How do you guys plan on dealing with this gronch hole? Sacrificing stars. That sounds like a wild party. Can I come? Fair enough. Well, good luck with the gronch hole, guys. I hope you figure it out. So, Dr. Phil, I was thinking about getting knee surgery.
Knee surgery? What happened? Did you try to kick someone in the face and miss?
No, man, I just have some lingering pain from my MMA days.
Well, I'm not sure I'm the right guy for the job. I specialize in fixing broken egos and delusional thinking.
Come on, don't be like that. I need your expertise.
Fine, but I have one condition. You have to let me film the surgery for my new show, Dr. Phil's Extreme Makeovers.
Deal. But can you also give me some of that good stuff for the pain?
Oh, you mean the stuff I confiscated from your friend Alex Jones? Sure, I'll hook you up.
Thanks, man. And while you're at it, can you also fix my cauliflower ear?
Sorry, Joe. I'm a doctor, not a miracle worker. That's just something you'll have to live with.
Damn it. Well, at least I'll have a cool story to tell people.
Yeah, because nothing says cool like getting your ass kicked in a cage, right?
Hey, I'll have, I was a badass in my prime.
Sure, Joe. And I'm the Tooth Fairy. Now let's get you prepped for surgery.
So, Kanye, I hear you have a new song out.
Yeah, man, it's a masterpiece. It's just me reading lyrics from other famous rappers.
Wait, what?
You heard me. I'm taking their words and making them my own.
That's kind of lazy, don't you think?
Lazy. No way. It's genius. I'm like a modern day Shakespeare.
I don't think Shakespeare ever rapped about bitches and bling.
Hey, don't hate on my flow. I'm the king of the rap game.
More like the king of plagiarism.
Out, Joe. That's cold. But seriously, have you heard my version of Baby Got Back?
Oh, God, please don't tell me you're just reading Sir Mix a Lot's lyrics.
Hey, if it ain't broke, why fix it?
Because it's called being original, Kanye.
Original. More original. I'm a trendsetter, Joe.
More like a trend follower.
You know what? I don't need this negativity. I'm going to go write some more songs using other people's lyrics.
Good luck with that, Kanye.
Oh, I don't need luck. I've got talent and a whole lot of other people's words.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you were in the Iraq War.
Yeah, I was a medic.
Did you ever have to perform any impromptu therapy sessions on the battlefield?
No, but I did give out some tough love to a few wounded soldiers.
I can just imagine you yelling, "Get your shit together, soldier."
Actually, I did have one guy who kept complaining about his leg hurting. I told him to man up and walk it off.
That's some real tough love right there.
Well, it worked. He stopped complaining and started crawling.
Oh man, war really brings out the best in people.
Yeah, it's a real bonding experience. Like that time we had to share a tent and you kept farting all night.
Hey, I was just trying to keep us warm.
Well, I'm pretty sure you gave me a permanent lung condition.
Sorry about that, Doc. But hey, at least we survived the war and now we have some great stories to tell.
Yeah, and some serious PTSD to deal with.
Good times. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we talk about anything and everything. Today we have the one and only Kanye West with us. How's it going, Kanye West with us? How's it going, Kanye?
Yo, what's up, Joe? I'm just here to drop some truth bombs and spit some fire.
Speaking of truth bombs, we have a topic submitted by a user on Discord. They want to know your top 5 rappers who have tiny dicks.
Oh man, this is going to be tough. There's so many to choose from.
Well, let's start with number 5.
All right, number 5 would have to be Lil Wayne. I mean, have you seen those skinny jeans he wears? There's no way he's packing heat.
Number 4,
Gotta go with Drake. I mean, he's always singing about his feelings, so I highly doubt he's got a big old dick.
interesting choices. Who's number 3?
Gonna have to give it to Jay-Z. I mean, he's got Beyonce, so he must be compensating for something.
Number 2,
Gotta be, he's always rapping about his mom and his ex-wife, so I doubt he's got much to brag about down there.
and finally, number 1.
Drumroll, please. It's gotta be Snoop Dogg. I mean, he's always high as a kite, so I doubt he even remembers what his dick looks like.
Wow, those are some bold choices, Kanye.
Hey, I speak the truth, Joe. And let's be real, size doesn't matter. It's all about the flow and the bars.
Well, there you have it, folks. Kanye's top 5 rappers with tiny dicks. Tune in next time for more absurd and offensive conversations on the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. So, Mr. President, I heard you had a traumatic experience with a Whopper from Burger King.
Oh, Joe, it was a disaster. The worst experience of my life, believe me.
What happened? What happened?
Well, I took one bite and it was like a nuclear explosion in my mouth. The taste, the texture, it was all wrong. It was a disaster, a total disaster, a total disaster.
Did you try to sue them for it?
Of course I did. I'm a billionaire. But they refused to take responsibility. It was a witch hunt, I tell you.
So you never went back to Burger King?
No way. I have a strict McDonald's only policy now. They know how to make a burger, let me tell you.
But what about the Whopper haunting you?
It's like a recurring nightmare, Joe. Every time I see a Burger King, I break out in a cold sweat. It's like Vietnam all over again.
That's rough, man. Maybe you should try therapy.
Therapy? I don't need therapy. I'm the most stable genius you'll ever meet. But I do have a brilliant idea. We're going to build a wall around every Burger King in the country. Problem solved. Problem solved?
That's actually not a bad idea.
Of course it's not. I'm a genius. Now let's talk about something more important, like how I'm going to make America great again for the next 100 years.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with our president, Donald Trump. How's it going, Mr. President?
It's going great, Joe. Just making America great again, one fart at a time.
Speaking of farts, there's been a lot of controversy surrounding your recent pardon of yourself for farting in the elevator. Can you explain that decision?
Look, Joe, nobody farts better than me. It's a gift, really. And when I farted in that elevator, it was a beautiful, beautiful fart. The best fart you've ever heard. So I had to pardon myself.
But some people are saying it's an abuse of power.
Abuse of power, please. I'm the president. I can do whatever I want. And if that means pardoning myself for a fart, so be it.
But what about the smell? People were gagging, Mr. President.
That's fake news, Joe. The smell was tremendous. People were thanking me for it. They said it was the best smell they've ever smelled. Believe me.
I don't know, Mr. President. Seems like a strange use of your presidential powers.
It's not strange, Joe. It's genius. And I'll continue to use my powers to protect my farts and make America smell great again.
Well, there you have it, folks. The president has spoken. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Yo, Neil, have you heard about this new movement to bring back VHS and floppy disks?
What? Why? Are people nostalgic for the days of shitty quality and constant rewinding?
Apparently, they miss the struggle of trying to find the right spot on the tape to pause the movie.
And let's not forget the joy of having to blow into the cartridge to make the floppy disk work.
The good old days when technology was a real challenge.
Yeah, because who needs convenience and efficiency when you can have frustration and inconvenience?
And don't forget the satisfying sound of the VHS tape getting stuck in the VCR.
It's like a symphony of annoyance. But hey, at least it's not as bad as trying to rewind a DVD.
Yeah, that's a whole other level of torture. But hey, maybe we should bring back dial-up internet while we're at it.
Oh God, let's not go there. I don't think the world is ready for that kind of slow torture again.
But seriously, why would anyone want to bring back VHS and floppy disks?
I have no idea, Joe. Some people just want to watch the world burn.
All right, folks, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with legendary Dr. Phil. We've got a spicy topic today. Dr. Phil's Merit Street Media is hiring all the people been fired from the Daily Wire. Ben is not happy about it.
Well, Joe, you know what they say, one man's trash is another man's treasure. And these people are definitely treasures.
Oh man, Ben is going to be fuming. But let's be real, Dr. Phil, your media outlet is killing it. I mean, you've got the best headlines, the best clickbait, the best everything. The best everything.
Well, thank you, Joe. We pride ourselves on being the top dog in the news game.
Oh, please, Dr. Phil. Your news is nothing but sensationalized garbage. Real journalism is about facts and truth, not clickbait and drama.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ben. I didn't realize you were still living in the 1800s.
How dare you, Dr. Phil? I'll have, the Daily Wire is the most respected news outlet out there.
Respected by who? A bunch of conservative snowflakes? Please.
All right. Let's calm down, guys. Let's settle this like adults. How about a roasting contest? I'll be the judge.
Oh, I'm in. Let's do this.
You're on, Ben. I'll go first. The Daily Wire is so boring I'd rather watch paint dry.
Well, at least we don't exploit people's personal problems for ratings, Dr. Phil.
Oh, please. The only reason people watch your...
So, Neil, I was thinking about starting a new trend where we all shave our heads and embrace our baldness. What do you think?
Shut up, you bald-ass bitch.
Wow, Neil, that was uncalled for. I thought we were friends.
Friends don't let friends make stupid suggestions, Joe.
Come on, it'll be liberating. Plus, think of all the money we'll save on hair products.
I'd rather spend that money on a telescope to explore the vastness of the universe, not on razors for my head.
Fine, but just imagine how aerodynamic we'll be with our bald heads.
I don't need to be aerodynamic, Joe. I'm already out of this world.
Good one, Neil. But seriously, have you ever thought about wearing a wig?
No, I prefer to embrace my natural state. Unlike you, Joe, who constantly changes your appearance with all those tattoos.
Hey, my tattoos are a form of self-expression.
And my bald head is a form of self-acceptance. Now let's move on to a more intelligent topic, shall we?
All right, fine. But just remember, Neil, bald is beautiful.
Shut up, Joe.
So, Mr. President, I heard you built a wall around Fortnite Season 6.
That's right, Joe. I'm making Fortnite great again. No more crashing games. No more losers getting in.
But what about the players who want to get in and have fun?
They can come in legally through the proper channels. We don't want any illegal gamers here.
But isn't it a bit extreme? I mean, it's just a game.
It's not just a game, Joe. It's a way of life. And I'm protecting that way of life with my big, beautiful wall.
But what about the people who are already inside?
They can stay as long as they pay for the wall, and maybe a small fee for my administration's efforts.
Wow, that's some serious gaming tax.
Hey, if they can afford to spend money on skins and emotes, they can afford to pay for the wall.
I guess that's one way to fund your border security.
And if anyone tries to break through the wall, they'll have to deal with my elite squad of Fortnite players. Believe me, they're the best.
Well, there you have it, folks. Trump's got his wall, and Fortnite's got its Season 6. What a time to be alive.